Everybody, good morning. If I can have your attention, thanks very much. A warm welcome, of course, to today's event and also to our virtual attendees as this event is being live streamed. Big thank you, of course, to our sponsors and also to our supporters for this event. I always like coming to this venue because there's an essential prop here, which is just there, the Roman wall, which always provides a sort of starting point for discussions. The Romans were masters of technology. That wall marks the age of what was Londinium. And the Romans invented the hypercourse, underground heating. They had the aqueducts. They invented cement and concrete. And they had marvellous building technology, superb military technology. And perhaps most important of all, although it doesn't seem so, is the creation of Roman roads, which held the empire together. You could send legions racing across to put down rebellions in different parts of the empire. And of course, here we are today on the verge of another technological revolution, very far-reaching one with AI, with significant implications for education, for health, and for financial services, looking at risk management, personalisation or hyper-personalisation of products, the fight against financial crime and cybercrime. So it's a very, very interesting time. And the UK government is competing with many other financial centres, particularly in the US, when it comes to the attracting investment into AI. And of course, Matt Clifford published his report recently, the AI Opportunities Action Plan, which I think encapsulated the UK government's approach very clearly. He said, "This is a plan which puts us all in, backing the potential of AI to grow our economy, improve lives for citizens and make us a global hub for AI investment and innovation." All 50 of his recommendations have been immediately taken on board and accepted by the government. And specifically on regulation, and Mr. Clifford was positive about the concept of the AI Safety Institute and promoted what he called a competitive approach to AI copyright. And he also said that while regulators should receive more funding for AI, they would also be required to publish annually how they have enabled innovation and growth driven by AI in their sector. And this really chimes with the overall approach of the government for growth and attracting inward investment as rapidly as it can. So against all of that, today's conference is very, very topical. We've got a great lineup of speakers who will take you through the various regulatory approaches in different parts of the world and some of the cross-cutting issues. There's further information on today's programme on the app. Details on how to download that are on your tables. And I think that there's also a questionnaire on all your desks. Please do fill that in. Feedback to us is very, very useful indeed. So I should mention, in the unlikely event of fire, please go back through the exits through which you came into this room. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our chair for the day, Michael Birtwistle, Associate Director for Law and Policy at the Ada Lovelace Institute, which was established by the Nuffield Foundation in collaboration with the Alan Turing Institute and others as an independent research institute with a mission to ensure that data and AI work for people and society. Michael's role is to explore the legal, regulatory and other tools needed to govern AI and data effectively, particularly in the UK and EU. And before joining Ada, Michael led the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation's regulatory workstream, advising how to build responsible innovation approaches into the development of key government publications and governance. Michael.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's conference. Welcome also to our virtual audience. I'm going to start by the conference by thanking the conference sponsors, Freshfields, Lewis Silkin, and the premier sponsor, A&O Shearman. And I'm going to kick us off today by setting the scene a little. As we've just heard, we've seen a huge amount of excitement from government about the transformative potential of AI. It was hard to miss DCIT's launch of the AI Opportunities Action Plan earlier this month, and the ambition to mainline AI into the UK economy, along with the launch of the Digital Centre for Government that set out a more applied way forward for adoption within government. So it's here to stay. Among all this further, every month there are prominent stories about challenges posed by AI, sometimes impacting directly on people, as we've seen with non-consensual deepfakes, and sometimes integrated into value chains we interact with every day, like Apple's withdrawal of its new summary bot or pilots in our public services, as we've seen this morning in the news. Battle lines are being drawn over access to data between creative industries and AI developers, with a parallel fight brewing over the use of personal data, be that directly collected by social media giants or held as a public asset, as we're seeing with the UK's health data. It's a debate punctuated by binaries, many of them false or unhelpful, regulate or innovate, focus on frontier or cross-economy diffusion, open source or closed, regulate extreme risk or today's harms. And coming up in the next few months, we have the promise of an AI bill in the UK, a new executive order on AI in the US, the EU AI Act being implemented at pace through the Codes of Practice process in the context of a deregulatory push from the Draghi report, and in less than a month, the Paris AI Action Summit, where a prominent issue will be how we secure broad economic benefit from AI in the light of a heavily concentrated market. Regulation itself is a very loaded term. People often have quite fixed ideas about what it means when they hear it. At its simplest, I like to think of it as a set of tools within the wider governance toolbox that help us answer important questions about the outcomes we get from technology. Questions like, how do we know it works? How do we know it's safe? Are the actors best able to manage risks incentivized to do so? And what do the answers to each of those questions mean for the confidence with which people and businesses can buy, sell, integrate, use, and advise on that technology and the terms they can access it on? We have a deeply impressive cast list today to bring some light and nuance to all of these kinds of questions. We're going to be talking about the role of existing regulations and their institutions, how the promise of an AI bill and the ongoing implementation of the EU AI Act might change this, what implementing all this at the coalface looks like, what is the tooling for ensuring good outcomes within businesses. And to kick us off, we're going to start with a set of keynotes, beginning with Jane Finlayson-Brown from our sponsor, AI Shearman, where she is partner and global co-lead, digital, data, IP and technology, so a small brief. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. It's a huge pleasure to be here. I'm Jane Finlayson-Brown. As Michael said, I'm the global co-head of Alan Overy's data, digital, IP and tech practice. And of those sort of terms, I specialise in the 2Ds and the T, so not the IP. And I'm very proud to say that A&O Shearman was the first law firm globally to introduce generative AI across our network under a rigorous governance framework, which gives us a unique perspective when we are advising clients on rolling out their AI projects. We're also the lead counsel globally to the Partnership on AI, which many of you will know is a leading non-profit coalition dedicated to advancing responsible AI usage. So we have a huge interest in this topic, and it is our great pleasure to be the lead sponsor here at this excellent conference today. So today I think we're very fortunate. We have in the room a number of very distinguished regulators, policymakers and practitioners, all of you, who will be very engaged to talk about the plan for the development of AI responsibly. However, I thought it would be worth taking a moment to level set with particular reference to the EU and UK regulatory frameworks before we look forward to the developments which are to come. And to ensure that everybody is wide awake first thing this morning, I wanted to be a little bit provocative, or at least I hope thought-provoking. So as a society, we are constantly talking about the need to look for economic growth, productivity, to lower costs, and we find in that regard many opportunities from AI, and yet also some stubborn headwinds. And my proposition is that in many cases, these headwinds are of our own, perhaps inadvertent making, but then equally and also positively, it's really then issues that we can resolve ourselves. So I have some suggestions for this. So the first thing to say is that this is a very complex scene. So I want to show you that in the UK, there are at least 12 bodies involved in setting and influencing policy, regulation and standards. Amongst others, these include the ICO, the FCA, Ofcom, the CMA, not to mention other regulators like Ofgem, the MRHA. We also have the DRCF, the AI Safety Institute, the AI Opportunities Unit, the Regulatory Innovation Office, the expanded Government Digital Service, including, amongst others, the Central Digital and Data Office, the Incubator for AI, government departments such as DCIT, and more broadly, we also have the AI Standards Hub, the Alan Turing Institute, and, as Michael knows, the Ada Lovelace Institute, very distinguished indeed. And this is only for the UK, which is often perceived to be applying a light touch regime, in that we do not as yet have any specific horizontal legislation, which may be to come, as we've heard. Regulations and standards, of course, set internationally will often apply to us extraterritorially, or due to the reality of international business relationships. So, as you can see from this slide, to enable us to make sense of this, we can rather crudely bucket these very august bodies up into certain categories. And all of these regulators have been invited to give us some direction, guidance, and of course are entrusted with the enforcement of laws that are within their jurisdiction in respect of AI. So one's tempted to say that in the case of AI and companies that are seeking for economic growth, the wry old adage applies. It is a case of everything may well have been said, but not everybody has said it. And you may say, well, what about the UK's DRCF, that coordinating body of the 4 regulators, and its AI and Digital Hub, which answers innovators' ad hoc cross-regulatory queries? Well, if you note that the guide time for responses by the Hub is set at 8 weeks, you can see that this is not an easy exercise, even for regulators. And surely that's an indication in and of itself that our regulatory ecosystem is too complex. You may argue that many of these regulators have been in existence for decades, and companies who are subject to their supervision already have to address them in many other aspects of their business activities generally. So what is so different to AI being in scope of their purview, as opposed to, for instance, cloud technologies or other ubiquitous systems? You might also challenge me that AI is not new. Forms of AI have been well used by our leading and international companies for decades and under the same sorts of regulatory supervision, albeit evolving with these new bodies. I think the point of difference, however, is if you believe that generative AI represents a fundamental change. And I think that is a crux which people have struggled with, but also a lot of people come to the view that it is. Industry policymakers are understandably anxious to ensure its adoption, but equally have to proceed without having a full roadmap available to them as to where the real dangers of AI are likely to arise in practice. So it's perhaps inevitable that due to our regulatory ecosystem, we do have multiple bodies carefully feeding their way and issuing guidance, conscious that in 10 years' time, when we look back, what will we wish that we had done differently? In the UK, much of the underlying law to be regulated at the moment is old law, which has been in place for some time, albeit subject to new and evolving regulatory guidance. So this segues neatly to my second proposition, namely that many of our laws have been developed in a time that predates the widespread adoption of generative AI. GDPR, of course, is a foundation law for many AI systems and applications, of course, where there is a use of personal data. It was first introduced back in 2012 and was established at that point on well-based principles which we were very familiar with. At the time, we were told by the ICO and others that it represented evolution, not revolution. It made perfect sense for the world in which it was written, but it now needs to be reviewed carefully through an AI lens. We obviously all want AI developers and deployers to be held to high standards on points which matter to us deeply as a society. They must and should pay proper attention to considering risks and to mitigating them, to explaining how their AI works in as understandable a way as possible, and to addressing fairness and bias. We all recognise the need for a fair balance as between IP rights holders and the creators of LLMs. Indeed, I would argue at A&O Sherman, our clients universally want to engender trust and confidence in the UK industry, which will only come with appropriate regulatory standards. But equally, I would contend that we do not want to put our companies off launching or using products in the UK or the EU. Recognising the massive efforts of many companies to do the right thing, to substantively concentrate on reducing risk and meaningful mitigations is very important. And that is why efforts of the ICO to concentrate on enforcement action where there is significant harm is critical. But I would argue that is not sufficient. Especially given the rise of legal activists, I would argue that as a society, we need to carefully identify what those harms are and to consider critically how our legislation matches up, whether it facilitates or it endangers the AI innovations we all wish to encourage. I think we all want to see an agile regulatory regime that focuses on outcomes and context, not just technical applications of the law, and I think we are in danger of the latter. To provide you with an EU example, which was published in the last 3 weeks, I think indicating a trend. The Court of Justice of the EU awarded damages of €400 to an individual whose IP address was transferred by the European Commission to the US without an international transfer mechanism in place. The damage that the applicant suffered was to be put in a position, and I quote, of some uncertainty as regards the processing of his personal data, in particular his IP address. Irrespective of whether you agree with the judgment legally or not, the result seems somewhat disproportionate to the harm suffered, especially when you consider the need and the potential for group actions and class recourse. So there are a number of GDPR principles that present particular challenges to us when you read it against the current trend for an expansive view of GDPR protection. These include the following. First of all, accuracy. The current state of the art means that we can expect hallucinations to arise when AI models generate personal data as part of their outputs. Data minimization. We know that large amounts of data are required to develop and train an LLM. Lawful basis. We have 6 grounds to justify data processing, the most obvious of which for AI is that it is in the legitimate interests of the company developing or deploying the AI or of a third party. Taking a restrictive interpretation of what is in that company or third party's legitimate interests, or saying that every piece of data processed has to be weighed and measured against this test is a mind-bogglingly huge job when one considers the size of the data sets that we are looking at. Some EU regulatory guidance has indicated that societal benefit is not in itself a legitimate interest, which seems rather self-defeating when we think about the brilliant innovations that can help identify pandemics, for example. I do welcome the ICO's more nuanced view on this, but even there, the bar is set high as to how this will be evidenced. Special category data. Under the GDPR, a further condition has to be established, as we all know, in order to process highly sensitive data. When those requirements were first enacted, their purpose was to protect society from the processing of data that goes to the essence of who we are as individuals. For instance, in terms of our religious and philosophical beliefs, our sexual orientation, our racial origin, amongst others. Incredibly important protections given the horrors of the terrible events such as the Second World War. Now we see these principles expressed to mean that even when there is no intention to use that special category data to assess or profile those characteristics, the presence of even one item of special category data in a data set means that the further condition has to be satisfied or the entire data set may not be used. Joint controllership, an expectation that companies developing certain general purpose LLMs may be joint controllers with their downstream licensees. Given the scale of adoption of AI that seems inevitable, this approach seems to require tech companies to share responsibility for downstream usage, which may in turn require the developer to audit and supervise its licensees to an extent that is very challenging. These types of issues and the potentials for multiple fines under both the EU AI Act and the GDPR, of course, breed uncertainty and caution, as well as putting companies off the UK and the EU for their product launches, as we have certainly observed in recent months. In practice, my question is, what protections does society expect to arise, especially when set off against the consequences for business? So, what are my suggestions, you may ask me very fairly? To my first issue, the plethora of regulatory and policy-making institutions. The very recent AI Opportunities Action Plan, which was mentioned by Maurice, recognised the need for clear rules so that businesses feel confident to invest. It called out the role of the regulatory framework in mitigating risk and supporting AI's potential. It would be very helpful for the Regulatory Innovation Office to take a long, hard look at the abundance of regulatory and policy bodies and to reduce overlap and repetition. Its current tasks and expectations include consideration of what regulation is impeding innovation and taking steps to reduce barriers and supporting regulators to update regulation. However, their remit is targeted to specific areas of interest, for instance, drones and other autonomous technology. Hopefully, the government will consider widening their scope to streamline our regulatory approach across the UK economy. The Sunak government also identified some powerful general principles that it advocated should apply to AI, namely 1. Safety, security and robustness, 2. Appropriate transparency and explainability, 3. Fairness, 4. Accountability and governance, and 5. Contestability and redress. These are excellent standards to apply and align well internationally. And I would advocate that they should be traced on top of legislation such as the GDPR. It may be that this could be achieved through a statutory code, setting out how for AI we should interpret and enforce the GDPR, concentrating on harms that offend these principles, such as LLMs that produce biased results or results that are beyond our expectation of what is reasonable in terms of accuracy, as well as poor behaviour on the part of companies, such as inadequate governance. We absolutely do not want an anything-goes attitude, but surely there can be a moderate and proportionate application of GDPR to fit these 5 principles. I would argue that it is insufficient for the UK government to try to rest on laurels in terms of saying, well, we aren't imposing something similar to the EU AI Act. It also needs to consider very carefully how GDPR should be applied and enforced in a thoughtful manner. To do this, of course, will take some courage and discussion with EU neighbours. We absolutely do not want to jeopardise our retention of adequacy, but in a likely deregulatory era in the US, a pragmatic approach is, in my view, desirable, where we get back to the essence of what we are trying to protect, rather than an overly expansive and technocratic interpretation of GDPR. I also think that a more integrated form of digital governance would be very helpful in enabling companies to establish quickly what are quick wins, how they can assimilate and sensibly apply similar requirements under multiple compliance regimes, and I've illustrated a few here. So to conclude, while I have no doubt that policymakers and governments in the UK and the EU are very keen to make sure that our regulatory environment is as competitive and appropriate as possible, I think there is more to do, and my challenge to us today is to look positively at how we can take this forward and make a meaningful difference that both contributes to growth but also regulates what is important. I see ourselves in the room as the boffins, who are immersed in the detail and who can be bold and radical, at the same time implementing the right safeguards that are in everyone's interest, whether citizen, state or corporation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. That was a fantastic summary of the sort of status quo of where we are with regulation, and particularly the application of existing rules like GDPR to AI. I was particularly interested in the support for the AI principles we saw the last government propose, and I suspect Lord Holmes, a later speaker, may have something to say about that, as he laid a bill in the last Parliament in support of those. Our next keynote is James Benford, who is Executive Director for Data and Analytics Transformation and Chief Data Officer at the Bank of England. He's responsible for the bank's collection of statistics and regulatory data and for a bank-wide transformation agenda to help it make best use of data, which I understand involves the integration of AI into the way it works. James, please.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here today to share with you the strides we're making with data and AI at the Bank of England. Our mission is to make data and AI infrastructure that benefits everyone, ensuring that we remain at the forefront of innovation. Caveat up front, so I'm responsible for applying AI within the regulator, but not for regulation. However, I will touch on regulation at the end, and I hope you find the insights in terms of how we're working internally useful too. The base for AI is, of course, how is this going to work? There we go. The base for AI is, of course, data. Last year, the bank launched a new data and analytics strategy. It's on the slide here to help us work more efficiently, make better decisions, and drive collective success for both ourselves and financial services in the UK. Our strategy is organised around three components: strategic objectives that describe the outcomes we're working towards, 3 missions describing the capabilities that we need to build to get there, and 2 supporting foundations. We're using these to engage and tell the story of our strategic implementation, to form milestones, track progress, and celebrate success. The bank's strategy has 2 foundations. The first is cloud for data, establishing an enterprise data platform on the cloud and an effective operating model around it. We now have a test and development environment, and we'll bring that live to users across the bank this year. The second foundation is to establish the right business change, skills and culture, and essentially centred around people. On top of the 3 foundations that we're working on, we have 2 foundations we're working on. We have 3 missions. The first is to make it easy to work with data and to analyse it, centred around data governance. The second is to bridge data gaps, to increase the value that we collect and share, to make sure that we have the right data in the building and that we maximise value to society by sharing it where appropriate. The third is the one I'll focus on today, enabling safe and effective innovation, including artificial intelligence. To bring the strategy to life, we're focusing on 3 big use cases in the bank. The first is how we work with macroeconomic data, how we forecast with it, how we support monetary policy. And a lot of that drives the response to a review that Dr. Bernanke did of the bank last year. The second and most advanced is modernising how we produce statistics. We expect to realise significant efficiency gains there, and also benefits to external users, for example, by enabling programmatic access to the data that we have at the bank. We produce 30,000 statistical series for the UK. The third is to streamline the bank's regulatory data collections, and we're working there to reduce the 1.5 to 2 billion costs it costs the banking sector as a whole to report to us, and that's a big focus, particularly for the PRA part of the bank, the Prudential Regulatory Authority. So, come on to AI, and AI actually changes the scope for the data strategy itself. It's requiring us to broaden our technological foundations, broaden the scope of work with data, and expand our skills foundation. On the foundation, we need to make use of external tools and models and have the right security in place to use those. And we also need operations to support the deployment models in business processes. On the scope of data, I'll come on to say more about this. Data is no longer just numbers, it's documents, emails, even messaging conversations. And so we're having to broaden the scope of our data management to information governance more broadly. And on skills, of course, the big advent of generative AI is it can be used by everyone, placing a big premium on training and development. This was touched on in the previous remarks too, but I think there are 3 fundamental differences with the latest technologies of generative AI. The first is the enormous step change in the size and complexity of models. We've been using AI for a while now in the form of machine learning at the bank, and the largest model we'd used historically had 100,000 parameters in it. The latest Gen AI models have 40 billion and counting parameters, so you can really see the big step change in power there. Flip side of that, of course, is complexity, and the risk that the models themselves become the ultimate black boxes. With AI and generative AI, all data is now in scope. Touched on that, both in terms of training and real-time application. That, of course, poses ethical questions, which I'll come on to, but also evaluation challenges. An AI model will behave depending on the context that's put around it, both public data and private data, and it can be difficult to predict, therefore, how the model will evolve. And the last piece is for everyone, and that's the real, I think, exciting potential that Gen AI solutions offer. The governor described this last year as AI having all the hallmarks of a general purpose technology, and the potential to empower staff and improve productivity in the same way, for example, as the Industrial Revolution. Of course, that's not without risks, and a lot of people using tools that they don't understand could also grow those risks. At the bank, we've come up with an acronym. It's always good to have an acronym, which we're referring to as TRUSTED, a set of different dimensions. I'll walk through these to make sure that AI is safe and effective in terms of its internal use. The first letter, T, stands for targeted. AI efforts must be focused on defined use cases, tied to our strategy and mission, and generate measurable value. Problems chasing a solution, not solutions in search of a problem. At the bank, we're particularly focused on realising efficiency savings on our regular tasks and processes. R stands for reliable. We aim for reliable AI systems with high-quality data, ensuring accuracy through guardrails that reference or constrain outputs to source documents. U, understood. AI literacy is crucial. Models must be comprehensible, with clear decisions flowing from acquiring and using AI. We ensure traceability and interpretability of outputs and document strengths and limitations. S stands for secure. AI, of course, introduces new information flows externally to third parties, and it's vital that privacy and confidentiality is protected there. Internally, of course, AI can expose gaps in how information is classified and made available. We address threats with robust security measures, privacy controls, and clear terms of use. Fifth, slight cheat here, the T stands for stress tested. I think there's a fundamental point, I touched on it before. The AI system is not just the model that you're using, it's the context around it and the people that are guiding the use of the model and the changing context itself. It's simply not possible to predict how that system will change in the future. And careful thought is, I think, required to make sure we fully understand the consequence of hardwiring or softwiring AI systems into business processes. Stress testing practices are something that's well developed in financial services and will need to evolve to make sure they understand the implications of the complex systems that we're building of human and machines. E stands for ethical. Of course, all organisations need to uphold the rule of law, but with all the possibilities that AI opens up from leveraging data, the question of what is the right thing to do, what's the ethical thing to do, is now all the more important. Clear frameworks are needed to make sure responsibilities are clear and there's support for best practice. Finally, D, durable. We're focused on creating durable solutions at the bank, sustainable solutions where the benefits exceed the costs. One critical thing that's proving very valuable in that regard at the bank is putting the cost of AI systems, both their development and the use of the systems, on the user, and forcing the local business use, therefore, to internalise the costs and make sure they're exceeded by the benefits. To bring those set of different dimensions to life, we're rolling out internally a new governance framework and a new strategy. First, we have put in place an artificial intelligence policy to inform staff how to use AI responsibly, what to do, and who to reach out to, for advice and to make decisions. It's there to enable the business to make their own decisions on the use of AI rather than to draw all decisions into the centre and create bottlenecks. Second, as touched on before, we have a new data analytics and AI ethics framework. It outlines foundational principles to incorporate ethics in everything we do with data and analysis, guided by principles, for example, of application being beneficial, being fair, being transparent, secure, with compliance and accountability embedded. We've rolled out a new tool there to allow an individual business user of an AI tool to self-assess on the ethical risks and make their own assessment and then escalate where there are significant risks identified. Third, we have an AI strategy brought together under a new AI governance committee to guide prioritisation on particular use cases and the support we're providing for them. We're looking to find AI solutions that have enterprise-wide applicability. And finally, that AI and Data Ethics Governance Committee is a new committee in the bank. It's there to make sure we govern once and well and ensure that innovation is not stifled by competing frameworks. When we looked across internally within the organisation, and this I think was touched on at a macro level in the previous remarks, we found at least 12, possibly 15 different sets of policies that touched on AI. And without having something that brought all of that together, there was a real risk of stifling innovation by people not knowing where to go to get decisions. I thought I'd touch at this point on what is clearly already the new hot topic for this year, which is agentic AI, this year's Gen AI, if you will. And first of all, and it's quite hard to pin this down, a precise definition of agentic AI. What is it? From what I've gathered from looking at different technology companies' definitions, it's an advanced AI system capable of performing tasks independently, designing workflows and using available tools with minimal human intervention. It's built to operate autonomously, making decisions and executing actions with little or no interventions. Clearly, from the description, that has a lot of opportunities. You can automate complex tasks more fully, improving efficiencies and productivity across various industries, and the potential for the scope of application can be broader. However, there are plainly risks. In places, through the descriptions, agentic AI is, if not taking a human out of the loop, then at least putting a human in the loop in a different place. Reduced human control can lead to unpredictable outcomes. The system may fail to account for changing contexts or behave in ways misaligned with human objectives, leading to harmful outcomes. Additionally, the autonomy and complexity of multiple agentic AI solutions can magnify security risks. How new is agentic AI? Autonomous operation is not, of course, entirely new. For some time now, companies have been wiring up machine learning algorithms, for example, into their business processes. This headline is from well over a decade ago, and that does make clear, I think, the risks. The 2010 flash crash, when algorithmic trading caused a rapid decline in the stock market, highlights them well. I think the same trusted framework, the same principles can be used to identify and manage the risks and put the right strategic focus in place. And plainly here, another concept, proportionality, is something that we really need to think about to guiding an appropriate approach to governing these new systems. An agent that can autonomously search across emerging information sources and present a synthesis to humans to guide their actions that day plainly presents quite different risks to an agent that is wired into controlling business operations like trading or pricing decisions. We're engaged externally at the bank, and we're joined up in terms of our internal application and our regulatory work. The bank and FCA periodically survey the use of AI and machine learning across the financial sector. The most recent survey covered over 120 firms 75% of banks, insurers, asset managers, non-bank lenders and financial market infrastructure were already using AI in some form, up from 53% in the previous year. There's a clear tendency to start in the safer areas. For example, 41% using AI to optimize internal processes, 37% to mitigate risk from cyber attacks, 33% from fraud, 20% for money laundering. But there are other more risky use cases, algorithmic trading, capital management, where you can see AI getting a foothold too. The bank's own experience is not dissimilar. We've spent a long time using machine learning in our analytical processes and are now focusing Gen AI efforts on basically how we process the vast amount of information that comes into the building. The bank is establishing an AI consortium this year, which will launch in the first half. It's there to identify how AI can be used in financial services, to discuss the risks, the benefits, the challenges arising from that use, and to inform the bank's own approach to addressing risks and promoting the safe adoption of AI. For the financial sector as a whole, our overriding approach is to make sure that we harness the benefits of AI whilst ensuring that we enable safe adoption and our policy frameworks are consistent with that. We'll work with industry to understand those benefits, to understand the different approaches firms are taking to managing risks, and where we as regulators can spread best practice that we observe widely across the industry, and whether further guidance and guardrails can support widespread industry adoption. The bank's Financial Policy Committee is working with that new AI consortium and will, in the coming months, publish its assessment of the potential impact of AI on financial stability and set out how it will monitor risks going forward. To conclude, as we deploy AI, we do still need to double down on our data foundations and ensure strong and enabling governance frameworks and policies. Agentic AI can take humans out of the loop, or at least put them in a different place in the loop. And that only adds to the needs to make sure we have effective risk management through effective governance and data foundations. Firms are plainly increasing and broadening their AI applications, including to higher stakes use cases. And at the bank, we are setting up a new AI consortium to keep in touch with that. And the Financial Policy Committee will publish its assessment in the coming months. Thanks very much for listening. If we've got time, I could take a question or two. 3 minutes. So, question or two. Any questions from the room on any of that? Gentleman at the back.
So it may be a bit of a curved ball because it concerns the Bank of England and the PRA's stance to AI regulation rather than the internal use of AI.
Yes.
But I'm interested that although it's clear that the bank participates in discussion papers, data collection and so on, and also that PRA papers have been intended to address AI in some degree, for example, SS123 for banks' model risk management.
Yes.
It's not explicitly about AI, but
Yes.
it is meant to be robust enough to cover AI. And yet, when you look at the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, you see the ICO, you see the CMA and the FCA, but the PRA and the bank are absent. Do you know why that is?
Yeah, I can say a bit about that. And first, the bank has a different role with respect to the FCA, and I do think it's significant that it doesn't have that consumer-facing role, and it puts it in a slightly different position. So I think that's important too. As you say, in terms of prudential regulation, and that's the area of the bank's responsibilities, there are existing frameworks. You touched on one, which is model risk. There's another one, which is around data management, and both are, although they didn't anticipate AI in its current form, both are highly relevant. The bank is conscious here of the risks of both inaction and too early action, and it's going to be thoughtful, I think, in its approach, and hence it's taking stock on what firms are doing and how they bear on those existing frameworks. And the Financial Policy Committee, together with the Prudential Regulation Authority, does plan to set out how it sees the overall risks and how it will monitor them going forward. So I think, I just to kind of come back, note the different position not involved in consumer regulation, and note the need to be thoughtful, recognising that there are existing frameworks. There was one question, I think, at the front.
I was just going to ask if you could talk maybe with more detail, if you feel comfortable about the cases that you're practically adopting at the moment within the bank.
Yeah, sure.
Particularly drawing on maybe the barriers that you feel others might be experiencing that you see and maybe overcome.
Yeah. Happy to do that. So in terms of general application of AI internally as a productivity tool, we are, like many other companies, testing co-pilots and getting to a stage where we're rolling them out to a broader set of users. We found co-pilots to be particularly useful in coding work. 1 in 5 people at the bank do their work in code, and in terms of time saved on coding activity, it can be up to 30%. That's clearly a big productivity saving, with the caveat that you need to know what you're doing, right? So it's important that you put the tool in the hands of experienced coders. The more general co-pilots for use in everyday tasks, summarising meetings, that also there's also evidence of productivity savings there, but they're a bit smaller. We also have some bespoke applications of Gen AI, and there are 2. So one which we're working through is basically how the bank gathers intelligence from businesses. There's a kind of well-worked pattern, which is meet someone, write up the meeting, score the meeting for different sentiments, summarise lots of meetings for different markets or the country as a whole, and AI can clearly support that workflow. And we're working through step by step to find the right bespoke tool to support that. The second large application is to do with processing of unstructured data. The bank receives and can access an awful lot of PDF documents, risk packs, MI management information, internal management information, firm-specific disclosures on the with results and things like that. More than is humanly possible to read, and so we're again working through AI as a workflow to extract information out, thematically highlight things to dig into further, and produce summary reports. So I think those are the 2 in terms of Gen AI use cases we're focused on. In terms of the question about risks, I mean, so that there clearly are a lot of guardrails and structure you need to put in to support reliability and traceability back to source, and it goes back in many places to the way that the data itself is managed and the supporting metadata is managed.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, James. I was particularly struck by the trusted model and the sort of similarities and overlaps with the DCIT model for responsible innovation. It feels like there's many institutions have spent the last few years sort of working out how to operationalise good outcomes from AI, and we now have some very practical frameworks emerging. Continuing with the theme of AI being now with us in very applied contexts, we're now going to hear from Giles Pratt, a partner at Freshfields, another of our sponsors, about AI in the boardroom. Giles heads up Freshfields' Intellectual Property and Technology Group, and also co-heads their international data practice and the firm's tech transformation and AI initiatives. Welcome, Giles.
Morning, everyone. It is not even 10 o'clock, and I think we already have quite a lot to be thinking about on AI. I'm sorry to add to that list. I was going to talk about something a little bit different. I was going to ask ourselves how listed companies should be organising their thoughts on AI, and in particular, how they should be talking to investors about AI, and what it takes for listed companies to confidently address the risks and opportunities of AI, and in particular how that plays through into governance and what that means as well for kind of UK markets. The scene, I think, has already been set very nicely by the UK government's AI Opportunities Action Plan, which has already been referred to today. We know AI is here as an opportunity across sectors. It is placing the UK, at least in an attempt to be one of the leaders in AI globally, probably behind the US and China, and you can pick your newsroom to work out which of those two come in which order. And thirdly, lots of businesses here and beyond are looking at how to use AI to make sure that they are flourishing, and that depends on a stable and predictable regulatory framework, which I know a lot of people in this room are very close to. Certainly from the work that we are doing at Freshfields, we know that lots of organisations, many of you here in this room, are very focused on responsibly implementing AI in the way in which you are developing and deploying new technologies. And we know that that is also resonating with boards, and they are trying to work out how to ask the right questions of the organisations that they are looking after. So I thought I would start by asking, how much are companies talking to the market about AI? And the answer is an awful lot. When you look at the stats from just the past year, in terms of how listed companies have started referring to AI in their formal communications with investors, in the UK you can see a 75% increase in the number of UK listed companies that are issuing statements about AI. That's just over the past year. And in the US, you can see an even more dramatic uptick. Now, the starting point for that investor communication, I know we are talking a lot about growth in this country, but the starting point often for that investor communication is risk. And many people here will appreciate that listed companies in the UK, in the US, are obliged to disclose business risks to investors. And of course, boards are expected to assess those risks and how they're managed, particularly under the UK Corporate Governance Code. And that has led to a focus on AI at different levels of risk within companies' annual reports. And I think it's quite interesting to see how different companies have been kind of bringing AI into their reporting. You've got a relatively thin slice of companies who are now well, it's up to now sort of 40% who are describing AI as an emerging risk in their annual reports, and that's 40% of the FTSE 100. And then you've got a meaningful proportion of companies that have also started to link AI to another principal risk. And so that might be privacy, it might be confidentiality, cybersecurity, operational resilience, fraud, compliance, or regulatory change. And then you've got just 6% who are calling AI out as a separate principal risk. And the interesting thing when you dig into the annual reports of the companies that are saying that AI is a principal risk is that they are mostly worried about falling behind. That tends to be companies who are saying that there is a competitive disadvantage to not jumping quickly into AI adoption, and that they fear that their competitors will therefore get ahead. So we are now formally at a stage where AI FOMO is entering the public markets as an investor consideration. And a little something for the lawyers and compliance professionals in the room, the cost and regulatory burden in general of dealing with AI is also flagged as a separate risk by a number of companies. And you are seeing pretty similar proportions in the US, where if you look at the Fortune 500, you've got a jump of from 9% to 56% of companies mentioning AI as a specific risk factor in their recent reporting. You might ask, what is driving that? Is it just because people love talking about AI? There's definitely a bit of that going around. But it's also a combination of proxy advisors and activists. So proxy advisors, those who are advising institutional investors on how to vote, are increasingly looking for more disclosure from listed companies about their adoption of AI, particularly because of these risks. And I'll come on to a few more proxy advisor examples in a moment. And in the US, you're seeing one of the main drivers for disclosure as well being shareholder activism and trade union activists. You've seen quite pointed statements made by those activists towards the likes of Apple, Netflix, Disney. People will have seen reported that at one of Apple's more recent AGMs, a trade union activist was able to get up to 37.5% of votes, encouraging greater disclosure of responsible AI. And I'm probably biased, but I think it's quite a good thing that that vote was able to be defended, because it would have actually preempted Apple's launch of Apple Intelligence. And so it would be rather odd that a push to hear more about responsible AI could be a spoiler for a big technology launch. But that is certainly the level of interest that we're seeing. What you can't escape either is the investor focus on the role of the board in managing all of this. The Financial Reporting Council's updated corporate governance code guidelines, which talks about controls over new technologies, particularly AI, as potentially being material for a very important sign-off. So for the board's declaration as to the effectiveness of material controls at the company. You've also got the FRC stressing that it is important for boards to have a clear view of the responsible development of AI within an organisation. There is also an expectation of board-level AI expertise. Glass Lewis, one of the proxy advisors, recently published their benchmark policy guidelines, and they have outlined expectations for disclosures around AI governance, including ensuring how the board of directors is well versed on AI and has AI expertise within it. So all of the noise that you hear around AI literacy from the EU kind of resonates up through to the investor level. And it's actually quite spiky. They even say that they would recommend voting against the re-election of directors where they find that the board's oversight, response or disclosure concerning AI-related issues is insufficient. And if you look at the stats, you've got this increasing trend of greater AI expertise on the board. I think it's slightly misleading to say that the FTSE 100 are ahead of the S&P 500. You might have a higher percentage there, but actually when you look at the depth of the technology businesses in the US, you see much higher percentage of those that have board leaders who are kind of able to explain that they are AI experts. What should a company do to organise how it is managing AI? As you can see from the left and the right-hand side of the slide, boards are not necessarily organised in the same way for how they are tracking and managing risk. And I think the helpful answer for listed companies right now is there is no one right way of making sure that AI flows through the kind of board level governance, but maybe just to sort of pick out a few examples. You've got, for the FTSE 100 on the left, 10% of boards have retained full oversight of AI. And you've got about 40% who are delegating to some sort of other governance body, be it specific to AI, to audit, or to risk. And then you've got 50% who are not currently telling us what they're up to. And you see a pretty similar mix in the US if you look at the S&P 500. You've got 8% who are keeping AI governance at a full board, about 35% who are delegating to audit risk or technology committees, and then over 60% who are not telling us exactly how they're doing it. So the takeaways from kind of what we're seeing from the kind of public reports, from conversations that we have with those in the boardroom, is that firstly there's increased communication about AI. So boards clearly need to think about what the company is going to be transmitting to investors about it. Secondly, you've got activists, proxy investors, a number of others who are pushing for increased disclosure. You've then got an increasingly sharp-edged regime aimed at companies and directors who fail to adequately address AI risk at the boardroom level. And then you've got an increasing importance of AI expertise in the board, which means that those senior folks in this room who have AI expertise will certainly be very much in demand for posts at the board level. I thought it was then worth just asking, well, how does that translate into good AI governance. I think you're going to hear a lot about this today, and I'll just offer a few thoughts. Firstly, echoing what you've heard already, we are seeing an appetite from boards to understand the regulatory risk arising from emerging laws on AI, as well as understanding the twists on old laws. Secondly, we're seeing lots of companies being tested by their boards as to how they're kind of flowing these AI risks and opportunities through the different governance layers within an organization. And then thirdly, as a more practical way of trying to work out what to do with everything that you hear about AI, we're seeing boards look to have a kind of a hot list of the AI touch points that they need to worry about from a legal and commercial perspective, and really trying to kick the tires on that list. And so taking each of those in turn, I think boards wanting to stay on top of the legal and regulatory landscape is a given. We all know here that AI is becoming quite a fragmented legal and compliance problem, and lots of organizations are just trying to stay on top of the mix that comes from things like the EU AI Act, obviously different US state laws, China having jumped ahead on AI regulation relatively early doors, a new law this month in South Korea, and that list will go on, and it is of course on top of the patchwork of existing laws that are in kind of adjacent domains and which are being applied to AI. All of that, you might say, means that the UK is a pretty happy place for investors in that we're not trying to layer on our own version of the EU AI Act. But whatever the UK is doing, most of our kind of large UK headquartered but international companies will have to keep a close eye on the broader regulatory situation. And so we are seeing typically that oversight plays through perhaps an AI leader within an organization, and that person then very plugged into a cross-departmental AI steering group. I think certainly within legal and compliance functions, my observation is that AI has become quite a team sport. It might be for a privacy lawyer, a competition lawyer, an employment lawyer, a regulatory lawyer, a consumer lawyer, an IP lawyer. Everyone has a role to play feeding into that, but I think you ultimately need someone who is able to take the lead and to sort of help the board both ask and answer some of the harder questions about what it should be doing. I touched on there being a sort of a hot list of the things that people probably want to have in front of them and pressure testing on a regular basis to see whether or not a company is doing well from an AI perspective. And I'll offer up a few of those. I think the use of third-party data as an input to AI systems is becoming an increasingly complex problem. Businesses just see it as, can I use that data? Lawyers then get to unpack that and ask, is it a contract problem, an IP problem, a data privacy problem? And actually trying to make that understandable for a business is, I think, increasingly important. I think uses of personal data or commercially sensitive data give rise to the obvious conundrums that you've already heard about. AI making decisions about individuals brings in questions about employee rights. It brings in questions about privacy. What if you are pooling data with third parties as a way of creating a more powerful database for your AI pre-training, for what you're going to do next? That type of sharing of data can be incredibly powerful. That's actually one of the potential drivers of growth, but it presents new challenges for businesses around confidentiality, around privacy, around IP, and so on. And then the other one, which I see people, particularly kind of large businesses that are at the kind of deployer end of the spectrum, kind of agonizing over, is how they deal with this kind of liability spectrum on AI. You've got a lot of very talented AI vendors out there that are selling essentially low liability AI offerings. AI is a nascent technology. These people can't tell you that it is going to be providing everything accurately and transparently for all, exactly to the points that we've heard. And yet many of the businesses in this room will have customers who are used to receiving a shiny, perfect service from them and expect high service levels from you as a provider. How are you going to make sure as an organization that you don't get caught in between someone who is selling you a highly innovative, desirable, interesting AI system that they can't warrant in the way that you are being asked to warrant things to your customers, and how you're going to reset expectations? I think those are the key risks that many boards have on their list. And I think on top of that, there's the AI value protection opportunity that you have to bear in mind, making sure that AI doesn't fall into the trap that data fell into a little while ago. And in particular, people always used to say, I've got lots of proprietary data, and now you hear people have got lots of proprietary AI, and making sure that actually something that you have in the AI space is itself protectable. Where does that take us? So, in conclusion, AI is an increasing focus for boards. We are seeing a huge desire to communicate about it. Because the law and the guidance isn't too prescriptive, you see organisations iterating how they are managing those risks and opportunities through an AI leader, across functional steerco. They're often keeping on top of it with their AI watch list that I've just run through, and they're using that to inform how they play into investor communications. This is, I think, going to be a marathon, not a sprint. It's going to evolve for all of us over time. The good news, at least here in the UK, is, including thanks to those in this room, we hope to have some of the leaders in the world for how to explain how to do all of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. I was actually pretty riveted by that, and I'm sorry that we don't actually have time for questions as we're running a little over. We heard earlier from Jane about how challenging it can be to find proportionate ways to comply with GDPR during AI development. The ICO has done an awful lot of work recently, specifically on issuing guidance around the application of GDPR to generative AI. I'm very pleased to introduce the man himself, John Edwards, the UK Information Commissioner, who's going to talk to us about whether we can still have our data protection and innovation cake and eat it too. Thank you so much, John.
Kia ora. Thanks for having me here. It's a regular event on my calendar now to speak to the City and Financial, and this year's theme of AI certainly meshes with our work priorities. It is an important time. Tomorrow is Data Protection Day, so well done on your coincidental scheduling. And so keep an eye on what the ICO will be putting out on our social media channels tomorrow. Last year, I designated AI as one of our key causes. A whole economy regulator has to be strategic about where we focus our limited resources and how we allocate those. And we need to put those where we can have the greatest impact. By focusing on AI, we hope to unlock the UK's potential as an innovative, privacy-respectful place to develop products or services. You might also have noticed that just before Christmas, the Prime Minister wrote to all regulators and asked them to come up with 5 ideas to help with the growth agenda. Well, being the swats that we are, we came up with 7. But I want to read to you the first on that list. It says, giving businesses regulatory certainty on AI. Artificial intelligence has the potential to add £47 billion to the UK economy each year. But regulatory uncertainty risks being a barrier to businesses investing in and adopting transformational technology. We will produce a single set of rules for those developing or using AI products to make it easier for them to innovate and invest responsibly while safeguarding people's information rights. We would support the government in legislating for such rules to become a statutory code of practice on AI to provide further regulatory certainty to businesses wanting to invest in AI in the UK. We support businesses and innovators to navigate the UK's regulatory landscape in their development and deployment of new technologies. We will progress our pipeline of new and refreshed innovation-focused guidance, including on neurotech, cloud computing and Internet of Things devices. We will also support the government in the rollout of AI across the public sector to encourage public trust in these new technologies and drive improved efficiency and productivity in public services. So there's our commitment that we've laid out, and we will be held to account for those by the government. I think it's important for me, in the spirit of that, to set out for you the kinds of services we have to help you get it right. But at the same time, it's important that we ensure that the correct guardrails are in place to protect people's information and keep it safe. These guardrails come in the form of guidance, tools and opportunities to work directly with us and to implement these technologies safely. It's already been mentioned this morning that the government's AI Opportunities Action Plan was released a couple of weeks ago. That's designed to boost productivity and use AI to grow the economy. We're looking forward to working closely with the government on this plan to maximise the benefits of AI while still protecting people's privacy. And that is key. Innovation cannot come at the cost of keeping people's information safe, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But it's so important to your sector as well. To do your jobs, to run successful businesses, people need to be able to trust you with their data, just like they need to trust that the products and services you offer are good value. You all need to have good reputations, trustworthy, responsible, safe, to keep those business models running. Inevitably, this means that firms also, understandably, need to be careful about compliance. You're worried about how to ensure you're following the rules while implementing these technologies. Research conducted by the Bank of England and the FCA last year showed that in financial services, the biggest perceived regulatory constraint on the use of AI was data protection and privacy. In terms of non-regulatory constraints, the biggest concern was safety, security, and the robustness of AI models. I do want to give a slightly mixed message today. Fundamentally and principally, my message to you today is one of reassurance. I don't want you to miss out on the opportunities that AI brings because of your fear of getting things wrong. I understand reticence, but today I want to provide guidance on how data protection can actually help you to implement AI safely. It's not a barrier or a constraint, it is a guidebook. First, the basics, the principles of data protection, the ones that Jane took us through, which mirror the AI principles set out by the last government. Fairness, transparency, purpose limitation, accuracy, security, for example. All of these map onto the things you need to think about with AI. Now, we all know everyone in this room is already making sure that customer data is secure. That's your fundamental business, isn't it? It's not just because of data protection law, it's because that makes good business sense, and it's essential and always has been to the financial services sector. But where data protection offers something a bit different is around concepts such as fairness. What does fairness mean in this context? How do you make sure that your practices and the algorithms you might be deploying aren't discriminatory, offering different products or services to people based on assumptions about ethnicity or inferences about other protected characteristics? Following the data protection principles will ensure you won't go far wrong when implementing a new AI solution. Treat the principles like a roadmap, helping you to get to your destination of responsible AI usage. And the way in which you do that, the methodology, can be through data protection impact assessment. It's a really helpful, methodical way of assessing risk and benefit. Regulators being responsive to evolving technology is key to helping you get it right, whether that's through us updating our policy positions so you know where you stand, publishing AI-specific guidance, or working closely with other regulators to ensure we're providing you with joined-up cross-regulatory advice. We are regulating already, right across the supply chain. The narrative that there's a Wild West, that there's large regulatory lacunas, is one that I reject. We're providing support at each stage of the AI life cycle, from developers and designers to the organisations using the models. Our support takes different forms. For example, at the end of last year, we released our current thinking and policy positions on generative AI, like our opinion on how developers approach legitimate interests. My assumption is that most of the people in this room are not the ones creating or designing these models. You're more likely to be users yourselves. In that case, I expect your compliance team to ask these questions to developers before recommending a Gen AI model for wider use in your organisations. And that's where our guidance also comes in. It's designed to reduce the burden of compliance on you and your teams, offering quick and easy ways to ensure you're following the law. It means you can get on with doing what you do best, delivering for your customers. And if your questions aren't answered, or if you need more support, we've got that covered as well. Our innovation advice service gives you the opportunity to ask detailed questions to our team of experts specific to your sector. We'll come back to you with an answer within 10 to 15 days, because we know that in the world of AI, speed matters. But that speed can't come at the cost of keeping people's information safe. And Giles spoke of this FOMO, this rush to market. I understand that. And I don't want to slow you down, but there has to be a little bit of friction in the process. We've already seen missteps by Gemini, by Apple's news summary service. And those might be reasonably trivial matters, but when the fuel of these models is personal data, data of your customers, you can't be taking those chances. And we will regulate, and we have done. We've demanded accountability in products that we think have come to market without the necessary due diligence. We know that many of you will have questions that spread across different regulators. In some cases, we may not be the first regulator you'd think to ask for help. But to save you time and to further reduce the burden of compliance, we've joined up with our fellow regulators, such as Ofcom, the Financial Conduct Authority and the CMA, to offer a one-stop shop for your questions. Through the DRCF, and our Chief Executive Kate Jones is going to be speaking to you later, we've created and have been piloting the AI and Digital Hub. That was funded for 1 year, but if you have questions that cut across different regulatory remits, you have until the end of next month to get those in, and you will get a considered response from as many regulators as your query touches on. The Hub offers an advice service to support innovation if your query touches on 2 or more of the DRCF members' remits. It's a joined-up approach designed to speed up the process, allowing you to implement innovative solutions with regulatory certainty. Of most relevance to you, we've worked closely with the FCA to make our positions clear on what information or promotions financial service firms are allowed to share with their customers. We've clarified that it wasn't against data protection law to inform your customers if they could receive a better savings rate. This applied even if the customer had opted out of direct marketing, bringing the FCA's consumer duty guidance into play. We've also worked with the FCA and the pension regulator to provide greater clarity for retail investment firms and pension scheme trustees when communicating with their customers. Again, data protection is not a barrier to providing customers with regulatory or service messages, even if the customer has opted out of marketing. I want to draw to a close there so that we have a little bit of time for some questions, but please do remember one thing. The ICO is here to help. We don't want to stand in your way or to create unnecessary barriers to you using AI solutions or improving your services for customers. We are here to help guide you and help you implement these measures while respecting people's privacy rights and complying with the law. And in the end, that's going to be in your best business interests as well. And I think that's a message that the boards will be asking of you as well. So I think I have a few moments to wait for some questions, or do we need to move on?
We'll go to 25 past,
Okay.
as I'm sure people would love to hear from you. And if you could wait for the microphone to reach you if you're asking to online.
You're hearing that at the back? We have a few minutes for questions. There's some mics around. Who would like to kick us off? If there are none, I'm happy to head off to Brussels.
Hi, thank you for that. That was really helpful and reassuring, which I'm sure was your intention. I'm particularly interested in the mention of the single set of rules and statutory code of practice that you mentioned as one of the points that you flagged to the government that you'd be working on. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. It's long been I've been battling a counter-narrative, frankly, that there is a Wild West, that this is unregulated territory. We simply don't believe that. Personal data feeds the models. Personal data is inputted into the models, and it's used to, the technologies are used to expedite your business response to customers, all of which is personal data. So we believe that from one end of the supply chain to the other, the UK GDPR applies. Now, as Jane described this morning, some of that happens in quite a general way. So the GDPR is a bunch of big buckets, there's fairness, there's accuracy, there's transparency, there's accountability. So while I can stand here and confidently say to you that those principles are flexible enough to apply to all known AI use cases, it is understandable that there's some uncertainty as to exactly how they do that. If we look at the idea of fairness and sort of AI inferences about protected characteristics, we might work with the Equality and Human Rights Commission, for example, to elaborate just what we expect to see in terms of AI auditing, to demonstrate that a model has been trained on representative data, to see that biases are not repeated or are mitigated. So there are a number of ways in which I think we can get more granular with our advice and guidance. We did that last year with our consultation series on generative AI, when we talked about lawful basis. We sought views on the lawful basis for the use of personal data in training large language models, purpose limitation, individual rights. This is a real challenge, which we're starting to see emerge more and more. How does one exercise one's right of access to information, of correction, of deletion of personal data from a large language model? Now, there are still different views as to whether the data inside the model is personal data. I happen to think that very clearly it is. But it is not a trivial matter to allow people, and it's not a scalable solution yet, as to how you allow people to exercise those rights, such as the right to deletion, the right to be forgotten. At the moment, deleting incorrect data from models requires an individualized response and prompts, and I'm not sure that that's scalable. So there's legal, technological, and policy matters still in development, which I think we'll continue to roll out. Charles.
Thanks, John. I have maybe a nerdy question, if you'll forgive me, and it's to take you back to the point I made in my my discussion around AI being a team sport across lawyers from different disciplines. You mentioned your consultation. There's a paragraph or two in there around the interplay between privacy law and IP law, and in particular this suggestion that if content which is processed for the purpose of pre-training a model is itself copyright content as well as a collection of personal data, whether or not that might itself cause you to conclude from a privacy perspective that the processing isn't lawful if you couldn't find a good IP justification for the use of that data in the copyright sense. I don't know if you've had any kind of further discussions about that. It's obviously kind of quite a topical point with the potential reform of copyright law in this country. Just be interested to hear how the ICO is involved in that discussion.
Well, I mean, it is a raging debate, and it's one that I'm loath to step into. I haven't practiced intellectual property law for many years, but you're absolutely right, Giles, that is at the cutting edge. And we saw, I don't know if anybody watched Laura Kuenssberg yesterday, but the debate there was centred around how, and Sir Paul McCartney, Bevan Kidron, creatives in this economy, talking about how AI has the potential to strip away those rights. How material is used in training models is a matter that's being litigated with the New York Times and with Getty. I'm really interested to see how those pan out. I mean, if rulings come down on the intellectual property side that these uses are not fair uses and in fact breach copyright, then I do think that casts a doubt over the lawfulness of the purpose from a data protection perspective. So we'll need to just watch how those debates develop. I have been approached by creative industries and urged to take a stronger position, but I think that we are at a I'm urged not to say this, I keep getting told off, but we are at a kind of Napster moment, I think, where the business models have yet to determine how fair compensation for creative content creators is to be arrived at. Thank you. This one over there.
Thank you very much. At your Data Protection Practitioners Conference back in October, there were quite a few mentions of the T's and C's that sort of are put out by some of the biggest providers in the space. Is the ICO looking into those? I think the CMA are in various guises, probably also to do with the cloud review that they have going on at the moment. And if so, are there any timelines on guidance or anything you're putting out?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the point. I mean, we will always be looking at terms and conditions when we are investigating a particular provider. That's a kind of starting point, I guess. But we're not undertaking a economy-wide review of all terms and conditions of companies that are offering these kinds of services.
Okay, and at the moment we have the data sharing code of practice. There isn't an intention to sort of update that for how to share personal data, depending on whether it's in the model or not, in the context of AI.
It's an interesting question, and I have to say I think the answer is no. I don't have those plans. I haven't seen anything on our work program, but it may be something that we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's time. So thank you for your ears and your attention and your questions, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, John. So we're going to close off our morning session with one last sort of mini panel that I'll be moderating, and we're going to be hearing from Lord Holmes of Richmond and Shamik Kundu, who I'll introduce in turn. And after those presentations, we'll have about 10 minutes or so for Q&A before breaking for some much-needed coffee and networking in the space over there. So if I could welcome to the stage Lord Holmes of Richmond. Lord Holmes is an advocate for the potential of technology and the benefits of diversity and inclusion. He has a sort of core policy focus around digital technology for the public good, and with a particular interest in tech like AI. Last year he introduced a private member's bill that proposed the regulation of artificial intelligence and would have implemented the AI principles mentioned earlier today. Please.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to know that it's just me standing between you and coffee. That's why I brought Nancy with me. I thought everybody was bringing their dog. This is the problem when you don't have the full data picture to make the correct decisions. But what I thought I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what I'm doing in Parliament and the international perspective as to how we get the optimal position for AI, for citizen, for consumer, for innovator, for investor. And I think it's entirely possible to do that, even though you may think from so much of the narrative, not least from the media, that we're all going to hell, and no one even knows if anybody's bothered to provide a handcart. So in Parliament, I'm trying to thread together these themes of talent and technology, inclusion and innovation. I co-authored select committee reports on digital skills, social mobility, financial inclusion, AI, democracy and digital technologies. I've just finished 3 years on the Science and Technology Committee. And everything that I've seen, everything I've put into that, convinces me that we have such an opportunity. It's an opportunity, it's not an inevitability. But I fundamentally believe that if this goes wrong, or it's not optimized, that won't in any sense be a failure of the technology, that will be a failure of us, because it comes down to those human characteristics, those human faculties of all societies at any time, leadership, the culture we build, how we go about making the best of what we have in our human hands. And to be honest, all that you've heard about the constellation of technologies known as AI, it's incredibly powerful for good or other, but fundamentally it is just the latest tools in our human hands. We decide, we determine, we choose how to deploy these technologies and for what purpose. And the great good fortune is we know how to make a success of this because we understand philosophy, politics, economics, social theory, and so much more. And it will be that which will pull us through. But as you heard, I introduced a private members bill on AI regulation last year because I believed in the UK and indeed reaching out globally, we need to put legislation and regulation in place if we're going to make a success of this. Now, you may think, as seems to be a bit of the thread du jour, that the best approach is to be as light touch or invisible regulation as possible if we're going to make a success of artificial intelligence. Sweep it all away and return to that somewhat questionable approach of move fast and break things. But the fundamental truth, true at all times, is just this. Right-sized regulation has always been good for consumer, for citizen, for innovator, for investor. Right-sized regulation. We all know wrong-sized regulation. We all know bad regulation. But that's bad regulation. That in no sense means that regulation of itself is bad. And all of the challenges pretty much that are facing us right now are global in nature. So we need to take an international approach. We need to be outward facing, engaging, collaborating and co-creating. If we consider the climate crisis, the energy emergency, mobility, cost of living, and so much more. Global in nature, so we need a connected global response. But where are we currently in the UK when it comes to AI? AI can be so much the solver for so many of these problems. Equally, it can exacerbate so many of these problems. Exclusion, bias. It's down to us how AI turns out. So to have an approach up to now in the UK, which was largely wait and see. The previous government had a white paper, not much happened from it. A successful Bletchley Summit of itself, but very tightly focused around existential models. The current government in opposition were very keen on a broad AI legislative approach. Since coming into office, that's changed somewhat. I think at some stage soon, who knows whether it will be before Easter or whether it will be in that fabulous Whitehall descriptor by the summer. Look in the definitions part of the contract. Summer can run till about November. But even when that bill comes from the government, it's going to be very narrowly focused, largely around West Coast America, big tech, with a few other bits and bobs in there. It's my fundamental belief that we have to go broad, we have to go economy, we have to go society-wide with an international perspective if we're going to get this right in AI. It's why I introduced my bill, principles-based, outcomes-focused, inputs understood, always respected and where appropriate, remunerated. To those principles, transparency and trust, inclusion and innovation, interoperability and an international perspective, accountability, assurance and accessibility. Good principles, I would argue, for AI regulation. Good principles, I would argue, for all regulation and legislation if we're going to optimise for citizen, for consumer, for innovator, for investor. To some of the elements in my bill which I think could be helpful in terms of bringing this international piece together. Firstly, I suggested the establishment of an AI authority. Now, don't think huge, behemoths, painful, bureaucratic AI regulator. Think small, nimble, light touch, agile, crucially, horizontally focused regulator. To look across all existing regulators to assess their competency to address the challenges and the opportunities from AI, but crucially, and what's currently absolutely not in play at the moment, to look where there are gaps, where there's currently no regulatory cover and thus no redress. Take recruitment just as one obvious and immediate example. The AI Authority to be a centre of excellence, of expertise, which could be drawn upon by all regulators, to be a custodian of the principles, which I'd put on a statutory basis. So horizontally focused, crucially, and with an international perspective, with the ability to connect and assist other nations and jurisdictions with the establishment and development of similar-sized and focused entities. To have AI responsible officers in all organisations and entities who develop, deploy, deliver and use AI. Again, a proportionality principle, so don't think huge, burdensome compliance. Think appropriate, proportionate AI responsible officers with reporting requirements fundamentally understood being similar to those set out in Companies Act legislation, and to be that beacon within an organisation, not to be the sole responsible person, but to be a beacon for all things around artificial intelligence. To look to areas which go beyond what I believe the ICO can do, as we've heard from the Information Commissioner just there. What happens when we come to issues around labelling, around copyright, around intellectual property? Because currently, creatives in the UK, creatives around the world are having their work simply swallowed up, not least by these Gen AI models, with no respect, no consideration, and no remuneration. It can't be that businesses are being enabled to build on other people's efforts without that relationship being in place. And we've got this coming to a head tomorrow with the second day of report of the data bill in the Lords, where we're going to be getting stuck into exactly this point around, is the government going to seek to push the opt-out model, whereas it seems far more citizen-focused, creative focus to have an opt-in model. Where do we seek to put the balance? Where do we seek to put the responsibility, the onus, the burden when it comes to this? Seems to me it's obvious where we would seek to put that, and that will be my deliberations tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, and I'm thinking probably late into tomorrow night. Final from my bill, public engagement I think is critical to all of this across the UK and connecting with all our friends internationally. If we don't have that public engagement, if we don't enable people to feel why they should care about this, answer the question, what's in this for me, likely outcome will be people will not be able to avail themselves of the benefits of these new technologies, but almost certainly will be saddled with the burdens. Public engagement leading to public understanding and public trust, absolutely critical, and fabulous so much of the work that the Ada Lovelace Institute, amongst others, have done continuously, consistently in this space. Ultimately, if we are to make a success of this, as I've said, it needs to be outward-facing, internationally focused, co-creating, co-collaborating. We have a good example of how to do this just a couple of years ago when we did the Electronic Trade Documents Act. Now, I feel so many people in the audience when I say that going, oh, electronic trade document, God, that does not sound interesting. But it is, because ultimately it's a technology bill, because it's the underpinning technology which allows trade documents to be held electronically. And what it does is take the MLETR, Model Law on Electronic Trade Records, put it into domestic law in the UK, and it enables nations around the world to have electronic trade documents, economic benefits, environmental benefits, trade perfected in minutes rather than a week, oftentimes an average of 2 weeks. So we know how to do this legislatively, we know how to do it regulatory, we know what it takes to make a success of it. Fundamentally, I believe it'll be those principles, not least trust and transparency, inclusion and innovation, interoperability and international approach, those principles that give us the pathway to move towards not just a UK approach, but an interconnected global approach to the effective positive, enabling, empowering legislative and regulatory approach to these technologies we call artificial intelligence. Ultimately, in conclusion, to speak to this fundamental truth: our data, our decisions, our AI futures. Across the UK, across the EU, globally, our AI futures. Thank you very much.
Are we going? Yes, perfect. Okay, grand. Thank you so much, Lord Holmes. Before we turn to panel questions, we have joining us online Shamik Kundu, who is Executive Director of the AI Verify Foundation in Singapore. Shamik heads up AI Verify. It's an open source foundation created by the Singaporean government, and the foundation focuses on the creation and adoption of AI testing frameworks, code bases, standards, and best practices. Welcome, Shamik.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
So I was on slide. It's a bit difficult not seeing the audience working without slides. So my apologies, but slides for coffee is probably not ideal. I'll try and skip through as quickly as possible. It was great listening to Laura Holmes and the conversation around collaboration both inside the country and internationally. And hopefully what I'm going to share now will look a little bit at that aspect. So I want to make 3 points, 2 points and one kind of a little bit introduction on what we do at the end. First of all, through what I thought was a very data-driven study around the state of play around AI governance principles published worldwide. This was published late last year. I'd argue that there is much more in common around the world when it comes to AI governance, not necessarily AI regulation yet, but at least AI governance principles. Then there are differences. Having said that, I will touch upon briefly on the key areas of difference that we find. And finally, because I am not a regulator or a policymaker, though I'm a subsidiary of one of the regulators in Singapore, what I would do at the end is briefly introduce what the foundation does and our approach at enabling international collaboration in one specific area, which is testing of AI systems. So let me quickly get through. First, talking about the state of play when it comes to AI governance principles, regulations in a small number of countries around the world in numbers. If you haven't seen this study, I'd recommend this to anybody who's interested in AI governance. My own involvement in this space started back in 2018 when I was one of the co-authors of the Monetary Authority of Singapore's FEAT principles. Since then, I've had my share of writing internal as well as external documents. And over time, it became very quickly clear that there are literally hundreds of these documents. And as you'd expect, the numbers increased much more after 2018, and particularly in 2020 and 21. And this is over 200 documents from countries or regional governments. There's, I think, another 200 or 300 from major companies. But just sticking to the national or big regional documents, we're talking about AI governance principles across 200 plus countries or documents, right? Out of these, though, 6 key principles seem to have merged, right? Fairness, accountability, transparency and/or explainability, ethics and human centricity, safety and security, and privacy. So one of the key aspects, take note, is that despite the very large number of documents, there is already a very significant amount of international convergence. So it is worth keeping in mind as people think about or wring their hands about the lack of international coordination. Actually, there is quite a lot of coordination, both intentional and I guess serendipitous in terms of the principles countries hold here. That you can see through the numbers. About 90%, for example, of the documents talk about transparency and explainability. Most of them talk about accountability. There are, as you'd expect, differences in privacy. Far fewer documents agree on privacy than the rest. But broadly, there's a lot of agreement on these 6 principles. Now, underneath this, at the next level, there are indeed differences. For example, you can see that while, and particularly there are differences between governments and companies' specific documents, right? So those differences do exist. But the key point I'm making so far is that if you look at the numbers, if you look at the documents that have been published out there, it is quite obvious that most countries in the world do tend to agree, or most documents published by countries around the world do tend to agree on the key principles. So are there no differences? Of course there are, right? And then there are no other slides other than this one on this topic. There are a whole set of areas where differences are visible across jurisdictions, not to mention sometimes inside a jurisdiction between different regulators. There's the first and the biggest elephant in the room, which is it mandatory or is it optional? Of course, that exists across the board. There are differences, as one would expect, around the extent to which a national jurisdiction allows data to be sent outside, allows data from outside the jurisdiction to be used to train or to be used as a basis for models inside that jurisdiction. There's increasingly concerns around models being hosted elsewhere, models being trained on data from this country in another country, etc. So those considerations by definition will remain, and I'm not necessarily sure we can aim for a lot of alignment across those. There's differences in privacy, as we already noted, and the extent to which that is considered important. There's differences in how intellectual property rights are treated, particularly around the training and fine-tuning of foundation models. There are differences in the interpretations of fairness, indeed on even the characteristics around which group fairness need to be measured. There are differences in the tolerance of black box models. Several countries that have attempted to leapfrog technology adoption have indeed been more tolerant of black box models than others that have opted for more transparency. As many of you experimenting with DeepSeek would have seen, there's a lot of instances of topics that are out of bounds when it comes to models from specific countries. There's differing levels of tolerance for concentration of big companies, whether in the big tech world or otherwise, and the extent to which entire economies are dependent on a small number of model or infrastructure providers. Finally, it does appear right now that there's very different levels of tolerance around the extent to which energy can be used. There might be other areas, but certainly there are differences as you move from principles into practice, right? That's certainly the case. How to resolve this and how there might be international coordination along all of these areas and the extent to which such international policy coordination is desirable is a matter for a much longer discussion than a 10-minute or 15-minute presentation. What I do want to do for the rest of this brief presentation is talk about what our foundation does and how it's approaching one specific sliver of all of this, but hopefully an important sliver, which is irrespective of how much we agree on principles or how much we differ on individual areas like these. What can we do to try and standardize the testing of AI systems to the extent possible? And when I say standardize here, it's very much with a small s rather than a capital S. So let me briefly introduce the AI Verify Foundation to you. The AI Verify Foundation is an open source foundation that's a subsidiary of a Singapore government authority called the Infocom Media Development Authority. That's the media and telco regulator. It's also the Personal Data Protection Commission. It's also the holder of the horizontal AI guidelines. There is no mandatory AI regulation in Singapore. And its basic belief is, the foundation's basic belief is that reliable, accessible AI testing capabilities are critical to the development of a trusted AI ecosystem, which in turn is critical to the adoption of AI at scale with confidence. So that's what we attempt to do. How do we make reliable testing of AI systems accessible as widely as possible so that there is minimum friction in adoption of AI, but with confidence? What the foundation is not is it's not a policymaker, although it's owned by a policymaker. It is not a standard setting body, though as you'll see shortly, we try and work in a way that we can frame soft standards. And finally, it is not the AI Safety Institute, though there is cross-representation. I am formally an advisor to Singapore's AI Safety Institute and a key member of the AI Safety Institute as an advisor here as well. But it is not the AI Safety Institute. It's explicitly aimed at downstream testing of AI applications rather than risks around the foundation models themselves. So the approach we take, and particularly the first one is probably the most relevant here, is that we are trying to help establish soft standards or norms or working practices around AI testing. I'm going to go out of my way to stress that these are not standards with capital S, partly because it's too early, particularly with generative AI systems, and partly because, frankly, I'm not sure there will be formal standards at the level of depth that you need on some of these dimensions. And for this, we work with the horizontal regulator, we work with the sector regulators, and most importantly, we work with industry consortia, for example, with finance industry or a consortia of hospitals here on financial services and healthcare industry-specific tests. We are, where possible, coordinating with relevant overseas bodies as well, both on the underlying policies as well as, to a limited extent, on these testing standards and norms. So that's the most important thing that we try and do. And in doing that, we're looking at three things. We have a community of companies, many of them local, but many also, particularly in the assurance and testing space, international, with no presence in Singapore. That is to help collaborate in terms of sharing knowledge around how people are, around how they're viewing risks, what risks to assess, what tests to use to assess those risks, should those tests be performed, what are the issues that people face in executing those tests, etc. We also have an open source toolkit that takes some of these tests and kind of makes them available as reference implementations. And finally, we are beginning to help develop a third-party testing and assurance ecosystem, because we believe they're quite fundamental to help establish and make sustainable these kinds of testing requirements. Why do we need testing standards or standards for technical testing? Because it can be hard. Even agreeing what tests should be performed can be difficult. How best to execute those, particularly in the space of generative AI systems. How to make those tests scalable so that they're automated and as embedded in the system lifecycle as possible. And how to come up with meaningful results. How do you make them actionable? These are extremely complicated questions as we get into individual archetypes. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip through the next two slides. But this, for example, is from the Monetary Authority of Singapore's methodology on fairness assessment. And just a simple question like, how do you assess gender fairness for, I think it was a loan application related machine learning system? There are so many different variants depending on whether you're looking at punitive interventions or assistive interventions, etc. Right? Similarly, if you look at testing an LLM application, you can see a whole bunch of areas where you could have differences in how people approach the testing. So the point is getting to a level of agreement, even if it's soft agreement, on what good looks like when it comes to what to test and how to test is going to be a huge win. And that's the win that we're focused on. How do we do that? Hopefully we use a community, and as I mentioned, the communities, a lot of these are local firms. DBS, for example, is a bank, OCBC, another bank, Telkom here, etc. But also a lot of them are companies that are international with no presence in Singapore, particularly if they're in the testing and assurance space themselves. The other thing I mentioned, we have an open source platform, for example, that provides practical tools, and this is taking contributions from Singapore and beyond as a way of making that collaboration that Lord Holmes talked about very concrete. We use partnerships such as the one with ML Commons on safety benchmarks for general purpose chatbots. We started this in English. We're now helping develop a Mandarin evaluator and also helping it extend to other Asian languages. Our parent, IMDA, works on policy level alignment, for example, with the NIST in the US, with the EU Trust Alliance and Sense and Elect, etc. So there is coordination, but that is at the policy level. And then finally, much more pragmatically, this is an example that's very close to my heart. recently, for example, we brought together 9 countries from across, or institutions from 9 countries across Asia in a red teaming exercise. And we looked at more than 1,300 successful exploits of major well-known foundation models. So I think that's all I had in terms of slides, but I think reiterating some of the points made in the previous session by Lord Holmes, personally, I don't see after 6 years of being in this space, both as somebody contributing to policy, now helping operationalize it, and along the way also being at the other end in organizations trying to implement these policies. It is not clear to me that there are very significant differences when it comes to principles between different jurisdictions. There are a few more concrete ones as you get to the next level. Yeah, will be addressed by large international treaties, etc. I do believe that the way to address some of these differences, or the way to bring about a level of standardization, is going to be through collaborations on the ground in things like working standards, working practices, etc. And that's what we at AI Verify Foundation are trying to achieve. That's it. Thank you. I hope I didn't overshoot my time.
Thank you so much, Shamik. So we now have until 10 past for a little panel discussion. I'm going to kick off with chair's privilege and ask a question of the panel, but please do get your thinking caps on and get your hands up if you do have a question. So we're talking about international alignment. Lord Holmes, you spoke of a connected global response. I think there are a number of different spaces, and Shamik's alluded to some of them just now, where that could happen. You could have that in terms of principles and perhaps already have some progress there. There's a lot of shared DNA between the OECD principles, the ones that Shamik spoke about, and those in your bill. Legally, in terms of obligations on AI developers, there is sort of the UK government acknowledged this time last year in its AI white paper response that there is a gap in the ability for the regulatory system to look upstream, but that possibly means placing obligations on a small number of very large AI developers who are based in the US. In terms of access, who is able to capture value of the benefits of this technology, and institutionally in terms of the work of organisations like Shamik's and the network of national AI safety institutes. So I'd like to ask the panel, and Shamik, you've started to answer this perhaps, but where you see the greatest scope or the most urgency for that alignment within those spaces or other spaces that you might see. Lord Holmes, I'll come to you first.
Thank you very much. And agreeing with all that and reiterating the point that it's good that internationally there is quite a lot of coalescence around a number of the principles which, as I say, need to be the pathway forward on this. But as with everything, when you get to specific issues and into detail, things become interesting. And why not? It's on my mind at the moment and always is, why don't we take the IP and the copyright as a clear example? And ultimately, I think the way this needs to be resolved is that, yes, with a collaborative, connected effort, but it takes somebody, an individual, an entity, a nation, to show some leadership on this point. I think the UK government, because we have the Data Use and Access Bill currently in Parliament, there's an opportunity to show leadership on this point. It will be unfortunate if that's not the case, but we have amendments down to try and help the government on that point. But ultimately, leadership is so critically important to so much of these issues, because yes, it's a technology, but fundamentally and fabulously, this is a wonderfully still human endeavour.
Thank you, Lord Holmes. Shamik.
Yeah, I mean, I think just picking on that IP example, I would just say I think there is only so far one can go in trying to drive international coordination. I'll tell you a small side story. This panel was originally, I think, called towards, was it called supranational authority or something to that extent, or something along those lines around international AI regulation. And I think that is part of the problem. You just can't have that in most areas, except maybe in the use of AI as weapons. There are precedents to that in things like chemical weapons, etc. But for IP, for example, I've as part of some of my work with the Global Partnership of AI, on AI, one of the things I've heard is countries which have languages with a relatively small published base saying we actually have to weigh the IP-related risk with the risk that we'll never have a model that works in our language, right? Because we just don't have enough published material in that. And at that point, it might be that one prioritizes the question of public good use of kind of previously protected IP changes. So all I would say is we must recognize that different countries and different jurisdictions will be at different levels. We must recognize not as a matter of justice or anything, just factually different countries, different even industries within the same country might be at different levels of maturity. So to some extent, differences will remain. And therefore, we need to look at, I guess, some degree of top-down coordination, as well as a lot of bottom-up alignment in finding what's in common.
Thank you, Shamik. Do we have any questions on the floor yet? If not, Shamik, I'm just going to come back on that. I mean, I'm interested in this because we do have that level of coordination. If we look at climate, if we look at finance, if we look at intellectual property, we do have these sorts of frameworks that are often backed with quite strong national level legislation or safety frameworks, or, you know, in the case of financial regulation, sort of rules around how to keep those systems fair and stable and trusted. So it does feel like this isn't a new configuration or a new challenge necessarily. We're obviously getting to grips with the impact of AI and how that's going to affect us. But do you think that that's something that's sort of not going to be necessary or plausible, perhaps politically plausible in the near term, or is it something that we're just too early in the life cycle of AI to sort of know what we need in that space?
You wanted me to answer? Yeah, so I can certainly have a go. Yeah, I think you alluded, the thing I was going to say, you alluded to that at the end. I think the key difference is this is evolving at a much faster pace, which often means that, you know, let alone international coordination, there's not often enough alignment inside the country on whether, for example, regulation is needed or not, or what level of regulation is needed, etc. So when you can't even get agreement inside individual countries, talking about international alignment at a very macro level, at a level where you don't have much room for differences, that's difficult. So that's number one. Number two is, I think a lot of the coordination can happen at the level of principles. When it comes to implementing even something as basic as what are the protected features again on which group fairness or anti-discrimination laws should be applied in a particular jurisdiction. That's going to be different. So I think to some extent, the pace of change and the stage of evolution prevents us from having much more explicit top-down coordination, and to some extent, the inevitable differences between countries. Having said that, and I'll stop with this, we shouldn't ignore the huge amount of collaboration that's happening, including, for example, between the Singapore AI Safety Institute and the UK Safety Institutes, and the ones in Japan, US, etc., on testing foundation models together and kind of on potentially trusting each other's testing to a certain extent. So there is coordination, but I think there's a difference between coordination versus globally agreed metrics and targets. I do believe we're some distance away from the latter in most areas. Maybe not in areas like weapons, AI as weapons, etc. That might be the area to start, perhaps.
Thanks, Shamik. Lord Holmes, any reflections on the value of international legal frameworks or their practicality given the speed of tech change?
Well, yeah, I think, as Shamik just mentioned there, I think when we consider lethal autonomous weapon systems, there's obviously a pressing need there, and from that to take some of the approaches which could then fit to other aspects, other elements of artificial intelligence, because in a way, artificial intelligence could provide the impetus for the reimagining and potentially the reinvigorating of these international organisations, many of which were set up in the wake of the atrocities of the Second World War, probably in need of some reimagining and refocusing for the future which is ahead of us. And AI could be a potential help in that if we consider and look at it in that context. It could be incredibly positive, but that's I appreciate an extraordinarily huge ask in a few words. There's a heck of a lot wrapped up in that.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor? We've got one over here and one over there. Look, perhaps let's start with there just because the mic's closer, but then the next is over here.
Yeah, I'd like to return briefly to the national level, to some of the remarks that Lord Holmes made at the beginning, suggesting that the fact that there might be gaps and overlaps in the remits of the various regulators and the existing legal frameworks and regulatory frameworks, that implies we need a horizontal AI law and even a horizontal AI regulator. I do wonder if that's the case when we have, in effect, a principles-based framework of the kind that Shamik was talking about, inherited from the last government, and effectively still in force as a direction to the existing regulators, most of which we've talked about this morning in the UK. And the suggestion from the previous government that, if necessary, we could pass into law changes to the remits of those regulators, that they must have regard to those principles. We also have the Digital Regulation Coordination Forum. We also have the Office for Artificial Intelligence in DCIT, which is aimed to look at how to iron out any of these kind of gaps and overlaps. So does all of that imply that we also need a horizontal law and another regulator? I kind of think not.
No, thank you for that. And we can certainly carry on with the ground as you rightly set out, and that will be effective in a whole series of ways. I would suggest that it's suboptimal in a number of ways. Firstly, it doesn't address the question of where there are gaps and a lack of regulator and regulation and redress. It doesn't address the issues around clarity, consistency, certainty, which I think we would all want. I think the Office for AI in DC does a very good job with a tiny number of personnel, and in a sense it's at odds with how we've gone about establishing units, regulators in other areas, not least if you look at the DMU as a recent example of how we would want to go about it, and consistent with the regulatory framework and family of regulators that we've been dealing with when it comes to technologies just in recent years. There's an issue also around the scarcity of expertise. So right now we've got examples where regulators are competing for scarce talent. So say Ofgem gets a particular talent, and that means Ofcom doesn't get that person. Well, good for Ofgem, but how does that benefit the UK? How does that benefit our cross-regulator, cross-economy, cross-society approach? So I agree entirely that we can certainly carry on with people trying and succeeding to do a lot with the resources and the legislation and regulation they have. I would suggest it's not the optimal approach. It doesn't give the level of laser focus or arrowhead which I think we would require. And if we look at what's set out in Matt Clifford's report just a couple of weeks ago and what's being said with government, I think if we're going to have those statements and what's within that report brought to bear, it would be odd not to have a similar legislative and regulatory approach which sits alongside everything which is set out in that AI Opportunities Action Plan.
Thank you, Lord Holmes. I might actually jump in on this, as I've got a little bit of background from my time in government. I can't speak for them. I mean, there are large swathes of the public sector that have no regulator. So we've just this morning seen reporting of pilots of AI being dropped in DWP. There's not a regulator looking at DWP telling them how to do their job and much less how to implement technology responsibly. Similarly, we don't have a recruitment or employment regulator. So even if you take the last government's model and go, existing regulators, please pay attention to these principles, there isn't going to be someone that's going to be able to pick up and run with them in those spaces. And even when you've got a horizontal regulator like the ICO or the EHRC, they're not going to be interested in questions like the principle of robustness. That's not their sort of area of expertise. So again, they may not have the sort of the expertise or indeed the powers to require the information in those spaces. Horizontal regulators is not the only model. You could level up all the regulators, give them greater scopes, remits, powers, but those gaps do definitely exist. Shamik, this is very UK focused, so I'm not sure if you do care to come in, but if not, I might go to our second question. But
I only have one question to yours. When you were making that last argument, by the way, I do follow the UK arguments quite closely, particularly for financial services. For what it's worth, I agree with, was it the banks, not the FCS, the bank's response, which said we don't need an additional, effectively, we don't need anything new. I do agree with that, at least for financial services. But my question to your last point was that an argument for a horizontal regulator, or was that an argument for a horizontal expert / center of excellence, which says how do you assess X or Y, rather than telling you to assess that? And that's just a question that I'll leave there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that debate is still very much up in the air. I think it's just sort of acknowledging that those gaps do exist. So you have to, whatever model you pick, it has to make sure it addresses those gaps. I think we had a question just over here.
Isn't somewhat the more likely outcome some kind of AI regulatory arbitrage, right? And we're seeing with US throwing out Biden's orders, right? We just saw that. And then you have models, innovative models coming in that are disrupting markets even just today. And that's just two examples, right? A kind of China-US, competition there. And if so, would regulators need to change their tactics, or is that already accounted for? And is AI regulatory arbitrage even a thing? But is there better language for that? But that's what that would imply. Are regulators seeing it that way?
Lord Holmes, I might come to you first, and just, I suppose, to additionally contextualise that, we've obviously seen Rachel Reeves, I think the term that all the newspapers use is hauling in the regulators over the last few weeks and asking them what they're going to be doing for growth. And we've also seen the dismissal of the chair of the Competition and Markets Authority for reportedly giving disappointing answers. Is this question of regulatory arbitrage real? Is it going to be happening? Are we seeing the beginning of it?
I think it's always going to be an issue, and one that we need to be very conscious of. I agree with you. I think it's interesting the words were used were hauling. It's similar when you have interest rates. Interest rates can't go up or down, even if it's only by 0.25%. They're either hiked or slashed. Yeah, it's unhelpful, and it goes to the overall unhelpful narrative around a lot of how AI and indeed broader technologies are discussed. But yes, in short, it's an issue which one needs to be very aware of. And to the broader regulatory point, it's clear that you can take a whole spectrum of approaches to the way you regulate AI, and indeed the way you regulate anything. And that goes to then what one considers in terms of risk tolerance for both investors, innovators, consumers, creatives. But it's always a question as to how you do it. But ultimately, how one regulates in a society and an economy has to be a regulatory bringing to life of the values, the beliefs, the principles, the human nature of that society and that economy. And if at times, with the best endeavours internationally, if that puts a nation, be it the UK, somewhat out of step, ultimately it does come down to what you believe in and what kind of economy, what kind of society you're trying to lead for your citizens, for your consumers, for your innovators, for your investors. And fundamentally, back to a point I made in the presentation, all of history, not least recent history, shows us that right-sized regulation is always good for markets, investors, innovators, consumers, citizens, but it's not an easy thing to get right.
Thank you. Shamik.
So I'm not a regulator, so difficult for me to comment. And so I think the question was also as much about international arbitrage. I just make a point. I think, at least from where I'm sitting, which is an ex-industry guy who's now in a semi-government body, it's not a question of whether it is right or wrong, unfortunately. It's a question of what it is, particularly if you're sitting where I am, which is a smallish country of 5 million odd people. it is where it is. It's not a question of is it appropriate that there is regulatory arbitrage between countries. It is where it is. So all I can focus on is how do we try and create standardization, even when top-down standardization or alignment may either not be desirable or not in the offing. We can still do stuff at the practitioner level. And I have to say I've been super enthused, at least at the level I'm looking at, which is how do we get standards into testing. There's so much desire from everyone from the West Coast right up to Japan. We have members across who are just getting together because they have a shared interest in how we get these things done properly. So that's what I'm going to hope for, because it's not really possible for someone like me to look at whether there will be regulatory arbitrage or not. There probably will be, but not something we can help individually, but we can work at our levels at least.
Thank you, Shamik. Unfortunately, that's all what we've got time for. Thank you so much to both Lord Holmes and to Shamik for joining us. And thank you to all our speakers this morning. We now have a coffee and networking break. We'll be in this space out here. If you could be back in the room or back on the call if you're joining us virtually by past on the dot, please. Thank you. Everyone. And welcome also back to our virtual audience. We're kicking back off, and we're kicking off and running to lunch with two very chunky panel discussions, the first of which is going to be on how AI regulation is likely to evolve in the UK. I'm delighted to introduce Vivian Arts. Vivian is a senior data strategy and privacy policy advisor to the Centre for Information Policy Leadership. She's also CEO of the FTSE Women Leaders Review that works to improve the representation of women on the boards and leadership teams of FTSE companies. Vivian, welcome. I'll pass over to you to introduce your panel.
Super. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and delighted to welcome you today to this first actual real panel discussion. I'm actually not going to introduce all my panelists. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to give you just a few minutes on our topic for today before we launch into our discussion, because we have some real experts with us. So, Paul, can I hand over to you first? Tell me who you are, where you work for, and what does that involve in terms of your role?
Yeah, thank you very much, Vivian. And hello, good morning, everyone. So I work for NatWest Banking Group. My role title is I'm Head of Responsible AI and AI Strategy for the bank. So I have two teams, in effect, that work for me. One that lays out the strategy for the next 3 to 5 years of our use of AI and Gen AI, and the other team that runs our business as usual ethical framework to make sure that everything we deploy is done within guardrails and meets risk management expectations. And I'm really glad to say that the ethical part forms the bedrock of our strategy.
Well, that is fantastic. And Kate, over to you.
Thank you, Vivian. It's a pleasure to be here today. Delighted to be with you all. My name's Kate Jones. I'm CEO of the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, which has been mentioned a couple of times this morning. It's a body that brings together 4 of the UK's regulators. That's Ofcom, the ICO, headed by John Edwards, who was here earlier, the Competition and Markets Authority and the Financial Conduct Authority, essentially acting as a connective tissue on all matters digital and AI.
Thanks very much, Kate. And I think what's fascinating about the DRCF is that it's really become a model for other countries which they're following, recognising that digital and data thread that goes through so much of our regulations. So really the UK got off the starting blocks quite quickly there. William.
I'm William Malcolm. I look after a regulatory affairs team at Google that provides legal advice on privacy, data protection and emerging AI governance issues around the world, and works with regulators and data protection authorities around the world to ensure that we're meeting compliance standards that are set for us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So our topic today is how is AI regulation likely to evolve in the UK? Well, we've had some very timely updates on that earlier this month. Also, what skills are required to enable the risk compliance and legal teams to align to modern development and technology approaches. So we're going to focus on some practical pieces around risk and governance as well. But in relation to the first bit, well, surprise, surprise, I mean, the UK has been taking a leading role in relation to AI. We are regarded as third. It's actually quite nice to be third. You always want to be first, but it's nice to be at least in the top 3. We're third in the world for AI. Who's at the top, whether it's the US or China? Again, I think we've had that comment earlier. It depends on which newspaper you're reading. But the US and China are definitely somewhere at the top, and we're coming in a very steady third, and we are miles ahead of other countries. But it is a place that we will keep only if we focus on AI and we continue to take the lead. So the UK took the lead in the AI Safety Summit a couple of years ago, which was groundbreaking in bringing together countries from across the world, including China, to talk about some of those existential issues in relation to AI. And then this month, earlier on the 13th of January, the government published the AI Opportunity Action Plan, the theme being that the UK will be an AI maker, not an AI taker. And some of the principles on which they are seeing the AI revolution evolve is on shared economic prosperity, improved public services, and increased personal opportunities for the citizens of the UK. So a very I suppose, economic pro-growth approach on the UK side, which we'll talk about in a minute. We've also seen a lot of action in the US this month. The Biden order in relation to artificial intelligence has been revoked, and now we have the new Trump executive order on AI, which is very much focused on putting America first as being the world leader in relation to AI. And they've also just announced a new initiative called Stargate, which is an investment in infrastructure opportunity co-led by OpenAI and SoftBank in the US. So an understanding that they really need to build out their infrastructure in order to support their AI ambitions. So an awful lot happening globally in the world. But let's start with the UK. And Kate, can I come to you first? As the CEO of the DRCF, can you talk us through the implications of the government's AI opportunities plan for regulators? Because obviously it's going to impact all of the regulated sectors and the unregulated ones, but you all have things to do.
Thank you, Vivian, and I certainly will do. But before I do that, I just thought I'd say a quick word about the debate just before the coffee break about having an AI regulator, because this is something that's right at the core of what we do as DRCF. And I thought we had really excellent comments from Lord Holmes and from Shamik Kundu, and indeed from Michael Birtwistle as well. And the point that I would get to is, what are you really trying to achieve here? And we heard that particularly from Shamik Kundu. What is the extra thing that you would achieve by having an AI regulator? Is it more regulation? Is it less regulation? Is it regulation of those gaps, which at the moment government say they're responsible for working into those gaps? And my point would simply be that at the moment, we're in a really fortunate starting position in the UK. We have well-established expert regulators and an agility to work between them to implement principles that are cross-cutting, to implement opportunities that may be cross-cutting, while at the same time harnessing the expertise of the people and indeed the substance of the existing legislation that there is. So the current UK model is working well in giving us this agility to regulate AI, both to protect consumers and for growth, without imposing extra layers of bureaucracy. Turning then to the AI Opportunities Action Plan, regulators are really keen to see growth and innovation. You've heard already this morning about letters that were sent to regulators and letters they sent to the Chancellor. Many of those letters are now published, and so you can see ways in which they are doing and are keen to do so, while, of course, at the same time also looking after the interests of consumers. So as DRCF and as all of our regulators, we welcome the AI Opportunities Action Plan, and we look forward to working with the government on progressing its implementation. There are 3 points specifically of interest to the DRCF. The first is that the plan calls for cross-regulatory innovation initiatives. At the DRCF, we have already implemented what John Edwards talked about earlier on, the AI and Digital Hub, which enables innovators to come to us with a query about how their innovation is affected by the digital landscape and to get free informal advice spanning our regulatory remit. That's a pilot service. It was set up for a year. You can put in queries until the end of February, as John said earlier, and we will provide cross-regulatory responses. So the idea is to make the regulatory landscape easier for innovators. The idea is also to help us see where people are having challenges, what bits people are having difficulties with, so that we can then work into those and lean into them. Secondly, and to be brief, scaling up regulators' capabilities is also talked about in the action plan. That's something that we're always keen to do. Each of our member regulators is doing something similar to what we heard about from the Bank of England earlier on, i.e. thinking about implementing AI internally. We're also doing cross-DRCF work on that matter, seeing where there are synergies in this space as we each implement AI and other technology internally. The third point is on supporting AI assurance, something we've heard a bit about this morning as well. We as regulators are really keen to support the development of a mature, reliable AI assurance infrastructure. It's something we've been working on in DRCF for a long time. We'll continue to do so. We have actually some publications coming out on it even this week.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, there's an awful lot going on, and the cooperation, the collaboration is very welcome. One of the things I often hear, because I do a lot of work with the City of London, is that we're far more critical of our regulators at home than others are. Our regulators are actually seen as an absolute model externally for what they do, for their flexibility, for the sandboxing exercises, actually, which really bring regulation and business together to find a way forward for those questions which do not currently have answers to. We don't all know the answers to everything, and we're exploring in many of these spaces. So that cooperative and collaborative approach is actually very well and highly regarded. So I think we should all be taking advantage of those sandboxes to get the most out of them. But William, so taking a step back then, you obviously work in a global organisation. Can you comment on the UK's evolving position with regard to AI regulation, and also the opportunity we have vis-à-vis the rest of the world, most particularly the US, the EU, of course, which has the EU AI Act, and China, who we haven't really mentioned, but they've got a lot of legislation and regulation in this space.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll talk a little bit more about Google's approach to AI governance and to AI development later in the session, but maybe I can start to your question just by welcoming the government's ambition to be a global leader on AI and the commitment to that Matt Clifford's AI Opportunity Action Plan kind of underscored. And we're pleased to see that adopted by the UK government. AI could contribute 400 billion to the UK economy by 2030, and it's got incredible potential to drive economic growth. That's something we recognised in our AI potential report, which I commend you to, and have a look at that online. And really we identified a number of things that government needs to focus on in that. Decisions for the UK in leveraging these strengths to win on AI. Of course, the big risk is that AI growth won't happen at all, and it won't be evenly distributed. And in the report, we really highlighted 3 areas to focus on: investment in infrastructure, which is very much covered by the government's report, with the UK government doubling down on creating frameworks to drive AI R&D. Digital skills, our report identified that almost 2/3 of jobs, 61%, will be augmented by generative AI in some way. So there really is a need to focus on education and skilling, something that Google has done effectively in the UK through its work with the Digital Garage programme, training over 1 million folk on digital skills. And of course, universal access. The government needs to ensure that AI tools are accessible to all, whether that's schools, hospitals, and those working in public sectors. And so, again, underscoring the commitment in the report there was really important. Maybe if I can just talk about the regulatory context in the UK a little as well. I would very much endorse what John Edwards said this morning, which is that there's a lot of effective regulation already happening in the UK. There's a lot of talk about the AI Act, but it's important to recognise that and the code associated with it are not yet in force, right? And are not having practical effects at this juncture on the way that governance operates internally. Whereas I would say that the work of the Digital Regulatory Cooperation Forum, the work of the ICO and the work of the CMA has very much had a practical effect on the way that AI has been developed. To give you my own personal example, I'll talk later about the development of our Gemini app, but we worked with the UK Information Commissioner's Office, with European data protection authorities, to ensure that we were sharing information about the development of the app. So our data protection impact assessment was shared. Our legitimate interest assessment around the model training were shared. We had lots of conversations around that, and additionally, we welcomed the guidance which the ICO was able to quickly put in place. And so there is already, I think, a lot happening at pace in the UK, and really that agility, that ability to leverage the existing sectoral regulators is a strength. And I very much agree with Kate that when looking at frontier models, when looking at what regulation comes next, one has to focus very much on what's missing, on the lacuna. And of course, if more regulation is needed to regulate effectively and well, that's something that the UK should look at. A final kind of product placement comment, if you will. The AI Opportunities Plan, I listened, I will confess, I had read the headlines, I had read the summaries, I had not read the whole report and the response. And what I did do over the weekend was use AI to do just that. I used Google's Notebook LM, which I'd encourage you to look at. I uploaded the 2 documents and it created an interactive podcast, which I listened to while I was out walking my dog for 30 minutes. And then I read the reports, and the summary was breathtakingly good. So as we'll talk more when, so it's very much AI, summarising and grading the reports of the government on AI. And so these tools are really here and now, as I'll talk more about later when I get into what Google's doing. Maybe if I can just end with one financial services example of what Google Cloud's doing here in the UK. We partnered with HSBC on a money laundering AI application that found up to 4 times more confirmed suspicious activity than the previous method, and eliminated over 60% of false positives. So there are examples of using, AI in the cloud today in financial services and other areas to actually make positive progress. So I think what I'd say is the UK is regulating effectively and is well positioned to take advantage of the opportunity. And I welcome the messages about being responsible but seizing the moment. At Google, we talk about being bold in the moment, not losing the opportunity, being responsible and doing that collaboratively with regulators and others that are involved. And I think that's very much the path that the UK is on right now.
Thanks very much. So that's going to put pay to my printer and my highlighter pen. I must actually get some top tips on how to get these chatbots, etc., to work for me going forward. Now, we talked a little bit about the international perspective. Kate, could you talk to us a bit about the international regulatory cooperation that is also taking place? Because if there's one thing we know about AI is that this isn't an issue just for one country. We can't deal with it just as an individual country. AI relies on data. It relies on data from multiple sources across borders. It's challenging the very basis of cross-border sharing of data and collaboration. But from a regulatory cooperation perspective, I'd welcome your thoughts.
Absolutely, thank you. And clearly, AI is international, so the international perspective is essential. We've talked a bit about the international side earlier this morning, and I think we could probably all agree that at the top-down level, at the intergovernment level, there's a bit of a state of flux at the moment because of a certain new regime that's just come in, and we'll see what impact that has on the interstate dynamics. From the bottom-up perspective, we've had really interesting things about AI Verify, and I think that sort of initiative is really important. Regulators sort of sit in the middle, so regulators have their own international bodies separate from those intergovernmental bodies and indeed then private actor bodies. And for us as the DRCF, as you say, we were quite pioneering internationally in establishing it. There has been increasing interest in doing the same in other jurisdictions. We have set up a body called the International Network on Digital Regulatory Cooperation, bringing together some of those bodies like us. That includes bodies from Canada, Australia, Ireland, the Netherlands, and then there are others which are not in our grouping but have also set themselves up with similar regulatory cooperation bodies, including, for example, South Africa. So this is not just a Western thing. And back in November, we organised a day with the OECD for the first time where we brought people together both from those bodies but more generally as well. And what's really interesting is that a lot of these AI governance issues fall between regulatory remits, and therefore there wasn't a space for discussing them internationally, and we are now creating that space. So just as domestically, say we talk about interoperability and we have to think about the relationship between competition law and data protection law when talking about interoperability, the same is true internationally. Or say we are talking about aspects of AI or aspects of synthetic media and deepfakes and other topics that we are really engaged in as DLCF. There is a very important international conversation to be had on those as well. And that's what we have been setting up through the INDRC and, as I say, working with the OECD. So international cooperation is absolutely essential. And I think, again, the agility that we have got in the UK is helping us to be agile in leading others internationally in this space.
That's fantastic. I think you articulated that very well because, you know, initially when thinks about AI regulation and more rules to comply with and so on, it just feels like an extra layer. But the reality is the AI gives rise to new risks which are not currently able to necessarily be addressed, to new opportunities which we haven't yet worked out how to support. But then there is that gap between our verticals where there's fresh air, and honestly that needs the focus and the support to make sure that we're not missing things. So thanks very much for that. Paul, I haven't given you a chance to speak yet, so it's your turn. But you're also coming from a large, a multifaceted and regulated organisation. But you indicated before that your day job is actually quite practical in many ways. So you're dealing with what can sometimes feel very theoretical in terms of AI. But how do you turn all of the high-flying and interesting stuff into something actionable like AI governance platform so it can operate effectively, not just in the UK, but across multiple jurisdictions as well? So what does that actually look like in a regulated organisation?
Yeah, great. Thanks for the question, Vivian. So I'm lucky enough to work in a bank that is highly regulated. And as part of that, putting in a governance platform is putting in an organisational-wide structure that enables the firm, bank-wide, to be able to manage all the risks of all its portfolio of AI systems. And when put like that, it's quite a complicated undertaking. There are a number of stakeholders that need to be involved. So in terms of the people that need to interact with that system, we'll have people from legal, people from privacy, we'll have executives, senior risk managers, in fact, the entire risk management part of an organisation. Plus, actually, there's a space for your data scientists as well to interact with the system. And the reason all of those stakeholders play a role is because when we look at the risk management process in its entirety, from a use case conception through to deployment and post-deployment and even decommissioning, there are certain risks that will always be there, and they have to be mitigated. There'll be privacy risks, there'll be security risks, there'll be ethical risks, and that whole catalogue of risks will have different stakeholders that play into that. So they need to be able to reflect that through their principles, policies and standards in one platform. And then all of the models that are being developed across the entire organisation need to see those control requirements. The data scientists need to be able to implement the control routines within their platforms to be able to satisfy certain control requirements. And that requires, I think, a seamless interaction. And at the moment, a lot of that in the banks that I've worked in has been done by emails, by spreadsheets. It's quite sporadic, quite brittle, and quite ad hoc. So I think given the nature of AI and the speed with which it's developing, I think the need for a single consolidated platform that brings multiple stakeholders together and allows us to see different policies, different standards in one place and allow us to dissect them is really important, because some of these standards are voluntary, some of these principles are voluntary. EU AI Act obviously isn't, so there's a legal requirement there. But in a particular jurisdiction, for a particular use case, using a particular technology and a foundation model behind it, etc., 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 the ability to manage all of those risks in one place, I think, is really, really important. And there are some good platforms available at the moment, and some of the big technology vendors are putting in place technologies that will help our data scientists. But I think there's one thing that I would like to point out. I think governance has a kind of a negative connotation, certainly amongst IT practitioners. They see it as something that they have to do that's takes away from their day job. And we see it differently. Putting in AI governance is actually making the model better at what it does. It's making it more accurate. It's making it more resilient, more robust, more reliable, more explainable. And those kind of things, which are sometimes talked about as ethical principles are actually what you want your system to do. So in fact, I think from a mindset perspective, when I see governance, I think of it as part of the development of an AI system. It's a necessary part of making it do what the firm wants it to do, rather than just a piece of risk management whereby the development team just have to satisfy a risk department that it doesn't behave badly. It does that bit, but actually it's also part and parcel of the development process to make it do what it should do. And I think viewed through that lens, I think is a much more positive spin on what we mean by governance. I'll leave it there for now.
Oh, I love your views on the governance piece. So it's about not letting it go rogue, but actually doing what you intended it to do through that governance structure. That's absolutely super. Thank you. William, can I come to you? Google is constantly innovating, and I had to go and look this up actually, but you've recently announced Project Astra. According to my search, it is a research prototype exploring future capabilities of a universal AI assistant that can understand the world around you. You're going to have to tell me more. And also Project Mariner, which can navigate complex websites in real time, helping to automate tasks. Can you tell us a little about what these do and how that fits into the governance and risk management?
Yeah, absolutely, I can do that. Maybe I can just take a very quick step back and just say Google really has been an AI-first company since 2016. So if you're using Google Maps, if you're using Google to correct your grammar or your spelling, or you're using predictive sentences in Gmail, you've been using AI for years, right? It's already there, it's already happening. What we've really, and we've had AI principles and governance processes in place that manage the development of that cycle in conjunction with sectoral laws like the UK GDPR for years. What I would say additionally, just to set the foundation, is I think there was a lot of focus on 2024 on models. I think there was a lot of focus around training of models, development of models, the governance processes around that, the legalities of that. I talked more about our work with the ICO on that. As we move into 2025 and we move into agentic AI, you know, the ability of AI to complete tasks and help you do useful things in your life, I think there's more focus on the issues around the creation of AI assistants. And at Google, really, we have Gemini. That's our core product. In a consumer, if you use a Pixel phone, you'll be familiar with Gemini. You can ask it questions, and it will answer. And it's a creative product designed to assist creativity, not ensure 100% accuracy. Those of you who use these products will know that they have a tendency still to hallucinate, and that is innate to the nature of the technology. We also have an API version of that, so hundreds of thousands of developers and businesses, including many in the UK, have begun building using those APIs. And we have Gemini for Google Workspace, and again, millions of enterprise customers are using that technology every day to kind of advance their business. But as we move forward, we recently announced just before Christmas Gemini 2, which was our most capable model yet. And for those who haven't tried it, I'd encourage you to experiment with it. It performs incredibly well in all of the various benchmarking surveys. And that really forms the foundation to what comes next. And you talked about Project Astra. Project Astra is a research prototype that explores the future capabilities of a universal AI assistant. And we've been engaged in work with trusted testers in the US and indeed here in the UK, where Google DeepMind is based. And what the technology, the potential of what the technology might be able to do is remarkable. So you can walk around and it will seamlessly switch from one language to another. So if I start speaking in French, it will start to converse in French and translate in French. And then equally, if someone flips to English, it will push back. If I point it at a building in London, it will tell me the name of the building, the architect, how long it's been there. It might even use public records to tell me what offices are based in the building. So that ability to use the technology to really help us orientate to the world around us is very much core to Google's original founding mission, to organise the world's information and make it universally accessible. So you can see that the potential to go even further with that mission through the use of that assistant and that technology is there. But of course that throws up challenges. For example, you need better memory. You need really 10 minutes of in-session memory to enable that to work effectively. So of course there are data protection risks to be analysed there about collection, about minimisation, about transparency, about putting that information in the control of users. And then Mariner is another research prototype that can help you navigate through a browser to complete tasks. So it might be able to say, can you take the material you found on website A and maybe summarise it in this document over here, without the need to cut and paste and move things around your browser dynamically. So that kind of moving into an agentic era, of course, throws more challenges from a kind of regulatory and data protection perspective that we've got to navigate. And really, to close out on the regulation point, what my team are engaged in doing is really working at the earliest point in the funnel to understand what these technologies do, how they operate, what data goes in, how we can think about new paradigms for user control, and how we can come up with the difficult questions that we need to engage with regulators openly on. And and at the end of the day, we want to be responsible. We want to make sure we're complying with law, but we want to be bold and meet the moment so that users and businesses can get the benefit of this technology. And so that kind of early engagement on these questions, I think, is absolutely key and vital to the approach. Lastly, we have multiple review mechanisms internally. I mentioned our AI principles. We also have separate data protection impact assessment processes that we're running through for EU and UK GDPR. And increasingly, of course, there are new laws all over the world focusing on privacy and data issues, from the India law to US state bills. So the need to think about governance holistically and to have one single way of understanding the development stack is absolutely crucial. Businesses are moving fast. This is a very agile, fast-moving space. And we need to, as professionals, collaborate and come together like never before in order to ensure that we're meeting high standards, but we're doing that in an agile way that keeps pace with the development of the technology. So I think that does mean the walls between different teams getting torn down. So the data protection team and the competition team and the financial services regulation team might discover that they are really operating almost as one team in a way that is never happened quite so comprehensively before, in order to deliver the applications and kind of use cases that your businesses are seeking to adopt.
Thank you. So you've taken us from AI assistance to really the buzzword for 2025, which is agentic AI. A little quote or a summary that I came across is that it's like the shift from the LLMs, which is show it to me, to the agentic AI, which is moving us into the do it for me economy. And that is the potential. Now, it's still very theoretical, but the biggest issue, of course, is managing those risks and opportunities in a world where you could have multiple LLMs talking to each other and doing things for you without that level of human intervention that we have had so far. It has been predicated on the existing systems. Paul, practically, how does one get their arms around this? And could you sort of outline to us what you think a governance framework could possibly look like for agentic AI? Tall order.
Thanks for the easy question, Vivian. I was going to say, it's a bit hard to keep up with all this kind of stuff. I mean, look, I think it's fair to say, right, that there is no answer for this. Clearly, I mean, if we look back, risk management of predictive AI, so machine learning based on things like gradient descent, we were getting our arms around that, and the community was progressing, and we put in mechanisms to deal with that. Then we had Gen AI that came up, and that's elevated, heightened risk, new risks, data leaks, IP leaks, hallucinations, etc., etc. And we're starting to grapple with that, although the hallucination problem seems to be the one that's the most hardest, because it's design feature of models. And now we get into agentic AI. So my understanding of agentic AI, and people might differ on this, is an AI system that does more than just answer a question. It goes off and does some, what one might call reasoning. It does some planning, which is a sequence of some tasks. And then it goes about decomposing those tasks and planning a bit more and reasoning a bit more, and then executing some action. So it's quite far-fetched, but we're seeing that the technology is now starting to do that through things like reinforcement learning. But then the risks of that, of us being able to understand what the system's doing, for the system to be able to explain to us, for us to be able to track it, I think that's a really, really tough challenge. And I think technicians that build those models need to look really, really carefully at separating out the logic of reasoning from the probabilistic mechanisms of decoding, autoregressive decoding, which is the way the models work on. And I think separating those two out is really, really important, because the rules that define how an AI system reasons, I believe those are ones that organizations need to own and take responsibility for. The autoregressive decoding that occurs in foundation models is not something that anyone's going to be able to have any control over, and that's been shown since November 22. So I think we have to develop mechanisms that are not only guardrails in governance platforms, but are guardrails in the design of the systems that do this so-called reasoning. And when I say the word reasoning, I mean planning as well. I take both together. So I think there's a job for technicians. There's a job for governance platforms to be able to ensure the guardrails are there to ensure it actually happened in the way that it should. And then taking ownership for that reasoning needs to be something that's in the organisation's control. Just as we have policies and procedures within organisations that say to a credit lending team, these are the steps that you should follow to achieve a certain workflow. This is what you should look out for. This is how you should behave. In a similar way, I can kind of think of those policies as something that would drive an agentic AI system to do its reasoning. So I think the lessons to learn here is that we can draw on things like organisational theory and organisational design, because actually theories of agency, and this is about agency, is what we need to draw on. We've drawn on work in philosophy and morals and ethics to talk about predictive AI. And I think as agentic AI takes on this new shape, we need to maybe draw on other disciplines as well to give us guidance on how we should manage those risks. And I think the other thing I'd like to mention is, of course, maybe a step further is multi-agent systems. So, everyone's jumped on the bandwagon of saying, well, if you can type English into a model and it gives you an English answer, you can just keep doing it between models. Well, of course you can. That's really simple. But if any single agent has got a risk of hallucination, that's compounded in a multi-agent system. It's multiplicative, it's compounded. And then where do you track where an error went wrong? How do you identify the source of a hallucination? We've all played that parlor game, Chinese Whispers, where you start off with, what comes out, nothing like what you started with. So I think from a risk governance point of view, risk management point of view, it does kind of scare me. I'm not quite sure how we deal with things like that. I think we need to draw again on organisational theory. So typically in a multi-agent system, if it mirrored, say, a team within a bank or another organisation, you'd have a supervisor and then another layer of agents that maybe are specialised for certain tasks that have been rigorously tested, stress tested, so they do the function they do very, very well. And then a supervisor agent can rely on that agent to be able to deliver what it needs to do. And this is just scratching the surface of what multi-agent systems could be capable of, where every agent reasons and plans. So we really seem to be approaching, the potentially artificial general intelligence, but maybe not, I'll take that back. We seem to be approaching a level of capability that we have only imagined about up until recently. And I think this new capability, if the planning and the reasoning is something, and I know Google's working on it, all the big tech firms are working on it, OpenAI are working on it, because they see that as the next frontier. That is the next thing that hasn't been solved. There isn't much to choose between models at the moment in terms of their probabilistic capability. That's kind of plateaued. The next frontier is their ability to reason, and I think we have to tread really, really carefully on exactly that. The other things I'd like to draw on here is, I think things like the EU AI Act which lays down certain regulations for foundation modelers, and I think they put a 10 to the power of 25 flops.
Mm-hmm.
If your model used that many flops to train or test, I can't quite remember, then a foundation model developer needs to do X, Y, and Z, and so on and so forth. Well, now actually you need to start thinking about that, because some of these models are actually becoming smaller and smaller, and the trend is to smaller and smaller models. I don't know how many of you follow the news, but DeepSeek was launched a few days ago. Pre-trading shares in NVIDIA have dropped 9% this morning. Right, small language models is probably what we're going to see. Now, if it's small language models tied with reasoning, legislation needs to also be able to keep up with that, because that's not going to potentially capture some of the risks that we might see in agentic systems. Before I talk too long, I'll probably stop there, Vivian. But I think we've got a whole load of work coming, and a new sort of work to regulate these systems than we've used for traditional models of AI.
Thank you. I think we do have about 9 minutes left, actually, and I was going to leave some time for Q&A. What I was going to suggest is if we take 3 questions at once, and then I can ask the panel to answer them. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Any handies in the air? Yes, we have one here. Please wait for the mic so that you can be heard. And then I see we have one at the back as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Paul, I'd really like to ask more about your view on adoption within NatWest, and from a use case perspective, I'm interested in that threshold in Gen AI, the use cases that you've been willing to pilot and adopt, and where you've got probably use cases on the shelf that maybe you've piloted but haven't rolled out. What are the barriers? And specifically, I guess, given the forum, are they regulatory or otherwise are they technical model system? I'd be really interested in hearing your view on that.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming, is it fair to say at the moment you're obviously horizon scanning on agentic AI, but and we see lots of pieces talking about how financial services in 5 years will be transformed by agentic AI. I wondered if I could just sort of, how do you view that at the moment?
Okay, I'm not going to let Paul answer straight away. I'm going to take the second question, I think, which is at the back of the room. There you go. And then I'll let the panelists respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. As a person who also looks into AI policy and law, I wanted to ask, because a lot of what was brought up today has not even covered environmental impact of these models. How are you considering pragmatically the formulation of practices and matrices to even assess the environmental impact and even address that issue? Because with the scale of these systems and with the training and the energy consumption and the carbon footprint, it is a big concern that is growing again in AI policy. And the second question that I had is, if we have a bigger push for explainability and interpretability in rising also in policy, how are we going to address that with the rise of agentic AI systems, which are ever more complicated?
2 excellent questions. Thank you. Is there a third in the room? Okay, one more at the back.
Thanks very much. My question is mostly for Kate, but I'm obviously interested in everybody's thoughts, which is clearly with the EU AI Act, one of the Commission's goals is to have the EU be the market leader in terms of other jurisdictions following the EU's role, the EU's approach to regulation, as it did with the GDPR to an extent. But obviously what we're seeing here is instead divergence. We're seeing the UK head in a different direction from the EU, in a different direction from the Trump administration, and so on. Do you see a future in which we have coordinated global regulation, or are we in fact just facing a fragmented future of regulation?
Super. Thank you very much. So we've got a question around NatWest and use case barriers. We've got environmental impact, explainability, and then divergence. Kate, I think that one is for you. So Paul, I'm going to start with you. William, if you want to pitch in on the environmental impact and explainability, please do.
Sure.
But over to you, Paul, first.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Vivian. And thank you for the question. I'll try and be brief because I think we're short of time. I can't talk too specifically about use cases at NatWest, and I think you'll understand why. But let's put it this way. We do everything in a risk-calibrated way. So we are using generative AI. We're using it internally within the bank for low-risk use cases, colleague assist type use cases. You know, we've specialised a model for our own purposes. we've got a kind of a HR inquiry kind of tool assistant. It's not customer facing. It's not part of a critical business process that impact customer decisions. And the reasons are obvious, right? The reasons are obvious. But I think more than that, we want to build our capability of understanding how to deal with the tech and build the tech. And there are very few people out there that actually can do that well enough. So the hunt for talent is a big constraint. But we need to build this architecture and scaffolding in our development processes to be able to deal with the technology, to then be confident to be able to use it, and at the same time grow our risk management, our AI governance capability. So that there's a prudent and a step-by-step approach. And I think the other thing to mention is, we definitely see the use of Gen AI as a co-pilot for people who work in the bank, again, in a very risk-calibrated way. If it can automate certain activities for searching, finding, summarising, cross-referencing data, which is really what knowledge workers spend all their time doing, just shaving 3% of time on that, on something that's really, really low risk, well, that sounds like bang for buck. So we are going down that route as well. And agentic AI, we will start experimenting in a lab environment with it, just like everyone else. In fact, I've just found out from my team, we've already downloaded DeepSeek 3 and put it on a machine, again, in a lab environment. And I just want to touch on, if I may, 10 seconds on the environmental impact from the lady at the back. I think that's a really, really good question. 2 points on that. I think environmental risk management should be part of ethical AI. It should be part of that governance platform that I talked about earlier, and we should have controls and control tooling to surface metrics around the carbon energy footprint of every prompt that goes into a model, every single prompt. The only thing I would say on a brighter note, some of the newer models are much smaller. So the attention mechanism which drives a huge amount of compute, that's being slimmed right down, and I'm just thrilled to hear about some of the stuff that's happening at the moment, but happy to discuss that at some point.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just on the environmental point, I would recognise the concerns about compute, but I think, as was covered before, it's still unclear what percentage of this will be done in the cloud at scale, and the extent to which smaller models on device with more agility and scaled down will be able to perform the vast bulk of functions that people want. So that's still a work in progress, and Google has released slimmed down models you can use on your mobile for precisely these reasons. I'd also just say that, cloud computing is generally more efficient than doing it on premises, and what we're seeing is a scale up of the amount of compute the world requires generally. So that's happening too, and we're using AI in our systems to actually make a positive impact. We've saved 30% of our energy costs on cooling by deploying AI. You can use AI to help predict disasters. Here in the UK, we did something called Project Greenlight, where we partnered with Transport for Greater Manchester using AI and maps data to alleviate traffic pressure at traffic lights to create efficiency around traffic flows in the city centre. So you're right to call out the compute challenge, and we need to double down on the investments on kind of carbon neutral energies and all of that. But it's also right to point out the flip side, which is that AI can actually help create massive amounts of efficiencies around power and energy use as well.
Thank you. Kate, the last word to you.
Yes, thank you. What I hear from a lot of this discussion, and from these two as well, is that on the whole, companies want to do the right thing, and they don't want ambiguity from regulators on what counts as the right thing. I think that pervades a lot of what we've been talking about, and as regulators, we really hear that. And whether it's through guidance from, for example, the ICO, or whether it's from innovation services from the FCA and their tech sprints and so on, regulators are really working to give those steers to organisations so that as those barriers come down between remits, it's clear what you need to do and how. And I think the questions that have come up are examples of that, whether it's on the environmental side, which actually is not within the DRCF's remit, but is obviously hugely important, or whether now this new set of issues we're seeing arising as regards agentic AI. And on agentic AI, regulators won't just sort of go into a room and then emerge and say, this is it. On the contrary, there will be conversations. I think conversations about the explainability point, conversations as well, I think, about liability, and that's where I think theories of agency and so on become really, really important. Where are the liabilities going to lie in that space? As regards regulatory coordination or fragmentation, interesting question. To some extent, it's a question for the government, right? Would the government want an AI Act equivalent to the EU's AI Act? Now, I'm no closer to the government on this than any of you, but I certainly haven't heard messages from the government that they want an EU AI Act equivalent here. I haven't heard that. On the contrary, what I hear is that the flexibility that we have at the moment, working through the principles of the last government, working through existing regulatory approaches, and then perhaps something extra on frontier models, that's the message that we have heard. And I think, on the contrary, rather than us blindly following the EU, what we see is parts of the EU coming to us and saying, oh, how are you doing it? And are there things here that we can follow? On the regulatory cooperation side, the European Data Protection Supervisor has just issued a paper towards what they are calling a Digital Clearinghouse 2.0, which is actually an equivalent of the DRCF in the EU that they are proposing. So I think there will continue to be debates on this, but I don't see us sort of blindly moving in an EU direction.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're now out of time. That was an absolutely super panel. There's too many things to take away, but I think one of them is that nobody talked about less regulation. Everyone talked about governance, risk management, taking a responsible approach, understanding flexibility, and looking for certainty in this space, but also about doing the right thing in the quickly evolving AI space. So a huge thank you, please, to William, to Kate, and to Paul for their expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent.
Thank you again, Vivian, and to our panel. So we're really starting to dive into the detail of where we're going and how regulators and companies are responding to that. We're now going to zoom in on a particular set of risks around privacy, looking at how well we understand the risks in that domain, how we react to new risks in the privacy domain, particularly and concretely around deepfakes, one of the few areas that the government has previously said it will legislate on. So it's my pleasure to welcome Katharina Glugler to chair this next panel. Katharina is a partner and head of digital data, IP and technology in the Düsseldorf office of A&O Shearman. She's a leading expert for data protection, cyber and technology laws, and advises clients on emerging legal issues relating to AI, digitalization, data analytics, and the launch of new digital services. Welcome, Katharina.
Thank you so much. So thank you for the intro. We had a slight transportation issue this morning. Sarah can unfortunately only join virtually. You should see, I think you should see her on the screen. Ah, there she is. The big hat, as she said this morning. So unfortunately her flight was cancelled, but she made everything possible to join virtually. So thank you for that. So we're now discussing privacy risks and AI. Super important topic, very interesting to all the privacy enthusiasts under us. So we are living in that AI revolution with most of its impact still to come, particularly the economic impact. And it's said that every company is becoming an AI company or will become or has to become an AI company. So you can't ignore that technology. And the more important it is, it's crucial to understand not just the opportunities and the use cases that AI presents to you and your company, but also to understand the risks and how you could mitigate them. So when talking about AI risks, privacy is one of the key concerns that is always flagged next to IP and copyright infringements. And even the data protection authorities are putting a lot of focus on that, partly because they have not been appointed AI regulators under the EU AI Act, so they want to make sure they stay important in that discussion. But they really put a lot of focus on it, including enforcement focus, that it even made the news outside of the legal press. So everyone will probably heard about the fine that the Italian Data Protection Authority imposed on OpenAI for ChatGPT. They partly temporarily banned ChatGPT in Italy in 2022. They've now imposed a fine of 15 million euros and ordered them to carry out a media campaign to raise awareness about their data collection practices and how the algorithm uses the data. So it's apparently a very important topic, and I have the pleasure of having an absolute brilliant panel here with me today of experts in that area to discuss. So first of all, Sarah Gatt on the screen. She's the first Chief Data Officer at Julius Baer, and has more than 20 years experience driving digital innovation and implementing change in the financial services sector. Before joining Julius Baer, she was Global Head of Data and Artificial Intelligence Solutions at Credit Suisse. And she's brought many successful initiatives, innovating, revolutionizing ways of managing data assets from just process automation to now artificial intelligence. And she was part of the Bank of England and FCA AI Public-Private Forum, and is now a member of IIF AI/ML Experts Group, and she advises several policy bodies globally on future AI regulation. And then next to me, we have Gareth Buckhill-Howard. He's Global Data Protection Officer at WPP. He's responsible for ensuring the group's compliance with data protection and privacy regulations across all of its operational markets. Gareth guides the responsible use of data within the group's agencies, including developing and implementing AI governance frameworks to promote safe, responsible application of AI. And he's passionate about mitigating the risks, but also maximizing the benefits, so not over-regulating. And then last but not least, we have Stefan Gehring. Stefan is Compliance Trustworthy AI and Privacy Officer at Anthology. Stefan is responsible for data privacy compliance globally and leads Anthology's data privacy and trustworthy AI programs. He previously worked as Citigroup's EMEA and APAC Chief Privacy Officer, and very interesting side fact, he is also Deputy Data Protection Commissioner of one of the Swiss regional data protection authorities. So combining loads of knowledge here. I'm the least important one on the panel. I'm a partner at A&O Sherman focusing on data, cyber, and digital. So let's start the discussion. I asked Copilot to draft some of the questions, so let's see how good AI is. So starting with you, Sarah, there's no AI without data. Particularly foundation models and Gen AI are data hungry. The EU has implemented a risk-based approach. We heard about that today already on the conference. So do we know all risks there are, particularly from a data and privacy perspective? Or from your perspective, what are the key risks and concerns that everyone should be aware from a data privacy and governance perspective, particularly maybe in the financial sector?
Thank you. And again, sorry I cannot be there in person. I actually did go to the airport, only to find out all flights to London City from Zurich were cancelled. So next time. I think it's a great question because do we know everything? No, we don't know the unknowns, right? The technology is rapidly evolving at an absolutely exponential rate, so other things will happen. We're starting to hear about the combination of quantum and machine learning and being able to basically decrypt any of the cryptology that's in place today. So lots going to happen, but what do we know today? So I would say from a data and data protection side of things, third-party risk management is one of the things at the top of my, I would say, worry list. In the previous panel, we were discussing small language models. And that's a very interesting space because with a lot of third parties like Microsoft, you have contracts in place and you usually have a support body that you can go to say, right, how exactly does this work? What exactly is the use of the data? How much do you actually store the data? Do you use the data for training? And you can get answers on those questions. Sometimes you have to ask, I would say, multiple times because they may outsource things like Bing Chat. So to try and understand what the rules of the road there are hard. But now we go to the open source world, very much the world of small language models. And those are free. So there's no contractual agreement between us and the vendors, but also by the same kind of token, not a lot in the way of coverage from liability or for data protection. So it's very, very difficult, I think, today to understand how we're going to navigate that open source world in terms of the third-party risk management and how we focus on that properly to ensure we have the protection that we need. You know, MIT did an AI risk repository not too long ago, last year, and they found that most of the AI risk was actually associated with the AI systems themselves, so 51% of AI risk. But more interestingly, 65% of that risk was post-release. So just because we are validating models or looking at models before they go into production, checking for data protection, checking for data usage, checking for security, actually things go mostly bad once they're actually out in the Wild West, right? So out in the world. So the monitoring of what's happening to the data post-release is absolutely critical, and I would say probably second on my worry list is how do you monitor that, and what exactly do you need to monitor, and especially with generative AI and the world of small language models or large language models. Is it just the output? And then I would say definitely three, and maybe these things are all equal, but the third item would be people, right? Because it's not so much anymore that can you do something. We're now in the world that everybody can do things. Everybody can use ChatGPT. Everybody can ask it questions. But the answer is, you know, should you be doing it? And should you be trusting what it's answering? And do you really understand, you know, to the Italian example, do you really understand what's happening with the data you're putting in there? You know, if you're asking about a health issue, how do you know what's happening to your data? Right? Is that getting stored somewhere for future, not necessarily good use? So I think those would be the top three things that come to my mind when we talk about AI risks.
Thank you, Sarah. Maybe Stefan, Anthology, as an educational technology provider, has been using AI for many, many years. How do you see the risks that also Sarah just described changing because generative AI has entered the field? And how are your customers and universities looking at these risks?
Yeah, thank you. And I think William mentioned that in the previous panel. I mean, we and all our companies have been using AI for many years, and obviously with generative AI, that's a big focus now. And obviously the capabilities have exploded and the risks have increased. We as an education technology company have been using, a little bit of product placement like William, we have been using particular features regarding predicting students that are at risk of dropping out of courses and helping our customers identify those students, and then obviously helping them getting back on track. And that has used kind of inbuilt, in-house built AI capabilities with the help of a data science team. And I think, I mean, that's one example where we can see where the difference are. I mean, we were able to build these AI models built on, I mean, sure, large data sets, but today, obviously, generative AI, which basically ingests the whole of the internet to kind of be really capable, is very different. And kind of the previous models allowed you much easier to kind of make sure that you're confident around kind of the IP issues and about kind of, do you feel confident that this data is de-identified? So that, I think that's one big differentiator. I think the other one is the hallucinations that we've heard a lot about it already today. And similar to kind of what Paul mentioned before, I mean, we have been really focusing on kind of these low-risk, high-impact use cases, given the hallucinations, where we want to make sure that We using generative AI where it works best in kind of inspiring and being creative, where kind of instructors can, for example, get suggestions on how their course structure should look like, or pictures to can come. So things that where they can, first of all, have control over it, and also if the generative AI feature gets something wrong, it's not the end of the world. So that's really important. And I think that's also kind of to what Paul mentioned earlier, I think that's where I really kind of see it's going to be a big challenge with agentic AI, because, I mean, how are we going to put that under control? The third thing is, and I haven't kind of coordinated this with Sarah, but there's the third-party aspects. Similar to Sarah, I think that's a big change. I mean, for example, back to our student risk predictor, that was built in-house. Now the generative AI features, we're leveraging third-party API capabilities, like William mentioned. I mean, they have Gemini APIs. I mean, there's AWS Bedrock, there's Microsoft's Azure OpenAI service. So you're building on other companies' expertise and scale, which is fantastic, just like the cloud. But at the same time, you're also kind of outsourcing your risk. So you need to make sure you're comfortable, that you have the right contractual protections in place, you have the right assurances, and you monitor kind of, because, I mean, these models change regularly, so it's not just a one-off exercise. And then I think the last point just to mention is that also, I think the perception of the technology, I think because AI was maybe not as visible kind of in previous technologies, it didn't raise as many concerns. But we've heard before, I mean, there's a lot of concerns around obviously IP, but also environmental issues. And I mean, we work with kind of universities and other education institutions. Some of them are fantastically excited about generative AI, but there's a lot that are very, very concerned about these issues. So I think it's kind of, at least for us, we're seeing that we have kind of very different ranges of risk appetite, and we kind of accommodate that, the kind of ability to opt into these features. And I think that's where we as kind of lawyers and responsible AI and privacy professionals can kind of help our companies kind of show them not just kind of what are the legal and regulatory obligations, but what's kind of the customer and kind of individual society sentiment that they need to kind of consider.
Very good leeway to the next question. So not just considering the legal aspects, but Gareth, given WPP is the world's largest advertising and media holding company, how do you view AI risks from a communication and brand perspective?
I mean, perhaps for a bit of context, you know, the creative opportunity for WPP and its clients is enormous, and whether that's you know, personalised experiences, brand experiences, whether that's creating content, or as our clients, we're very interested in campaign optimization and ensuring those investments are correct. You know, WPP's commitment to this is significant, both in terms of the spend, and we'll talk a bit later on about how we're engaging with our own people and our clients. And just a few years ago, we acquired Satalia, who are an AI company, really to show that commitment. I think on Giles' presentation earlier, we were quoted on there with our AI officer, who kind of leads our charge in this space. But obviously with that comes risk. And there are sort of 6 areas that we think about really in terms of risk. One is sort of IP, consents and rights of the data that's in models, it's in the underlying data. And from a privacy perspective, certainly those consents and those rights, but of course from an IP perspective. Privacy and security more generally, and we'll touch a bit on that I think later on. Bias, you know, in our world we're clearly keen not to perpetuate stereotypes to ensure we've not got bias in the data, and I know that's talked about a lot. Fourthly, the rights of the output and that ownership, that's really important. And you know, there's some talk about third parties earlier and using third-party vendors. You know, have we got the rights to use those outputs? Have our clients got the rights to use those outputs? And then ethics and ethical use, and of course regulation and how our use of that technology is regulated. And kind of underpinning both of those, though, is then thinking about the brand impact. This is so important to our clients. How the use of the technology, how the use of consumers' data, what's the potential of the impact on the brand? And is that in line with what their consumers expect? And we talked a lot about transparency as well. And so sort of finally, that point around transparency is that, you know, we've got using enormously complex technologies and the capabilities are significant, but how do we communicate that to consumers, to to people who are receiving the content that we're creating, receiving that advertising campaign. How do we communicate that in a way that doesn't overwhelm them and also continues to maintain trust in the brand and trust in the product?
Great, thank you. So now moving from understanding the risk or identifying the risks to mitigating the risks. And staying with you, Gareth, on that one, I mean, your global data protection officer role, you're already looking at loads of similar issues from a data protection perspective. So under the GDPR, you need to have the repositories, transparency, the privacy notices. You need to have impact assessments in place. So when you look at the data, at the AI governance framework, how much of this can be reused? Do you have to reinvent everything new when mitigating the risks, or how do you approach that in practice?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely avoid starting from scratch. There is so much there in your privacy governance, your data protection governance already. I think it's quite telling looking at the panel and our backgrounds that we're here talking about AI, but we all have data privacy and data protection backgrounds. Of course, they are different, but those principles are the same. I mentioned transparency earlier. You'll be familiar with data minimization and those other kind of tenets of GDPR and the data protection regulations. But in some cases, they're going to have to be expanded. And I think you can perhaps think of GDPR as a lot about the what, whereas AI governance is probably more about the how. And how that technology is being used, and there's lots of discussion around XAI, explainability of AI, and being able to get in and understand how data is being used, what consents are there, what rights are there to use that data. But I think you've got to go on a risk-based perspective, and it was interesting to listen to Paul earlier and the approach they're taking at a bank, which is clearly quite different to an organisation like ourselves in terms of our content creation and the work with our clients. But again, could be different to our internal functions such as HR and finance, and those risk-based governance, I think, is the approach to take there. DPIAs, you mentioned, I think it's kind of expanding out in that, and biases, perhaps more concentration on bias, impacts on individuals of how the technology is being used, and then in terms of kind of training and data protection regulation requires that people should be trained. I think that's so important in AI, but it's a different approach. From a data protection and privacy approach, often that kind of annual standard training, everybody ticks a box, but at the pace that things are moving with AI, it's got to be a different way of engaging. And what we've done at WPP is we kind of started out with that approach of, those fundamentals and some of those risks that we've talked about, but moved into a much more sort of dynamic, monthly, global drop-ins where we're able to give the latest updates, changes in regulatory positions, changes in how the technology is being used, and of course the types of risks that are coming out of those changes. So I think thinking about training, moving away from that quite static, updating it as new regulation comes in, to that much more dynamic approach and continuing to engage people so that the whole business is thinking about how they're using this technology.
Yeah, thank you. I think one just addition on that from our experience with other clients is that the GDPR and the EU AI Act, they look at human rights risks, whereas for you as a company, there might be other risks involved as well, from a business perspective. So an AI system classified as high risk or as low risk under the EU AI Act may be regarded from a business perspective as higher risk. That continuous monitoring aspect is definitely very important. Sarah, on mitigating the risks and monitoring, in banking, you are already highly regulated. There are model requirements for Pillar 1 and 2 models, the algorithmic trading, outsourcing. The financial sector is highly regulated, including on the use of AI already. On top of it, the EU AI Act classifies quite a lot of use cases in the financial sector as high risk, so again, regulating it heavily. In all of these regulatory jungle, what is AI literacy and culture, and how important are these for safe and ethical use of AI? And which components do you need for a successful and pragmatic AI governance framework in your experience?
Sure. And I mean, when we think about the financial services, I mean, we started on AI governance probably back in 2018, actually with the FCA as part of the AI Public-Private Forum, right? And at the same time, MAS was also coming out with their guidelines, and the EU was starting to murmur about some kind of AI regulation back then. So it's not a new topic, and prior to that, we've had model risk management. When you think about how do you safely and ethically use AI and scale, because what we've seen here is exponential scale, there are a couple of things that have to come together. First, I think you called it out nicely. You need to make sure that what you're doing is aligned to your strategy, right? So one of your first toll gates, obviously, is this a high-risk use case or not, or, you know, the forbidden use case, because that comes with a ton of overhead from a regulatory standpoint. But then it's also, is it aligned with business strategy? If you do not have a strategy, for example, to digitize employees, then don't go down that road. That is literally a waste of cycles and probably bad messaging within the company. I think then you've got to tie the governance elements, which I'll talk about in a second. Culture, to me, is absolutely key. I mean, culture eats strategy for breakfast, that's been around forever. And that hasn't gone away. In all my years of experience, one of the biggest lessons I've learned is if you don't take people with you on a journey, you may make progress, but at the end, you will not be as successful as if you take people with you on that journey. And AI, because the tooling is becoming so democratized across the globe, really the citizens need to know and understand how to use that safely. What are the questions they should be asking? We call it literacy, right? So it's not necessarily how do I write the most perfect prompt, but what are the questions I need to be asking myself when I'm actually using this tool as to how much can I trust it? How do I validate it? Actually, no, human, you're still accountable for what you send out the door. The AI didn't do it. You did. It's just another tool at your disposal. And so making sure the culture understands how to use the tools safely, the type of questions, and then the opportunities. Because the citizen development is going to boom. And so people know what they do. They're the SMEs in their areas, and they're going to be the best ones to understand how to do that more efficiently and better and more intelligently using augmented intelligence, right? Which was the whole purpose of this in the first place. I think we have to tie that with IT, right? So we need the right tech platforms. Is it build? Is it buy? Is it cloud? Is it on-prem? And then wrap that all in your risk and controls. And for us, I mean, we looked across all the AI risks. We have risk type owners. They're very much a financial services framework, right? As you mentioned, outsourcing, data governance for me, all the way through the gamut. And then what we looked at was, right, how do we map AI risks against the existing risk type owners? So we didn't create, at this stage anyway, a separate AI policy. What we did is create a set of AI risks and then educated our risk type owners on those risks. And as they evaluate AI use cases, they're doing so within their risk type, looking at the AI dimensions, and then flagging where they see potential issues. Same from an ethical perspective. HR is one of the risk type owners. So to be able to bring those different perspectives together, which is what ethics is all about as well. And then model risk management, right? I mean, this started with, pure play quant models, then had to scale into AI models. So they hired a bunch of data science savvy folk to be able to do that validation. And now Gen AI. In my mind, and this is my personal opinion, the only way we can scale this safely from a monitoring perspective is to actually start embedding a set of machine readable controls that represents different legislation into the models themselves. So they become a living, breathing part of the model. And that way you've got continuous testing as well as validation, and you can change benchmarks, risk scenarios, risk appetites at any stage, and then constantly test to see how your model's doing. I can't see any other way of doing it. I think validation is, as you heard, like 65% after it goes live, right? So validation is obviously a good step, which has traditionally been where model risk management is focused. But then what happens after it goes live, right? So it has to be an embedded, living, breathing part of the model itself. And we're also seeing a vast increase in the legislation out there as well. I mean, the EU's betting hard on this digital decade strategy, 270 billion into the economy. And they're doing that through legislation. So everything from GDPR through to the, FIDA and everything else that's coming at us. I mean, the UK is taking more of that approach as well with the AI bill, right? So it's, build up the trust, have the rest of the world trust us, because, the West is deregulating and the East is state control. So let's put the position of trust on us. And I think if you, think about those common themes which across the globe come up: reliability, robustness, safety, ethics, transparency, accountability, security, right? You've got to bring that whole gamut together if you're going to be able to scale and use AI safely and ethically. And people are at the heart and center of that.
Yeah. I think the common themes are always a good point to approach the different regulatory framework, absolutely. And then, so I mentioned that you've been part of the AI Public-Private Forum by the Bank of England and are currently part of the IIF AI ML Expert Group. Could you share key takeaways from your work in those groups?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we think about risks, third-party risk management always comes up, right? So it's, how do we manage, especially in the open source world, these relationships and then get that sense of trust in our vendors and our third parties? How do we really trust and how do we fully trust Microsoft? Especially when you think about the deregulation that's going on in a country or a continent where most of these startups are based. So you just don't know what's going to happen tomorrow with deregulation, and then what's going to, what risk that's going to pose the company. And these companies outsource to other companies, so you have a chain effect there as well. And as we've learned through some of the CrowdStrike type issues, they use components that if we all become dependent on, again, you've got further dependency there from a chain reaction perspective. So that comes up is how do you manage against that? I think some of the other common themes that we see are definitely around culture and ethics, making sure, but then also talking about the socioeconomic divide. So how do we make sure that we provide literacy and capabilities to the globe? Because this could be a great way to level the playing field to a certain extent. If people have easy-to-use ChatGPT type stuff, which they can then use to create without necessarily being true techies. I think that's a topic that comes up. Data, lots of questions, right? So what is it you're monitoring? What exactly do you have to capture? Where do you evidence bias when it's a large language model, right? How do I check ChatGPT for bias, really? No, I can't, right? So how do I do that? Explainability, it's interesting. I'm seeing, originally when I started with the AI Public-Private Forum, it was easy. I wouldn't say it was easy in terms of the topic at the time, but it was standard supervised machine learning to the most part, right? Not even, deep learning was still talked about and we were doing it, but at a very lesser extent. But now with Gen AI, you can't really explain how it works, but what you can do is explain how it's used. So what I'm observing with the IIF is there's being I would say a change in focus now on explainability to how are people using the information that's generated as part of their decision-making process and explaining that, which I think is a good move. But let's see. I mean, they're redefining stuff as we go.
Thank you. So talking about trust, Stefan, what is trustworthy AI? What are the key legal and ethical concerns or topics in that? And how are you at Anthology approaching it?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think some people have mentioned this before. I mean, how we think about it, it is in the end, it is risk management. It's managing risk, obviously, for the company, but also similar like in privacy, not just for the company, but also how it impacts individuals, society at large. And that's kind of how you mentioned, Gaz, kind of we're leveraging existing risk management approaches and frameworks to do that. And I think a lot of people have already mentioned before kind of how you make sure that your program is successful, like kind of it being teamwork and making sure that you leverage existing frameworks. I think from my perspective, just to add, I think what I have seen both for us, quite honestly, but also particularly with our customers, is kind of the visibility of AI use is a really, really challenging topic, not just internally, because you may have people who kind of just using off-the-shelf stuff kind of internally in silos and maybe not fully coordinated. But I think also increasingly in terms of third-party applications, because I mean every vendor is now introducing generative AI functionalities in the tools, from HR tools to finance tools to your word processing tools. And keeping track of that internally to make sure you have a good inventory is just really, really hard. And again, kind of comes back to the team sport aspect where you need to be working super, super closely with your IT teams, procurement, etc. So I think that's absolutely critical to make your program work. And obviously, you need the whole policies and training and everything on top. And then I think the second thing, just to kind of in terms of importance of making a trustworthy AI framework work, I think is also AI literacy, obviously, for all your staff. But I think also equally important just for your legal and privacy and kind of tech lawyer, whoever is kind of looking after responsible AI and privacy, keeping them educated. And I think that is really hard, at least for me and kind of from what I see from kind of colleagues I'm talking to in similar position. It's a really tough challenge because obviously technology develops fantastically fast and it's very hard to keep up to date with kind of the latest models that are released like DeepSeek. And then at the same time following the regulatory developments. And I think we, at least I'm talking for lawyers now, we as lawyers kind of tend to kind of fall into kind of a comfort zone, which is kind of let's read the latest CJU and on the EDPG guidelines, but maybe don't focus as much on technology. I think that's really important for us, that we keep ourselves educated and our teams educated so they really understand the technology, because as mentioned before, AI is not just AI. All these models have different aspects and different risks, and you really need to understand this and kind of how it works within your supply chain. And just on your question regarding the legal obligations, other obligations, I think we obviously have contractual relationships down the whole supply chain. Obviously, our customers expect certain commitments from us, but we can only give those commitments if you have those commitments from our third party that we rely on, like Microsoft and AWS. So I think we have seen the development of some clauses, but I think that's still a bit of an emerging field. But I think the key thing is also creating that trust across the whole supply chain. And I think that's only working through transparency. So we have been really keen kind of publishing a lot of information how we address this, kind of not just overarchingly as an approach, but also for each specific feature. But it only works if we get all that information again from our vendors. So I think that's going to be one of the challenges as well, that kind of this information flows along the whole supply chain, and I'm sure the EU Act will contribute to that.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a really interesting point you make between risk management throughout the supply chain by building trust and being transparent. So that's really interesting. So now moving on to a more specific risk that we see in the AI field, deepfakes. So among the various challenges AI faces or introduces, it's increasingly easy to create truth-similar content. And some say we're in a post-truth era now. And it's just very difficult to identify like if it's actual AI created content with AI voice and AI video tools. So that obviously gives a lot of opportunities for the creative sector, but faces also quite a lot of legal challenges. The EU AI Act only regards it as low risk, so only introducing like very stringent transparency requirements on that. But it's not high risk and it's not prohibited. Gareth, how do you manage this? Like, how do you balance the opportunities that obviously gives for the advertising sector with the risks that you see?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, concentrating solely on sort of advertising and marketing, and not more broadly about deepfakes and the risk of deepfakes. Maybe context, a couple of examples of where this has been used in a safe way by WPP agencies. In India, a fantastic campaign with Cadbury's and the Bollywood legend Shah Rukh Khan, where they helped small businesses to have a Bollywood legend promote those businesses in using deep fakes. And then similarly with the aptly named Gen AI, who is Jennifer Lopez in the Gen part there, for Virgin Cruises to invite friends on a cruise. But in both examples, the correct rights are in place for the image and the rights to the individual's image and use in those campaigns. The contractual terms were there for use in those campaigns, and the constraints on how they could be used and whether they could be used in further campaigns, etc. So with the right guardrails in place, absolutely, it's a fantastic opportunity. But of course, it could go wrong as well, and there's going to be potentially misinformation about a brand, or an impact on that trust in that brand. But I think it's a multifaceted approach, and I liked Lord Holmes' phrase earlier, which was right-size regulation. But at the same time, it's about self-regulation and industry regulation, and WPP and a number of other players in the space are part of the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is around giving that transparency and ensuring that consumers can see how the image has been created, what the source of those images are, and where AI has been used. But of course, and we talked about GDPR and other regulations. There are existing regulations that apply to the use of new technology. There are already, the Advertising Standards Association in the UK and the CAP code, which means that if you have an endorsement or a testimonial, it's got to have been by the person that's used the product. You can't just use a deep fake to give an endorsement to a product. So, that multifaceted approach in terms of regulation, industry self-regulation, and then in terms of lowering risk is about, I think, awareness for the public and awareness for consumers.
Thank you. Maybe, Sarah, in the interest of time, if you could just quickly share your takeaways from a financial sector perspective. How do deepfakes affect the financial sector? Do they affect the financial sector?
Yeah. I mean, we've already had somebody from finance in Hong Kong pay out a ton of money based on a deep fake. So thought it was their CFO. Absolutely. And it's all about trust, right? So we're now seeing things like, obviously, BBC does the verify when it can actually verify the content and actually sticks a label on there. But at the same time, we're seeing in the US now fact-checking is getting chucked out the window in a lot of cases. So from our side of things, it's educating the employees to ask first, trust later. So making sure that whenever they get something through, that they don't just trust the face of it. Unfortunately, because it's very difficult to detect deepfakes, that's probably the best thing. I mean, I was sat in a group think tank with a bunch of CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, not so long ago. And they were saying, for the board level and the executive boards, they should probably have some kind of spoken password. So if they get on a video conference call in an emergency situation, that they can actually give the password so that they know that it's really them and not some deepfake that's in there. I think we'll continue to see an enhancement of validation and verification techniques, and there's some interesting stuff happening with heartbeats and electro impulses, which are, I would say, more unique than fingerprints, if you can get that. But at the moment, it's got to be question first, right? So don't trust what you get, question and verify. Always verify and validate.
Thank you. So Stefan, just to give the full sector view, is it also ask first, trust later for the educational sector? So for anthology, are deepfakes creating a new era for plagiarism?
Yeah, I guess for us the issue in kind of education technology is not as big as kind of financial service and other sectors, or kind of yours, Gareth. But what we have seen, of course, we kind of ChatGPT, that students are using ChatGPT to write essays, and we've been kind of tasked by our customers to kind of find out, can we create tools that identify that, and we had to very soon have to realize we kind of did testing, and this doesn't work, because first of all we're going to flagging the wrong people, non-native speaker like myself, but also that it's going to be a cat and mouse game, the kind of the big large language model developers, which we just cannot win. So we're trying to find other avenues, and it's going to be interesting to see if the same kind of applies to deep fake. I think in terms of deepfake, kind of now is the next level as kind of and combined with agentic AI. I mean, we start to think about kind of what does that mean for kind of when a student is in kind of an online learning management system. I mean, at some point, I mean, is it the student still? Is it some kind of agent that is authorized by the student? So it's not sure if it's deepfake, but that kind of works in there. And where do you delineate on what you allow as a university or as a technology provider for universities, what they make use of and what not, because it's just an agent doing all the work, or maybe it's doing some of the work, which is okay. So I think that's going to create the whole next level of discussions around, what is an authentic human working in here, and kind of that differentiation between agents and humans.
Thank you. So we're very conscious that we're standing between you and lunch, but we still want to give you 5 minutes to ask any questions you have on AI governance, on mitigating risks, on privacy and AI to the panel. Yes.
Hello. It was a very insightful session and great to hear about all the risks. I know we talked about this a bit when, Sarah, you spoke about getting humans along on the journey, and also yourself, Stefan, when you talked about an AI-educated workforce. But one of the key risks I think we're all facing is a very quickly outdated workforce, and also losing human trust, like people around in this room, on the journey. So you have a lot of people discussing regulation, risks, etc., but the actual execution of what the technology is requires a lot of upskilling across in the industry. I was just keen to understand if you have any good use cases or any companies you've seen doing this well, just to understand from your industry experience.
I could talk a little bit about that. I mean, I think there's some interesting stats that have come out now. There was the usual, you get three mindsets when you have a revolution in technology. You have the, oh my God, it's the end of the world. And then you have the, oh, it's awesome, let's just go for it. And then you have the people sitting in the middle thinking about it. I think we've gone through a lot of hype and somewhat panic about job loss when it comes to AI. There are now, last week, recently, papers coming out, which are for Swiss Innovation Center and others, which show that actually they believe the net impact of AI on the workforce is flat. They think the nature of roles is going to change, but it's not actually going to impact the amount of people employed. So I think that's one piece of information. I think the second is the skill sets that are available. So IBM did a great use case where they took their HR department and they asked their HR guys to recreate their jobs using generative AI, but guaranteed them that they will get a job in another area if they were successful as basically doing themselves out of a job. And they were able to get rid of, I think, 85 of the processes. I don't want to misquote, but I think it was around 85. And those people remained employed in different types of roles within IBM. So I think it's a matter of making sure that you can use the human intelligence, use the tools to make things more efficient and smarter, but you're using the human intelligence to do things where we really need insight. You need to connect dots. You have creativity, right? So I think those areas will continue to grow. And I think that's a great opportunity for all if we treat it properly, right? We've got to make sure we go in with a conscious plan of what we want to do on a human capital perspective.
I mean, I think I'd just add to that in terms of the way we've approached it at WPP is start out of the blocks with principles. Knowing we're going to build out a governance framework in much more detail that's in place now, but start out of the block with principles that everybody and anybody can understand across the business, and then almost sort of two types of people: those that require specific training for their role, that are going to be using specific tools to produce the work they produce and do the tasks that they do. And then more organic, and by making tools available, we have our own proprietary tools, but making it available to everybody, all 110,000 people globally, that people can, similar to Sarah's just described, almost kind of develop their own skills, but also work out where AI can support them. So you're kind of bringing them along as well, whilst concentrating the effort on those people that can benefit immediately.
Okay.
question from me. Conscious that we are only minutes from lunch. Stefan, you spoke about the sort of the third-party aspect of outsourcing sort of risk, and Sarah, you sort of talked about how we can trust sort of value chains where we're getting in sort of tech from other places. How confident is the panel that commercial agreements can appropriately manage the sort of risk and liability for companies further down that value chain, when many of the providers of that tech are possibly some of the largest companies in the world and may not feel the need to negotiate terms?
Yeah, I'll start and then let Sarah talk to you as well. I think this is not too different to what we've seen before, with kind of the move to cloud, from on-prem to cloud, where you outsource some of your kind of expertise and technology to others. And I think it's a good question. I mean, as I mentioned, I think we're seeing kind of contractual clauses develop, and I think there's going to be further tweaks as companies implement their EU AI-related obligations. But in the end, I think we're going to find some kind of stable equilibrium where these risks and liabilities are being addressed. I mean, as always, if you're a very large company and everyone wants your products, you have a bit more bargaining power than companies like ours. But that's not different to what we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add that I think it's going to be a tumultuous time, and I think it's going to be extremely difficult. We also have a number of companies, which is no different, I think, from history, which have got a very tight hold on certain corners of the market and have very little competition in those areas. So potentially it could offer competition opportunities. When EU, for example, decides they're not going to do business with a mega giant anymore because they will not adhere to the regulations that are part of the EU AI Act or transparency or etc., then perhaps there is another alternative vendor that comes into play. But I think it's extremely difficult, and what's more dynamic about it is because the features and the capabilities are changing so rapidly. You know, the clauses today are probably not going to be good in even a year. So we haven't really tackled as a society how you do dynamic clause management, right? And I think that is going to be a challenge going forward.
Definitely. Great. So the timer is beeping in red, and we don't want to keep you from lunch. I think there were a lot of insightful takeaways from this discussion on risk management, particularly on that it's a continuous circle, and you need to ensure to also regulate risks post implementation and use, and take with you your employees and your customers. So thank you very much indeed to the panel for this vivid discussion. Thank you, Sarah, for joining despite the travel issues. And thank you for your attention, everyone. And now over to lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katharina. You'll be pleased to know I'm just letting you know that we've got lunch, and please be back in the room by 1:10. Oh, sorry. Hi everyone. We're gonna kick straight back off. Hope you got some good food in you and some coffee. We're going to kick straight back off with a fireside chat looking at an AI industry perspective on the evolving regulatory framework, I think in the UK and beyond. So I'm very pleased to introduce Rachel Anayar, who's a partner at Freshfields, who's going to be in conversation with Dr. Adriano Koshiyama, who's co-founder and co-CEO of Holistic AI. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back everyone from lunch. We are going to have a bit of a chat through Adriano's experiences and some of his observations, which I think would be really interesting to hear. Wondered if you could start kind of with a brief introduction to your background and also the organisation that you have founded and are operating.
Nice, thank you. Thank you so much for the time as well, Rachel. Thanks for doing this. I'm Adriano Koshiyama, as you can see. I'm the co-founder of Holistic AI. It's so funny because I was talking to Tatiana and Ekaterina outside. I used to do these events with this organization, City Financial Global. I was still a PhD student. Like 6 years ago, I would come over and talk about how to use GANs to model financial markets and generate time series. That was my gig 6 years ago. So it's so interesting how kind of fast forward, I'm a completely different person. I'm here to talk about AI governance and AI safety and all these other things, you know. So you can see how fast-paced this space really is. So just as a background, as I mentioned before, starting Holistic, I used to be an academic, did PhD in computer science. Very interesting days, you know, I was at UCL. If you guys can imagine, there was this whole furore around DeepMind, when DeepMind got acquired. A lot of interesting companies started to emerge on the back of that. We felt, myself and my co-founder, there was a need for a company to emerge on the AI safety. And my co-founder, because he got a PhD in philosophy, funny enough, he was there working in the department. He was much more an AI ethics guy. So then we kind of put ourselves together, started to think about the problem. And really the core of the problem was an assumption that we had. This is like 2018-19 time, that the adoption of AI would only increase. We had this notion that the previous decade, 2010 to 2020, was all about data. We had the major milestones on cloud and data lakes and data infrastructure. But at the same time, you had GDPR, which was a big milestone. And we said to ourselves, we believe that the 2020 to 2030 is going to be the decade of AI.
And you started in the government space, right? Doing kind of introducing AI governance there first, and then
absolutely. The first use case was this work we did for the government. They commissioned us to go to industry and conduct some AI audits. Back in the time, there was this organization called the CDEI. It sort of exists, but I don't think it's so much more public-facing anymore. But at the time, it was a big think tank. It was like one of those quangos that exists in the UK system. And they commissioned us. We work with Cisco. We work with Unilever. Many companies on that topic of auditing AI systems. And then the first outcome was this blog. It's still on their website till this day, The Need for AI Assurance. And it was a big pivot because we went to do audits of AI systems. We came back to tell them, don't use the word audit because it's very daunting. Nobody wants to be audited. But if you tell them that the goal is to provide assurance, they feel like a benefit. So let's just pivot the language. And maybe that was one of the biggest contribution that we made at the time.
And so now your organisation sort of supports AI governance, is that right? And can you talk a bit about the kind of reasons why people come to you for the use of the platform? It's a software product.
Software product. The main reason I was talking outside to some people is that this technology needs governance. And it's not because we want to put guardrails and controls and risk. Of course, we should all do that. But this technology is redesigning and revamping the organization itself. So if you're introducing AI into your company, it's great because you're actually starting to extract more value from the data. You can do things that you could not do before, all this big and massive transformation that you're doing. But at the same time that you introduce AI into your company, you're introducing new risks into your company. And the question is, how do you govern those risks? How do you go about assessing them, mitigating them, controlling them? So governance is a need. And we wrote this blog recently called Not Even Trump Can Trump AI Governance, because it's a need regardless of what happens, you know. If we invest a lot of money on AI, these risks are going to get bigger and bigger. You need to do something about it. Maybe it's going to be through compliance. Maybe it's going to be through cybersecurity or risk management. Maybe it's going to be through other means. But regardless, you need to do something about these new risks.
And when your customers come to you and they're kind of coming and saying, what do we do about AI governance? Are they kind of looking for the same thing? So you've got global customers, right? And you mentioned Trump, so customers in the US, customers in Europe, in the UK, they all kind of come and say, here is the solution to AI governance?
Very different. In the US, it's way more, how can this platform, this solution, enable the business value of AI? So it's all about velocity, adoption, making sure that there are some checks, and how do you make sure that you're vetting the third parties so that the whole process is better. So it's a different way of seeing it. They see it way more from a business value lens, AI governance. And even the word governance is funny because when people think about governance, they think about process controls, rules, etc. In the US, they got a different connotation for some ways. In Europe, you can imagine because of the EU AI Act, the AI governance is in the same package as EU Act compliance. So then the discussion becomes quite compliance oriented. And you can imagine it kind of cashed itself into a different kind of discussion. All of a sudden you're talking more to lawyers, you're talking more to risk people in a company, rather than the people developing the products in the first place.
And what about the UK? Is there a consistent approach you see here?
Yeah, UK is always in between. It's depending on the organization you're working with. They might be. So if it's an organization that does a lot of trading in Europe, they become quite Europe-oriented. If they are very UK-centric, not much, really. They take no approach. They prefer almost be like US-centric to some respect. But if they do way more US, then it becomes more like a US entity. I think the UK is quite an interesting place because you have all these different approaches emerging. So to some extent, from an innovation perspective, from a kind of innovation in terms of compliance and standards, UK is quite a very unique place because you have all these cultures emerging at the same time.
Yeah, and we'll touch, I think, on the sort of regulatory differences in a moment, but I wanted to just ask, so you've sort of mentioned the different customers there, sort of from the US or the EU and UK somewhere in the middle. What about different types of organisations in terms of the solutions for their governance structure? Is there, even if they're driven by a particular regulatory framework, are there differences in the way that their organisations are set up that drive the kind of approach that you see in the governance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they are very centralized kind of organizations, it might be much easier to roll out things because the central command and control, maybe some global unit somewhere says we're going to mandate this process now, and everyone follows it in their own specific branches and local markets they're operating. But I think most of you who work in big companies, it's the difficulty is to centralize certain actions in the company. I wouldn't be surprised that some of you just try to roll out GDPR compliance, maybe across the whole state of your company, and how difficult that was, to convince people in Asia, in South America, in North America, to sort of follow the same principle in terms of data protection. So I think it depends on the type of the company, and you're going to have struggles. But the struggles are, funny enough, nothing to do with AI itself. It's basically political problems that those companies actually face.
Have you got any good examples or stories from different customers that you've helped, and sort of just to illustrate the different ways in which kind of a governance framework might be set up? One of the questions we often get is, what's everyone else doing? And that's really hard because I think it's so individual.
I think a good example is this company we work. I cannot mention their name, but maybe you go to our website, you're going to find them out. They are, because of the EU Act, to some extent they are a bit ahead than these other markets. Is basically Brazil. So they have this big subsidiary in Brazil that drives a lot of their revenue. And I'm not sure if you know, but Brazil has an AI bill as well, which is very close to the EU Act. I think it's going to be maybe a year or two off from it. So what happens is, if you think in a very rational way, all the learnings and all the things you've done with the UA Act, when it comes the time of this Brazilian bill passing, you can kind of transfer the knowledge from what you learned from the EU to the local market. So in that case, this organization wants to do a takeover of the Brazilian unit in terms of data analytics and process. They're using this as an opportunity to say to them, look, instead of you trying to do it yourself, why don't we take all the learnings and all the infrastructure we are building because of the UA Act and deploy this when your bill passes? But instead of waiting for it, just start now, because it's just a mere copy.
Do you think that that's restricting some of the innovation where we're seeing, so you talked about in the US, a bit more freedom to scaffold the governance structure? Do you think the EU AI Act is kind of restricting some of the innovation that's happening, and there's a lot of focus on governance? Are you seeing that, or are you seeing kind of the other way around, in that it's a helpful structure so that there's something to kind of galvanize people around?
There's like two interpretations to it, right? One, you can say it could be a scapegoat. People use this as a means to say we're not going to invest so much in AI because of the UA Act, and we're going to wait and see what happens before we actually make the investment. I do think there's a little bit of a scapegoating happening on the regulation side. I do think the investment itself on AI is almost like inevitable, meaning it's almost like an existential threat to your business if you don't invest in AI. But when you do invest, you're going to have to face all these problems that we're talking here earlier. So it definitely, there could be like some barriers of innovation, but I think it's much more around the investment that people are going to make rather than the regulation itself. Because I think we all understand that following the rules is important, but when I think about the people developing the products, I don't think they think so much the importance of regulation when you're developing something. Maybe when you're going to go to market, yes, but in terms of ideas and new products, it's not something that comes across to people's head.
And just sort of turning to the different regulatory frameworks, because we've touched on and we've heard already today about the differences between the US, the UK, and the EU. Do you have any reflections on how things are evolving kind of from a regulatory perspective, either kind of as a business owner and what impact that has on kind of the decisions you're taking in your business, or kind of from the perspective of seeing how it's impacting customers?
Yeah, I think in the US, because of the new administration, it looks like there will be way more investment in AI. But I do think that the difference, I believe, in the US compared to Europe is that when you open up the map, it's 50 states, if at least that's the count for now. And when you look at it, every state, no matter where, they have specific bills covering AI. So really the patchwork is going to be quite fascinating, like 5 years down the line, where it's a bit like the tax system. We do trade in the US, the tax in the US is terrible. It's just so hard for you to see how you're paying taxes or even recovering some of them anyway. So it seems like the patchwork is going to be in the US, and we'll see what happens in the next administration. Maybe they'll try to do some harmonization at the federal, but we'll see. I think in Europe the benefit is that there's one single regulation, but at the same time the anchoring to expecting it to get more details is sort of deterring people to maybe make an investment. So it's a bit weird. It's kind of paradoxical to some extent.
And what about in the UK? So you mentioned that you're, certainly I can't remember if you've mentioned today, but you mentioned to me that we did a PhD in interest in AI safety, and the UK is kind of majoring on the safety aspect, which to me seems like a really kind of smart move to be in the political stage, but whilst maintaining the momentum towards growth. What are your observations about the way the UK is kind of trying to develop its regulatory space?
No, I think it's treading very well. It's like treading carefully, in this space, because you don't want to take a position, and I think there's a value sometimes of not taking a position. You really observe how things are developed. I mean, last week there was a Chinese company called I forgot their name. They have a holding name, but they launched this thing called DeepSeek, which is this new LLM. And I think if you're watching the financial markets today, I think NVIDIA collapsed 15% today. Nobody was thinking about AI agents the other day. We were all talking about LLMs 2.5 years ago. Last year was all about RAG, which was another word in our in our lexicon. This year is about AI agents because we found a new application for LLMs. So like the technology is really changing and advancing. So I do agree with the idea that we need to monitor the frontier. That's what the AI Safety Institute is about. Like try to see whether there could be some nuclear bombs coming our way, and we need to make sure that we look after it. But I think really regulating the day-to-day usage of things and business, guidance and some housekeeping, I think is important at this point in time. But I'm not so sure about specific rules.
And you mentioned agentic AI there, kind of obviously sort of right at the front of the, wave of new things we're thinking about this year. What else is kind of top of mind, either that is in our kind of collective consciousness in terms of developments of AI, or where things will be going next that you're seeing and that people should be aware of?
Yeah, I do think the amount of new apps that are probably going to be on our phones or whatever device we put on our head soon, wouldn't be surprised, is going to be really driving. There was this concept, you probably all heard of, the super app. Is the idea there will be this kind of unique app where payments and commerce and trading and communication, everything will be kind of subsumed into a single app. And I think we're kind of trending towards that. And this idea of AI agents is part of that big picture of the super app. So I wouldn't be surprised this year there will be a company or an organization kind of really growing and building something big on that space. And I think the second thing is I do think what happened last week with this DeepSeek and things that will come downstream from that, we're going to see a big democratization of AI. I mean, if you think about the cost of building something has dramatically gone down, the amount of startups and ideas and things you can do is much bigger. And from an AI governance perspective, it's even much more challenging because the proliferation is going to be way, way bigger now.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things to watch out for and develop. How do you, as an owner of an AI business, kind of keep on top of both the regulatory changes and the technical changes? Any top tips?
Yeah, I usually read a lot of stuff in Reddit. You'd be surprised, I used to kind of get a good sense because I used to go to NeurIPS. There's this kind of major conferences in AI that is very much worth. So the NeurIPS happen in December now. They should have the proceedings online. So if you want to really see what's coming, maybe 5 years now down the line, just read those papers there. It's very fascinating. So you can get a lot of the sense about the future. But if you look at like Reddit, some other sources of information, archives, see what's happening. There's some major companies, of course. You should look at their blog section. Look at Holistic One if you're interested in AI governance, safety. We always have some good content on our website. But I think personally for the company itself, beyond me, is just bringing new people into the company. We are really fortunate to have this pipeline coming from UCL. This year we should be getting 8 MSc students to do project with us. All of them doing MSCs in machine learning, AI, etc. I mean, if you are a company, you want to get those students, you just go to UCL and say you want to run some project, they give you the students for you for free. And getting them is the best thing because they are always up to date. It's incredible. They are always touching the latest, always touching the latest. So you're going to talk to them, they are using some app or something that you don't even heard before. And that keeps you, that always keeps myself like thinking, I'm really old, Like, when I did my PhD, it was all about machine learning and this and that. And I was talking to Tatiana outside. If someone put me to build an LLM, I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you guys. Very different times.
Yeah, it's so fast moving that kind of flips convention on its head in terms of your knowledge increases as you get more experienced, and not to forget the kind of the youth coming through and their kind of cold face experience as well. I think we will draw it to a close there. Thank you so much. It's really interesting to hear your insights. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Rachel and Adriano.
A lot of insight there that I think we'll pick up at our 4:30 session on, I suppose, the importance, relevance, and maturity of AI assurance. And also nice to hear a shout out to CDI. There's more than one ex-member of the AI assurance team in the room today. Next up, we're going to have another keynote presentation from Alexander Milner-Smith, who's a partner and co-head of data privacy and cyber at Lewis Silkin, who's going to be talking to us about AI in the workplace.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. That's about the 6th time that I've either followed Adriano or spoken before him, but it's always disappointing when I speak. So one day, Adriano, I'll get lucky and there'll be someone else. I'm going to speak about AI in the workplace today. Our data team does everything, but bearing in mind some of Lewis Silkin's great strengths, we do an awful lot of AI in the workplace work. And sometimes within governance programs, it can occasionally be missed in the excitement and white heat of other things. But as I want to talk about, there is a real significant area of risk with deployment of AI in the workplace, and especially if you don't get the governance right in terms of bringing key stakeholders in, HR, compliance, legal, data and privacy, and so on. I've got 20 minutes, probably got 16 minutes now, so luckily I speak very quickly, but I won't be able to cover too much. I'm going to try and cover 4 things, just some ideas of how AI is being deployed in the workplace. And we had, I think it was Paul earlier said, NatWest already deploying an HR chatbot. Some of our clients are thinking about even more extreme things that I'll take you through. Talk about new regulation and guidance. Obviously, I can only do about 1 minute of that, but we'll just have a look at Annex 3.4 in the EU AI Act that obviously clearly states that a lot of AI in the workplace is going to likely be high risk, if of course it's an AI system. One thing we're finding a lot of our clients do is forget old regulation and guidance. Some of the issues around, say, Article 22, GDPR, UK GDPR, have not been solved yet in relation to AI and recruitment tools, for instance. They are still there, and new regulation doesn't solve that. And we are seeing a lot of activists touch on this with complaints to the ICO, public letters to The Guardian, and whomever. You may have read it over the weekend or last week. I've got some top tips as well at the end, but they're going to be probably very disappointing. I will also then try and end, if I've got time, just reading a couple of slides from a scenario that we've run for a lot of clients. The idea of it is designed to bring people into a room from HR, from compliance, from data science, from risk, and so on, just to show them that to deal with an HR workplace AI issue, when it goes wrong, you need all those multi-stakeholders. So first thing, what are we seeing? The old chestnut, recruitment and selection. The first point, and the only point I want to make about that, is not new. We all remember some of the issues in 2014 involving Amazon and others. Forgive me for picking on Amazon, but it's in the press. That was sort of 2014-15 when they had to withdraw their, I think, a CV sifting tool, which was allegedly producing allegedly discriminatory results. I am very clearly saying allegedly there because I think they were quite harshly treated. But I mean, that's 10 years ago. But those issues are still very current. How do we mitigate against bias and so on? I will mention what Holistic can do in that space as well. I'm not a salesperson for Holistic, but it's just a very useful assurance and auditing tool to check bias. We are seeing gradually the eyes sort of lift from the recruitment floor to what else can we use AI in the workplace for. And we are talking with some clients about how can we use it for performance management, be that holistic performance management where maybe we ask our AI system to look at 5,000-6,000 appraisals and tell us about common themes and analyse for us at a much more sophisticated level than humans can. To, we have had some discussions with clients about sort of personal performance management, real-time measuring of not just, say, sales metrics, but more subjective metrics and so on. Very few of our clients as yet are deploying anything like that, but it is there and the capacity and capability is there. Skills matching and access to resources sort of links with both recruitment. If we have a business of 30,000 people and we have 500 vacancies, AI can help us look around the business. Who do we have in our organisation that already has skills A, B, C, D? Why do we need to go to market? To slightly more banal stuff that if we are operating a factory or so on, how can we ensure that the supply chain, the workplace supply chain, as it were, is managed as efficiently as possible. DE&I, there is a particular vendor who we've talked about with some clients who can use their AI to take CVs and mask any element that might then suggest someone's ethnicity or their religion, to allow you potentially to then deploy that within your recruitment sifting tool, safer in the knowledge that you're not stepping onto discriminatory risk position. Employee engagement, we heard earlier, NatWest deploying an HR chatbot. I think at present in the market, it's the very basic questions that are being dealt with. You know, a 100,000 person organisation, how do I find information about my pension or my benefits or so on? We have talked with some clients, though, about how you could push that further. Initial questions about grievances and disciplinary matters and so on. Again, the risk is much higher there, but the capability is there. Recognition, we've done a lot of work in the biometric space. I mean, just for financial services clients, some of our clients are using biometrics to stop certain traders go from floor to floor. Forgive me for any rubbish nomenclature, I'm not a financial services lawyer, but you know, if there's price-sensitive information on one floor, you can't allow a trader from one floor to floor two. This is why I don't run a financial services company, but you get the point. Two, you know, standard biometrics for immigration things. We saw Serco Leisure obviously get in trouble with the ICO last year for putting in their biometric fingerprint identification for all their leisure workers coming into leisure centres. So it's from the exciting to the slightly more standard. I'll finish just with detection. We have had a lot of discussion with clients about adding AI components onto their DLP monitoring posture. So just adding on elements of, I don't know, semantic exploration to in real time track an employee who may be a competitive risk by looking at words they might be using within Teams or Slack or across email. That is obviously getting quite intrusive. All the way through to talking about with one client, can that be deployed to predict maybe suicidal ideation within the workforce? You can obviously row that back, health concerns and so on. Is language being used that is suggestive of mental health conditions? Again, enormously intrusive, but again, the capacity is there. So that's sort of a whistle-stop of what we're seeing in a small section of the market. Just in terms of regulation and guidance, this is not... I'm not going to take you through what the EU AI Act says, and nor am I going to go through the definitions, but it is very important to read Annex 3.4, because if you are using an AI system, and I can't stress that enough, don't jump into, do think whether you're actually using an AI system. We have had a few clients start down a very heavy compliance road when really it's not an AI system, it's probably just automation. But let's say you are using an AI system. It is very likely that if it is in the workplace that you are at least going to be touching this. If you look at A, it's recruitment. If you look at B, AI systems intended to be used to make decisions affecting terms of work-related relationships, the promotion or termination of work-related... I won't go on. It's broadly everything. So just be aware of that. It kind of gets missed from some compliance and risk programs and, as I say, excitement about other things. The other thing we're seeing, deployers, fine. We're all more used to that as if we're data and privacy lawyers. We understand broadly this side. We are seeing a lot of our clients want to white label vendor tools or even design their own based around their enormous data sets. You are obviously then stepping right into being a provider, very likely a provider of high-risk AI systems, and for some businesses that is going to be quite a shock to suddenly essentially having to build a program around sort of product safety, as it were, by analogy. So just be careful of that. We have had a number of discussions where we do say, do you really need to call it, we're not doing this Lewis Silkin, but I will just say Lewis Silkin Connect or whatever. You don't necessarily have to do that. If that by mistake pushes you into being a provider, it's not worth it. Obviously, the UK, lots and lots of guidance. It is in the old chestnut area of recruitment. Both of these papers are actually superb, especially that DSIT one. It's full of practical guidance that I think you could take outside the workplace, by the way, but certainly outside the recruitment context. And that is mirrored by the ICO as well. It's not just the UK and EU, though. Adriano mentioned the US state approach. Whatever the Trump executive order does, we do still have these three laws and many others Note they're all mainly focused on recruitment as well, but New York Law 144 prohibits employment agencies from using an automated decision tool unless you've done a bias audit and transparency has been provided. The Illinois Biometric Privacy Information Act, notice and consent requirements, and the Illinois AI Video Interview Act. All employers using AI tools to analyse video interviews of candidates for positions based in Illinois, you need to get consent. Now, in Illinois, they haven't thought so much about consent as we have in Europe with a capital E, but it is coming. And the final point I want to make about regulation, with 7 minutes left, is we've heard it talked about a few times, actually. How do you do this now when there are so many different pieces of legislation around the world? You know, it's difficult. Our view is probably to try and take a jurisdiction-agnostic approach as far as you can, look at common themes, you know, consultation about use, accountability and governance and so on. I won't teach you to suck eggs, whilst, of course, being cognizant of specific nuances that, you know, if you get one of the Illinois laws wrong, you're going to be in the world of American litigation and American compensation per offence and so on. So you do need to be aware of that. But I don't think it's possible to run a workplace governance programme without taking a jurisdiction-agnostic approach. So let's not forget old regulation and guidance. It's not that old, but although some of the things have was talked about even when I was at university. DPIAs are still the absolute crux of what I think you need to do, especially in the workplace context. Lots of AI is being developed in our ad tech and brand and publisher practice that potentially might not be always using personal data. Even if it is, it probably isn't at the high-risk level. There is probably not as much sensitive or special category data. Of course, when we're in the workplace world, if we were, for instance, to consider that DLP add-on about monitoring potential health issues, you are going to be processing special category data. You are going to need to do a DPIA along with what other add-ons you can put on in relation to AI. Adriana talked about bias and discrimination. I'll talk about it in a second. A DPIA is a great vehicle to put in equality impact assessments, bias assessments, and fairness assessments. And we've done that for a number of clients with, I will say, because I'm looking at Ali and he'll remember it, but with vendors who have helped us by actually providing their analysis of how they've tested their tools to show that they're not biased and so on. Controllers versus processors, I've only put that in there because it's a perennial discussion that we have with recruiters in a standard space. Where are you controller? Where are you processor? Where are we joint controller? Where are we independent controllers? And so on. But it is something that is coming up again within the AI and the workplace context. You know, a lot of the vendors do not want to be anything more than a processor, which is fair enough in some points, but within the recruitment context, they are doing things that in old money might make them seem actually like a controller. You need to think about that along with what you are doing from an AI perspective as well. I won't talk about outsourcing and third-party AI systems. I think the point about chains, supply chains and risk doubling and tripling made earlier was a very good one. You need to start thinking about generally your procurement chains and how you are going to mitigate that. Just in terms of the lawfulness, fairness and transparency, I'll only make one point. Development and deployment. This goes back to it. Most of our clients are going to be deployers, yes, but many of them are saying to themselves, you know, we're a 2,000 person company or a 20,000 person company. We might be a 200,000 person worldwide company. We have an enormous data set here. Why don't we create our own recruitment tool? Why don't we create our own performance management tool? But you might have that wonderful data lake of employee, worker, contractor, employee knowledge. But what have your privacy notices said about use of that data? We have seen some very big calls made from clients where they are doing things that I think if they were known and if they were outside the proof of concept phase might be problematic. And that then leads into transparency. I won't offend you by talking about, obviously, privacy notices, AI notices. What I really want to talk about here is don't forget you'll be under certain obligations in relation to work councils, be they European or UK, collective bargaining units in, say, Italy. Let's just take Germany as an example. We have some clients, it's actually more than one, who got absolutely trapped by German works councils in terms of tactical negotiations about the deployment of various M365 things. Now, whether the German works councils actually cared about that or they wanted to use it for other reasons, benefits increase, pay increases, it has still taken 6 to 9 months to work through that. That is only going to become a larger problem from an AI perspective. And we have had some clients be quite shocked when they add into the piece employee consultation too late, and suddenly they realise they've got to build another 6 to 9 months of consultation and so on before they can actually go live in certain territories. Last point there, fairness, is it statistically accurate and so on? I mean, this is it's a perennial question. I will say if you're buying from a vendor, your good procurement process should be asking them 1,000 questions on how they've tested the model at development, how they're going to help you keep testing that model over the next 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, how they will assist you not just in relation to a data breach, but in relation to, say, queries about how the model is working. They need to be helping you because you are going to be asked questions about this from employee data subjects. We already get a lot of recruitment SARs, we don't, but our clients do. We get a lot of workplace SARs, but we are getting more and more recruitment SARs. We've also had a number of SARs where people are asking questions about the logic involved in relation to Article 22 and, recruitment sifting tools. And I'm afraid we struggle to give those answers. But that's going to become more of an issue. If I go on to the last slide as well, lawfulness, consent versus contract versus legitimate interest. Article 22, we know it's very limited in terms of what your lawful basis has to be under Article 22. I think there's one line in the Article 29 Working Party as was that says if you've got a lot of recruits, you can potentially use a recruitment tool to sift. But there needs to be developed thinking about that. SARs I've talked about. There was another slide when I do this talk to others, and I've got longer time. It's actually a slide from Adriano, but there's a wonderful table of all the statistical touch points used in a recruitment system. And you have a candidate and the 50 conditions that the tool has used to determine that person passes or fails. That is all potentially responsive. Potentially, there are other arguments, but potentially responsive to a SAR. So how are you going to deal with that in future? I won't talk about security and data minimization other than to make one point. It's been made a few times. Make sure humans are trained on this. No matter what you do, they are going to be the ones who have to say, hang on a second, our recruitment tool appears to have gone haywire. Maybe we need to put a stop to it. You need to have built-in governance steps, just like you would with a data incident, to stop things. I'm so out of time. 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Thanks. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. These slides are coming to you. You can read these at your leisure. What I just wanted to get through for my last minute just was top tips. We've talked about governance and internal policies all the way through. It's just that AI audits point. Adriano doesn't like audits. We could call it monitoring or assurance. The only way to do it, and this point's been made a few times, is to have a tool doing it for you all the time, checking, is the model working, is it hallucinating, is it producing biased results? Because when you come to, say, an employment tribunal, and thank goodness I haven't actually done an employment tribunal for 10 years, but potentially, the assessment you did during development of how risky is it in terms of making a discriminatory decision versus a human versus what did it do in the first 3 months, what was it doing in 9 months? That's all going to be disclosable. It is all theoretically going to be used by people who have suffered alleged discrimination from a model to sue you. So you do need to think about it. And my final point, this is the case study. You can read it at your leisure. We run this. We found it very useful to bring together, as I say, all stakeholders. It's real-life things that we've mixed together, but I'll just read this one slide here. Following week, you find out that someone in the New York office had acquired a demo license for an off-the-shelf AI-powered talent intelligence platform from leading US provider. And because the value of the contract was under 50K, it didn't go through procurement. Anyway, the scenario carries on that, of course, this potential is producing discriminatory results, and you receive a letter for action. And a lot of our clients, this is a real story that is happening, and it will carry on happening. There you go. Thank you. Thanks very much.
So much to digest there, Alexander, and I understand that you're happy to take questions in the coffee break potentially. Fantastic. So I think my main reflection on that session is sort of watch the space of legislation as well. There's, this Labour government has a sort of mission around good work and is already being sort of quite heavily lobbied around the sort of the draft bill that the Trades Union Congress put out earlier this year, which contains a lot of concepts for upgrading the protections in the workplace that I suppose Alexander's already been talking us through in practical terms. And also, I would keep an eye on the Data Use and Access Bill, where there is sort of a lot of activity going on as it passes through Parliament about whether or not people should be entitled to personalised explanations for significant decisions about them, which again, were they to end up being included, would also significantly affect those sorts of implications there. Next up, we have a sort of a two-part session. We've got a keynote address from Kai Zenner. It's going to be a pre-record. Kai is head of the Office and Digital Policy Advisor for the MEP Axel Voss, who is part of the EPP group in the European Parliament and one of the key driving forces behind where we ended up with the EU AI Act. And then we're going to have a panel moderated by Alex Chandro, a partner at A&O Shearman, that's going to be asking the question of whether the EU AI Act will be flexible enough to keep up with rapid developments in AI technology. So I think we'll roll film and then we'll invite the panel up.
Hello, and sorry that I cannot make it in person, but I want to send you at least a short video message giving you an update on the European AI Act, speaking about the first steps of the European Commission and the member states of the European Union, and also elaborate a little bit about lessons learned, as far as we can already say something on it. So, as you all know, the negotiations on the European AI Act stopped at the end of January 2024, and the European AI Act was then finally published in the official EU journal in the summer of 24 and became applicable in August 24. Since then, the European Commission is very, very busy because they need to provide a lot of secondary legislation, meaning implementing acts, delegated acts, but also they are writing technical guidelines, not only those from Article 96, but also others that are not standing directly in the AI Act, but where the Commission already realized that the text is too vague and that there are too many open questions. And of course, there is a lot of work on harmonized technical standards in CEN-CENELEC, where the standardization group JTC21 is working on a standard on trustworthy AI, which is mainly focusing on high-risk obligations, so things like quality management system from Article 17, risk management, Article 9, and so on and so on. And hopefully those standards, but also all the other things that I have mentioned, like guidelines, like delegated acts, and so on, will in the end be there in time. As you know, the AI Act will now become applicable in different stages, and the deadlines for the European Commission to provide all those things that I was talking about are rather slim, so they are really in a kind of race against the clock in order to manage everything. And of course, they also need to provide all those documents in a high quality. Maybe to focus a little bit more on one thing that is currently being discussed mostly in press, the General Purpose AI Model Code of Practice. Why it's being discussed now? Well, or this chapter on General Purpose AI Model becomes applicable next year in August, and already in April the Code of Practice needs to be finalized. And since Gen AI foundation models are one of the most used AI technology group right now, and of course with all this media interest, there are currently a lot of discussions happening from the Commission, a lot of involved stakeholders and AI firms like OpenAI and so on that are currently trying in 4 working groups to create specific rules on things like the detailed summary on copyright. They are trying to find certain rules on transparency, on data governance, on a lot of different issues. And yeah, let's see if they are managing everything in time. As many of you saw, there was a first draft, I think, in November of this code of practice that was rather high level. It became a little bit more clear with the second draft that was published in late mid-December. And yeah, maybe we will see another draft before the code of practice is finalized. But I suspect a lot of yeah, going back and forth and pushbacks from different yeah, sections of the industry, but also from civil society, when it really becomes more and more clear what is in those codes of practices. Another point that is currently very much discussed, and I mentioned it already, are those technical guidelines that are being published in February 2025, which will mainly talk about what characterize an AI system and what falls all under Article 5, so the prohibitions, so prohibited AI technologies. Because in both areas, as many of you know, the European AI Act is not really clear. For example, well, we took over the OECD AI definition, but many of the terms that this definition in Article 3.1 is using are not legally defined. We have an FAQ document from the OECD that is going a little bit more into detail when it comes to the content, but of course OECD is in most cases not providing legal documents, so the European Union needs to complement basically what the OECD was doing, and hopefully the European Union, the Commission, is also including in those guidelines more specifications when it comes to the question what is an AI system in comparison to an AI model, in comparison to a general purpose AI system, what are the trigger points from foundation model to GPI system to AI system to high-risk AI system and so on, and a lot of related questions. So also here the Commission has really a lot to do, and on the prohibitions that I have also mentioned, that there will be guidelines in February 25. Here, I think, in particular for the health sector, pharma, insurance sector, and banking sector, this document will be really crucial. In particular, because of the prohibitions on social scoring, which in the European AI Act is rather broad, and it's not really clear if not some commercially used practices, technologies, could accidentally fall under this prohibition. Hopefully the European Commission receives enough contributions from stakeholders, and based on those contributions is then really clarifying and preventing basically a situation where useful things would certainly be banned all across Europe. So you see with everything that I said that the road on AI policy in Europe is really not over, or the journey is not over. A lot of things are still coming. I am focused now in particular on the next months and weeks. But this will kind of continue until August 26, maybe even until 27. And you need to have in mind that hopefully the AI Act is also not everything on AI policy. So far, the European Union really focused on preventing risks and so on and so on. But with the new Draghi report, with the Letter report, and with a lot of studies over the last months, there is really a push towards accelerating and improving the competitiveness of the European Union, which hopefully means that the Commission is trying to complement the European AI Act with innovation-friendly policies. Not particular laws, hopefully, in my opinion, because we have already a lot of laws, but really, innovation-friendly initiatives, large-scale investments, and so on. Maybe we will see an AI and Cloud Act that is also trying to accelerate the developments and improve the digital infrastructure in this field. But we will need to see all of that probably becomes much clearer in quarter one 25, when the European Commission will present their first in-depth proposals. Legal proposals we do not really expect before the summer break. So it could happen that especially policy proposals that are not laws will be presented before. And as I just underlined, I think it would be a really good way to complement this very risky, focused legal approach that we so far has focused on in our AI policy. Yeah, this would be also my kind of outlook. So a lot of nitty-gritty, smaller, complementary legal work in order to improve the very vague AI Act, which is, however, also complemented by a more innovation-friendly policy. Therefore, I'm still optimistic that in a few years Europe can strive when it's about artificial intelligence. I'm, however, a little bit worried in the time between, because I think until we have reached this scenario where companies have enough legal certainty and there are enough measures, investments, schemes, and so on for companies to use to reduce their business risk, some time will pass, and I don't know if we have this time. What does it mean? It means that we all need to work together very, very closely and really try to reduce the currently existing legal uncertainty as soon as possible, and then hopefully really being able to concentrate on innovative AI technology and having an innovation-friendly AI policy regime that is fully aligned with international standards and approaches, and in particular approaches from our closest allies like in the UK and the United States. Yeah, with that, I will finish my keynote. I hope I could tell you a few points that you found interesting, and I wish you a very nice conference. See you soon. Ciao.
Thank you to Kai for giving us the inside track on the mood in Europe. Now inviting up onto the stage Alex Chandro, partner at Aon Sherman, and his panel.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased to be moderating an incredible panel on a subject that I think has become even more topical after a week of very big headlines, the biggest of which is the release of the latest models from DeepSeek. I know that's been mentioned a few times already today. But in addition to all of those big sort of legal and geopolitical questions that raises, I think it's also very relevant to this discussion, because it underlines, in a pretty radical way, just that no one knows how far and how quickly this technology will scale. And you take that and the things that the likes of Jan LeCun, who's the head of AI at Meta, repeatedly say about the next type or the next architecture for AI on the road to AGI, and these raise inherent challenges for any regulatory framework in terms of keeping pace with this technology, if that is even possible. So before we dive into that, some brief intros. You may be surprised to see me here today. In fact, some of my panelists might be, because I'm a late stand-in for a fellow partner of mine who sadly is unwell and couldn't make it. Like Peter, who was due to be here, I'm a partner in our AI practice. I've been working on AI for more than a decade now. Privacy, compliance, but also IP and transactions as well, so a slightly broader remit than just the compliance dimension. I'm joined by Tina Maisonneuve, who's the Chief Privacy and Data Trust Officer at Aon, with a wide remit spanning privacy, AI, compliance, and assurance. Before that, Tina was Chief Privacy Officer at Nokia and Head of Privacy at GSK. Carol Wilson, who is Head of Data Privacy, Data Ethics, and Information Management at Santander. And before that, I won't list them all out, you had a wide variety of privacy-related legal roles, including at NatWest. And finally, Professor Carsten Maple, who is a Professor of Cyber Systems Engineering at the University of Warwick, as well as a number of other roles in privacy and cyber and related areas. And again, I'm not going to list them, but they include being a Turing Fellow at the Alan Turing Institute and a Principal Investigator at the National Cyber Security Centre. So to kick us off, can I just, a bit of a lightning fire round, can I ask each of you, just to sort of set the baseline for this, and maybe we might revisit it at the end, a few very quick words about how AI impacts you in your professional role, your personal role. Just sort of introduce yourself a little bit to the audience. Tina.
Sure, thank you so much. So professionally, my team is responsible for AI governance, but there is another team at Aon that is responsible for AI strategy, in particular our Chief Data Officer, who is looking at the AI strategy across the organization. What that means in practice for my team is that we look at AI use cases. There's one member of our my team in the audience today, actually, who leads the working group and looks at AI use cases that different businesses or functions want to use within Aon. Because of the rapid, adoption of AI, the excitement, we are finding that we need to tweak our governance operating model for AI, as you might expect. And so we're revisiting how to govern AI at Aon. When I was at Nokia, similar situation, and like many organizations, AI didn't come about recently. AI has been in use for many, many years. So now it's a case of working out what is the AI and machine learning technologies that our organizations have been using and how we wrap governance around it that's appropriate, robust, flexible as well. Personally, I see AI as an incredible tool. It's really exciting. I hope it will yield the productivity gains that companies, governments, and people are hoping, and that we will all prosper. So that's sort of my personal reflection.
Fantastic, thank you. Carol?
Hi, afternoon everyone. Quite similar to what you said there in Santander, specifically looking at data ethics. It's kind of a build on data privacy. You've got the data protection impact assessment, building on that with kind of ethical impact assessments, bias assessments, that kind of thing. But also linking into, briefly mentioned, information lifecycle, which is more or less records management and the associated data sets which sit alongside those particular records. So it's become quite a big thing, and certainly in the last year since I've been there. So we look at the AI use cases quite closely with the data science team. I run an AI accelerator group which is designed to support the businesses getting through governance, because quite, as we've said earlier, as it's become democratised, there are people bringing use cases from areas you wouldn't have expected a few years ago, and they don't know how to go through governance. Certainly we're leveraging existing governance rather than creating a whole new suite of governance and controls, but finding that we're building, and it's even from the last year, I joined just over a year ago, it's been quite an explosion. What I would say though is that I think that I'll specifically look at the EU AI Act, and there's lots of other guidance, and Shamik mentioned the 200 plus that are out there, just leaving aside the guidance from the governments. I think the GDPR had not really delivered necessarily all that it might do, and certainly I'm going back to when I started doing privacy impact assessments, probably around 2012. Then you had GDPR, obviously came in 2018, and there was somebody mentioned earlier some of the principles, so the sort of three-pronged one: lawfulness, fairness and transparency. Personally, I have never really thought the DPIA was a great tool to understand that. I've spoken to privacy officers who were quite narrow-minded about it was data protection. That was the only legal show in town, which obviously isn't the case. For example, they've got IP rights now. Fairness was something, and I remember I think the ICO had some guidance at one point. It was talking about things like substantive fairness and procedural fairness, which is pretty high level. It wasn't getting down to the kind of Apple and Goldman Sachs scenario where you had an allegation that turned out to be unfounded, but I think in the court of public opinion, probably most people at a bus stop think Apple and Goldman Sachs did discriminate, but were found not to by the New York regulator. So it's having that information to date. I mean, I was talking about DPIA. For me, it's a good tool to do to understand what your legal basis for the use of data is and purpose limitation. I have never personally thought it was particularly useful in looking at fairness, as I mentioned. Somebody, I think, on screen earlier had reasonable expectations. That's the kind of language that we've been using, but now people are talking about the statistical concept of bias. The data scientists are more in the room than they were. And transparency, again, telling somebody you've got a chatbot, who cares? You want to know how it works. And I think somebody was talking about the features or the pain points along, I'm going to call them pain points, showing my bias, on a sifting tool. That's the kind of thing I think people really would need to know about in a transparent environment, and in an explainability, how it actually works and why those features led to you not being selected. So it could be a great equaliser. I think Sarah, who was on the screen, said that. I don't know if that was her exact words. I do worry about language like productivity gains, because I think that kind of plays to the job fear as well. I would like to think that it would allow us to have time to do other things and to learn maybe more about, for example, data science, machine learning. I just sat at the AIGP on Saturday and wished I'd done a little bit more on some of the new techniques, but I'll speak to some of my old NatWest colleagues on that. So for me, I'm a bit of a Luddite despite being in this space, so I personally try to avoid things like this in my personal life, which I'm trying to embrace more. Sorry, I've said enough.
Carsten.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, Carol. So yeah, my day job really, I develop, assess and assure AI. So I'm fortunate. I have a large team at the Turing Institute, the Alan Turing Institute, of about 20, largely postdoctoral. So they've got PhDs, a bit like Adriano, we heard from earlier. In fact, we have a project where Adriano's supporting. And in fact, we work with many of the organisations that you've heard of today. The AI Safety Institute over in Singapore that Shamik mentioned, and AI Verify that he supports. The Financial Conduct Authority and HSBC, because we work in a number of different areas, including finance, of course. In fact, you mentioned Jan LeCun. So there's a new international association of safe and ethical AI. So we've got a meeting soon, just before the AI Action Summit that I'm going to in Paris in February. That organisation will meet. Jan will be there. Also, Geoffrey Hinton, who many of you know, made some large comments about AI. But yeah, we work in
all kinds of areas, including finance, but also digital public infrastructure. So that could be critical national infrastructure, but it's the digital element. Distributed systems, there is a new national hub for edge artificial intelligence. So it's kind of distributed systems. And we know that, we have those in finance. Not just the more challenger banks that have got access to many data points and using it instead of some of the more traditional routes to credit scoring, for example, or risk assessment. But many of the more traditional banks are now looking at that, and that gives us an interesting perspective of where the data lies, so that underlying issue that's come up very much today. In fact, you mentioned AAPP as well, Carol, you know, about privacy and all that driving. So I try to look across that suite. I have about 40 people up at Warwick as well. And just like anybody in this room, I use AI in all kinds of ways, be it in my car or be it in my house, but probably no more so than most people.
Fantastic, thank you all very much. So let's get sort of stuck into the substance. So we're here to talk about whether the AI Act is flexible enough to keep pace with developments in the technology. So in a couple of sentences only, I'm going to ask each of you, do you think the AI Act is sufficiently flexible to remain workable, to remain relevant? And then we can sort of unpack some of your sort of headline thoughts. So do you want to start, Tina?
Sure. So I'm a fan of the AI Act. I know some may not be, but I'm going to put that out there. I think it is a very interesting piece of law. It's a mashup of 4 good ideas. It's a product governance law, you know, to make sure that products are developed in an accountable way. It's a sectoral law to make sure that certain industry sectors have the right governance. You know, the third prong, it gives some great recommendations and some principles, which is, you know, the fourth prong, to help people when they're designing AI for themselves. So I think it's got a lot of different things in it, and as a result, it is flexible, but of course it's silent on a few points as well, and it can be added to, I'm sure, with time. So that's my first take.
Okay, thank you. Carol?
Yeah, I would agree with what Tina has said. I think in the spirit of not repeating that, though, things like Chapter 2 on the record management system, data governance, use of special category data, links to ROPA, technical specifications, I think that's all very useful from a checklist point of view, quite flexible. I was reminded, I had seen Kai's video before, but just reminded of a few points. I think he's right. I don't know that there's such a thing as legal certainty, though, ever. My past career as a lawyer, I never achieved it, so good luck if we can now. I don't think it's. I think the real problem is, and the lady from who I don't know if she's still here from the DRCF. There are so many problems now are cross-cutting. It's not just data privacy. It's not just IP. It's not just consumer duty. You kind of have to have a village of very highly skilled, multidisciplinary practice people. So I think it could stand the test of time. There are a few things that maybe that aren't great about it, like the smaller models people mentioned earlier, that they might not be captured. What DeepSeek have achieved is kind of upstream from products and services, so that's all very good and great to see the sort of the innovation. But you're talking about Kai was talking about trying to rush out these papers and technical spec. They're already too far behind.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do about it.
Yeah.
So, unlike yourself and many people in the room, but like Carol, I'm not a lawyer, but I do support a lot of companies in innovation, and that requires advances, socio-technical advances, so understanding the changing environment that we live in, as well as those technical solutions. And I've seen a number of times with regulation how it operates differently, but I quite like the AI Act as well. It's a different approach to the UK, where we're going to go much more principles-based, typically with regulation, but risk-based, and I think that does give us some element of being able to have that flexibility in a sense, because new risks emerge, and if you've got some risk-based notwithstanding the challenge in assessing risk, right? Because we're pretty bad at that. But the thing is, I think that does give us some flexibility. What I would say is we shouldn't let perfection be the enemy of good. We have to have some kind of regulation in place. I think it's much more difficult, and we've heard that today, with a sort of absence of regulation because people don't understand it, creates uncertainty. But for me, I think there is some, at least, approach for flexibility, allowing that innovation. And the important thing, I think Kai and others have mentioned it, is it's part of an ecosystem. It's what comes underneath that helps, and I'll talk about that more later.
Okay, so actually, fairly positive on the whole, which is interesting and notable, I think, given a lot of the narrative from the US, let's say, even from APAC as well, although I think we should perhaps touch on China and what they've done, because that's quite an interesting parallel for this discussion as well. And lots to unpack. So if we can sort of push a little bit further, so perhaps maybe start with you on this one, Carsten. Conceptually, and let's sort of caveat this with the assumption that, as you were alluding to, Carol, let's assume that having legislation and that the AI Act does offer some degree of legal certainty. We need to come back to that. Let's assume it does offer some legal certainty. Is it better from an innovation standpoint to have stringent rules, to have this sort of codified set of requirements, and some are recommendations, but some, as you said, Carol, are strict requirements? Is that better than having nothing at all, which is the Trump view?
I think I just said that pretty exactly. My opinion is, and I see this, and I did see this probably in the UK just over around about a year ago when we were launching the National Hub for Edge AI, and there was a lot of industry in the room, and it was much more than just finance in there. But they were really concerned about the changes in government and what was the approach just before we came out with the pro-innovation approach white paper, because it was like, well, we're not going to regulate this, we are going to. It just caused uncertainty, and people didn't know how to invest in innovation in that space. Regulation isn't always going to suit everybody, be you a big behemoth of a company or a small startup or the consumer that it might be protecting or whomever. But at least if we all know the rules, my opinion is it gives us somewhere to start from.
Okay, Carol, Tino, I see you nodding. Anything to add on that?
Yeah, well, I was at NatWest back in sort of 2018, which is just after GDPR 2019. We started then looking at sort of data ethics as the next sort of thing that was coming, and started putting in place some good work. And there's been a heck of a lot done since I left as well, and continues to be done there. For me, it's good that it's there, because if you're not applying certain elements of the EU AI Act and you're not telling your customers, then I think you will lose people, because there's an expectation that, for me, data ethics or responsible AI, call it what you want, it's what you do when no one's looking. You should be doing it as the standard we should aspire to. So I think no matter how small the organisation is or how big or how many customers, everyone should aspire to those kind of high standards. And like I said before, I'm just thinking of things like the fair. I talked about lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. I won't go through that again. But I think this gives the opportunity for not just innovation, but full transparency. And somebody was talking earlier about bringing customers. I think it was Sarah on the journey, and users, employees, whoever. It, in theory, will demystify data eventually, which is actually quite simple, albeit hard to maintain quality data set. So in terms of innovation, I would say, if you think at what DeepSeek have done, necessity is the mother of invention. Like in World War II, Toyota became a great, car behemoth from nothing. So I am a great believer in the human condition, and as long as we don't surrender creativity to open AI, then we should be all right.
Okay, I'm going to give sort of two counterpoints to some of what's been said. The first is, and actually, look, this has been alluded to a lot throughout the day, the AI Act, actually, when you get down to it, when you are practically applying it in your business, is actually quite narrow. So if you look at the list of high-risk use cases, which is where most of the requirements are, for most businesses, maybe the HR ones will be relevant, but probably not any of the others. So actually the greater challenge, and my partner Jane Finlayson-Brown was touching on this morning, is actually probably in areas like privacy and IP, and not the AI Act itself. I guess that's one point. And the second one, and I would be keen to unpack this, and Kai Zenner alluded to it a few times, which is that actually having gone through the great lengths of documenting these requirements and recommendations, again, for businesses actually practically applying it, it's quite unclear in many places, even what an AI system is. And that was Kai's example, but it's a very good one because I know many of my clients are grappling with that. So where does that leave us? So we've talked about the benefits of this approach, but actually, if it's just going to create more uncertainty, is it worth doing?
Yeah, I mean, I can take that question. So certainly, I agree with you. If you're operating in the space of an area that's prohibited or high risk, you've got your guardrails and you know what to do. But I think that that in itself is really telling. Sometimes having a little bit of definition and allowing companies to make a concerted effort to develop technology in the absence of a stringent law is actually maybe helpful. So I do think it's not covering every single possible use case. It's true. The AI Act definition scope is quite wide, but I think if you're an organization and you want to innovate, you can take good advantage of that and look at the principles in the law and still take a decision on where to invest. And I think that's the most important thing for an organization. We're all looking at our organizations who want to leverage AI to build products, to deliver insight, whether internally or otherwise. And so I think at least having some certainty on what is out of scope can help us with what we can certainly try to develop.
Do you go first, Carol?
I was just going to say that Kai mentioned the transparency standard that is coming out. I think a lot will probably hinge on what that contains, because if it doesn't contain much, then...
Yeah. Although you just say yourself, you acknowledge that actually that will very quickly become out of date. I mean,
Yes,
it is. I mean, where can you really take that? And I've a number of our clients are AI developers who looked at those draft codes of practice, and it's like, well, we do most of this already.
Yeah.
Some of this is pretty opaque. So it's a challenge, isn't it?
There's already good standards on things like the model risk management guide, like SS123 and things like that people are already applying. And I guess organisations are going to have to self-regulate, and if they don't, they'll be conspicuous by their absence from that decision.
So, interesting, a good friend and colleague of mine at the Alan Turing Institute, we lead a large project together, and he's a fellow of the Royal Society, Professor Marconi Chair up at Cambridge. And when we interview people who've got PhDs going for jobs, one of the questions they'll ask is, what is AI? And you don't get a consistent answer, right? And we should go back when the term was first really used. People were talking about cybernetics instead, but AI was seen as something which might be a bit better to receive by governments in a sense. So people have already said about that. So it is an interesting thing about what is AI and defining it exactly. But we've touched on it a little. Turning something into actionable rather than a regulation. This whole ecosystem of best practice and guidelines, code of practice, I think they're really important. It's that where you don't want your regulation and your legal constructs to change, but it's about the best practice. That does change, that evolves. People do new things, they find out what changes, and I think that's really important. I think where we are at the moment, and when we talk about some of the elements that Kai mentioned, and probably that we're mentioning here, we're talking a little bit about governance. And that's all very well, but at the end of the day, it's one piece in the big jigsaw that we need. A lot of people, I hear about people and say, oh, we do AI assurance. And what they're actually doing is AI assessment. They're just assessing the risk, which is a good thing to do. But if you then want to say, I want to assure it, you need a benchmark, first of all, about where is good. And we've heard from the ICO today, and in fact, some parts, even in anonymization, what is good enough? You know, well, we try and just say, well, we don't want to be too fixed, so we say it should be good. And then best practice helps us out there, you see. So I think, but once we've got the assessment and then we've got a benchmark, what we then have to do is say, well, how can I assure it? How can I improve it? And that's what we're doing at the Turing and elsewhere. And that is really hard, just to say. So, but as much as we can, putting out new techniques, new code bases to help you. If we can automate it, that'd be great. But that is the challenge, to get the AI to the point where we want to be. And that's one of the things that Shamik sort of mentioned today, and he'll be announcing around this, you know, where can you get sort of, maybe not a global standard, but de facto standards about what are good processes to follow and good techniques.
Brilliant. So we all know that during the legislative process for the AI Act, the provisions on general purpose AI was sort of tacked on to reflect the rather ill-timed launch of ChatGPT as that was all happening. And there's a quote I like from, it gets bandied around a lot, by an American data scientist, Larry Tesler, that AI is whatever doesn't work yet. And once it works, it's just software. And the thing is, everything now is just software. And trying to regulate on the basis of certain types of technology, for that reason, is inherently difficult. And generative AI raises so many different questions with different kinds of risk and different kinds of consequences that it's very difficult conceptually to see a field of regulation that covers it all. So I guess, perhaps using general purpose AI as an example, and thinking what Jan LeCun often talks about with his world-building AI models as the next big step. Do you think the AI Act is nimble enough to cover that? Would we need another bolt-on, or do we think those principles as they are will endure?
Yeah, I mean, I think the principles are ideas that companies have been working towards for a really long time. Thinking about my own experience at Nokia, where AI and ML was, you know, very much a part of the ecosystem. The company was applying differential privacy to, you know, to their data sets long before there was a regulation, and that was just the right thing to do. So I do think it can work. How about you, Carol?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't really have anything to add, but I would agree.
Yeah, I think one of the things, and I was involved in some of our research more than 10 years ago, led to some law change. And there's a real question then about whether it should, because the law was written in a way that had principles that would work. But what really I was proud about when we changed something was about the change in impact. It was about cyber stalking, actually, and the difference between traditional stalking and how we live much of our lives online. But this is the thing that I think if you think about generative AI or general purpose AI or a new AI that will come out tomorrow that will be a different flavour. And we should say, for many in the academic community, it wasn't a surprise when ChatGPT came out, right? Because we were well down the line of even the GPT models by then. Yeah. But the thing is, what happens is it's the scale and impact that happens, right? And that's where we've seen the big differences. You know, the amount of data that's ingested, the amount of use cases, the amount that businesses or individuals want to then use it, the amount that we're removing human oversight, or whatever it is. These are just changes, in a sense, that good regulation should be able to cope with. And especially, like I said, when you've got risk-based, I think, you know, there may be minor tweaks, but it won't require an overhaul, I don't think, for the next part, be it quantum compute, be it whatever. We just have to understand things will get faster. Things at the moment are getting bigger. At the AI Action Summit, they'll talk a lot about frugal AI. And it's what Paul was talking about, I think, before, when you said about smaller models and things like that. And does it cover for me, it's all covered in well-written regulation. I think this is close.
Fantastic. So another question that's often raised on this, and I appreciate sort of, we're talking largely from the deployer perspective within this group, but perhaps different from the developer's perspective, is the impact of the AI Act on the competitive landscape. So it's encouraging to hear that from your perspectives, by and large, the principles in the AI Act reflect best practice anyway, things you've already been thinking about before in a privacy context. For organizations where that's perhaps not the case, does the compliance burden and the cost associated with that, of these requirements, does that naturally favor large corporates, big tech in particular? Do you have a view on where that will sort of shift the competitive landscape?
Yeah, I mean, so I do think, although I quite like the Act, I do think there's a large cost and burden to organizations, smaller businesses, even medium-sized businesses. And if we look at the experience of GDPR, look at the huge ecosystem that GDPR created with how many thousands of DPOs exist across the world now, where that wouldn't have been the case before. So, I absolutely do think it comes with a cost and burden. I don't think it will hamper innovation entirely. I do think it may take something a little bit longer to be released. I think big tech will be a little bit more careful. We're already seeing them being more careful about what they want to introduce in Europe. So they may be okay in other countries. But I think innovation will catch up. It just may take a little bit of time.
Yeah. I mean, so Kaizen, I mean, to your point, mentioned the need for innovation-friendly policies,
Yeah.
not laws, but sort of policies. And a nice analogy, just going back to it, is in China, where actually they legislated very quickly and very extensively around generative AI, and that certainly hasn't stifled innovation, because they've, alongside that, and they've legislated for it in a very particular way,
Yes.
but alongside that, there's been a huge amount of investment and funding and other programs. So is that what you think is needed in the EU as well, to supplement these requirements? Or do you see some other sort of routes to sort of levelling that landscape?
I think that's quite important, that you look at the whole ecosystem of this as well. And I think, without that, it's a big challenge. Because what we don't want to see is barriers put up. We did hear this morning, as you mentioned before, Carol, from the Chief Executive of the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum. And of course, the DRCF brings together 4 regulators. So we're in quite like a position of the UK, that we're getting that conversation between the 4, because in particular the Competitions and Market Authority is part of that, and we'll want to try and make sure that there's competition. And we know one of those, the Information Commissioner's Office, has spoken to me before about making sure we have this competitive, vibrant marketplace. But I think it does require extra actions, and there may be a number of different ways to do that. But if you don't put those in place, you do run the risk of putting a barrier to entry in, especially if the cost of compliance, be that financial cost or otherwise, is too high.
I kind of like to think that the proportionality principle would come into effect in the worst case scenario. And there haven't been enormous amounts of fines under GDPR as one example, but there are smaller fines in theory for lesser infractions, if you like. I guess they could be massive if you're a small organisation and then you deploy something that's prohibited and didn't know about it. But I think it's so well known. Everybody knows about the EU AI Act for people who are not involved in this area at all. There will be lots of guidance coming, so I would be inclined to think even small organisations can afford it. And you mentioned DPOs. There's lots of organisations where you can go and get a bit of a DPO, or you can get services, or you can go to a law firm, or whatever way you want to choose to get your advice. So I don't see it as a great barrier, but I understand it should be easier for big organisations to have their own departments and have cottage industries if they so wish.
Fantastic. I'm keen to leave some time for questions, so perhaps just to finish up, so stepping back and looking at the international picture. And I know that I think there's a talk on the US landscape coming up. Obviously, quite a lot has happened there recently. Kai Zenner touched on the sort of the broader landscape in his keynote. Do we think, or would you ideally see some sort of adapting in the EU to what's happening globally? Do you think there'll be some sort of Brussels effect, or will there not be? Are there any lessons that we can take from the GDPR in that respect? How do you sort of see it within the international picture?
Yeah, so I think with AI there won't be a Brussels effect, and we discussed this in our pre-panel discussion. There will be countries that will pick up similar principles. We're seeing that in South Korea. There will be countries that pick up, or states in the U.S., like we heard about New York or Illinois, and California, that will pick up some ideas. But I don't expect to see the Brussels effect, and in particular, as we were discussing in our pre-panel meeting, this is different to GDPR. We don't have the adequacy limb to this regulation, so there isn't the same impetus, I think, and I think it'll be formed in part by countries' data strategy, which will differ.
I agree with what you say, but I would be inclined to think there'll be a little bit more of a Brussels effect. One of the reasons I say that, it happened with GDPR, and I think for me this is kind of GDPR 2.0. It's my personal view. I also think that there was somebody from Holistic AI here earlier. I think, Paul, you mentioned some of the platforms that are available out there. It's not that difficult now to look across the globe and look at the highest standards and adopt them. And you can compare NIST and Huderia, OECD, you can compare all of these things, and there is quite, and as Shamik said earlier on, there is quite a good global convergence. And again, this is my personal view. I take quite a dim view of people who use the adequacy argument, albeit I know it's not in the Act. I don't know that I'd want to interact with an organisation that said that.
And I think I probably sit in the middle somewhere. I think it's difficult just because of some of the, let's go back to the early question that you asked, what is AI, right? Because of this uncertainty, I find it quite different to GDPR, which is about privacy and data protection. For me, that's fairly well understood in some kinds of ways, elements, and actually, one could put something pretty solid around based upon EU GDPR. But the thing is, with AI, it's just so much more difficult. It's so much reliant as well, I think, on those practices, which can often be region dependent, jurisdiction dependent, what you're using them for. So I think even if we had something that was largely mirrored around the AI Act, and we already know in the UK we're probably not going to mirror that, right? So you'd think we're pretty close, at least geographically, to Brussels, right? But if we're not having that kind of thing, if we can, even if we get that kind of similarity, it's the underneath that I think will be quite divergent and in some ways necessarily.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we've got a few minutes left. Are there any questions from anyone for the panel? Yes. I think is the mic coming over? Yeah.
Thank you for a really interesting panel. I have one question. So kind of my gripe a little bit with the EU Act is that the big step change from moderate risk to high risk. Does the panel, and kind of opening up to whoever wants to answer, but does the panel feel there will be a disincentive to global companies using some features that could be high risk in the EU, and conversely, EU companies just not building stuff that could fall into high risk?
Yeah, I do feel like the legislators, the drafters, ran out of steam, right, when they were listing out all the different sections of Annex 3. So for sure, I do think that there's a lot left unsaid, and it could have addressed model risk, and it could have addressed these other issues in a better way. Absolutely, I think. There is something about self-regulation and good principles, which we discussed. And as a large organization, we will have to try to adopt what we think is best practice and actually what our consumers or clients or the market will want. So that's where I see us landing.
I think you're right. I think that may well happen, and I think earlier Paul actually mentioned that when you're making ethical choices, and used the example of climate and assessing the impact of a choice on a particular model versus another one. I think whether you're using linear regression or you're going to go down the DeepSeek route or whatever you're going to do, you have to have an audit trail of why you made that decision. So if it comes to the point that you've decided to use something that's suboptimal to get out of compliance, I think that will be something that should be capable of being identified. And then you've got the Product Liability Directive that has come out, and the AI Liability Directive. So there will be a bit of a shift in the humble data subject or user getting access to some of that information, I would have hoped. But I'm not naive, you're right.
I think it's a great question, and I think what it will do is just make companies think a little bit more whether how they use or develop AI implement, and that's not a bad thing, right? I've got to say, I work with a lot of different companies, and sometimes I see techniques, and this happens in privacy as well, GDPR kind of stuff. People use things, say, well, I use all that data. I said, well, do you get any advantage from being a little bit more privacy invasive, for example? So this data minimization kind of thing, getting almost no advantage. And we see people using very advanced models, and I think, again, coming back to Paul, who'll be on in a minute, he can talk himself, but talked about the accuracy of models because of governance and things like that. And I think that's one thing that you've got to think about. Do we really need this extra? Because I was speaking to one group, and they wanted to use generative AI for something that a basic linear regression model would do very well. And the environmental costs, all other kinds of costs that you think, is that really worth going? Use horses for courses, and I think agentic AI, interestingly, will help that come along.
Fantastic, thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, I just wanted to go back to something that that was said earlier about the definition, which is taken from the OECD, and it was, you know, the point was made that obviously these definitions aren't legal, and you are taking a sort of fairly flexible, open, broad definition, and you're putting it into something which is enforceable, and that also has, you know, potential consequences. I think what's really interesting is sort of looking at this in the framework of GDPR 2.0. But, you know, we have a lot of case law about what is data, what exactly is special category data, what is personal data, et cetera, et cetera. How do you see this evolving in terms of the definition, given that you effectively have a definition taken, you know, from the OECD that isn't legal, that you're going to have to somehow put parameters around as the artificial intelligence products themselves are emerging? How will that work in practice, and what kind of effect do you think that will have on, you know, general industry and compliance?
Yeah, well, I think it's a great question, and that certainly is something that we're thinking about in our organization. What is in scope? How do we delineate it based on the context of our industry, and what do we think is risky? I think we welcome guidance from the regulator. That's really what we're looking for, but it's not going to stop us innovating.
No, I don't think it will. I was thinking back to the sort of in the EU AI Act. I'm sure it talks about non-personal data. It's not just data subjects. There's organisations. If I apply for a job and there's 10,000 people and I don't get an interview, so I'm in the unfortunate group who then raise a DSAR who want to find out why. Somebody was talking earlier about and I mentioned it earlier, about the data points which led to me, or the features not being selected. These will be, I would say that would be personal data relevant to me and to every other applicant. So I think, yeah, there may well be arguments about the definition of data, and you mentioned special category data. There's also references in the Act, you'll have seen, to protected categories as well, which I was quite interested in the high risk area. think it was prohibited under special category. So it's actually called 10, isn't it? You can use special category data to determine bias or unreasonable bias. So things like that, that I've certainly spoken to modelers in the past who wouldn't want to use that type of data at all, possibly will have to, or a subset of them, or a pseudonymised version might be getting used. And I don't know what we do about that. That's a whole other talk about how you fix that problem under the Equality Act. But yeah, I think it's a great question. That's a thesis, I'm pretty sure.
We have 25 seconds, Carsten. Do you want to add anything?
No, I just think that, just in a nutshell, highlights some of the complexity, right? Some of the things that say this is not going to solve everything straight away right now, but there's going to be a lot of work undertaken by regulators, by academics like myself, like industry, sharing practice and standards organisations. So yeah, there's a lot of complex issues still to be resolved, but we're moving in, I think, a really important direction.
Fantastic, thank you. We are out of time. I guess if you have any other questions, please do. I guess can I volunteer you to chat in the coffee break? Thank you very much, and thank you all very much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Alex, and our panel. Pleased to say we've got another little afternoon tea and networking break again in that room. And as we draw towards the end of today, could I please encourage you to begin thinking about and filling out your surveys? They really do mean a lot to the team here at City and Financial Global. They should be on your tables. If you could be back here at 5 past the hour, that would be great. Thank you. Well, I think we're going to restart now. Thank you so much. Thanks for surviving to the end of the day. It's been a long day. We have one final set of presentations for you. The first is going to be a keynote presentation from Rachel Muldoon, who's a partner at Charles Russell Speechleys LLP, who's going to be talking to us about the US strategy for regulating AI. Rachel.
My fellow Americans, the state of our union is strong, but now we must rise to this decisive moment to make a nation and a world better than any we have known. The new promise of the global economy, the information age, unimagined new work, life-enhancing technology. All these are ours to seize. We must be shapers of events, not observers. For if we do not act, the moment will pass and we will lose the best possibilities of our future. President Donald J. Trump has said much in recent days and weeks regarding AI. You may be forgiven for thinking that the words I spoke a moment ago were his. But then you would be wrong. This vision of the United States of America, leading the technological charge, was presented not in recent weeks or months, but back in March of 1997, nearly 3 decades ago, by President Bill Clinton. 2 months after his address, IBM's supercomputer Deep Blue would go on to defeat world chess champion Garry Kasparov in a 6-game match. History was made. This was the first victory under strict tournament conditions recorded by a computer program over a grandmaster. Less than a year later, President Clinton's next address would be live streamed, marking a significant moment in modern human history in using the internet for broadcasting government proceedings. Today, we embark on a journey to discover the current state of the nation for AI regulation in the United States and what it might be into the future. But why, do you ask, am I beginning 30 years ago? Well, the answer is simple. If one is to understand the current US strategy for regulating AI, one must pay attention to the past. Just as a generative AI model relies on past data sets to generate predictive outputs. So let's explore the significant milestones in AI regulation and policy in the US to date. It's 1997. Bittersweet Symphony is playing on the radio, and Friends is in its 3rd season. President Clinton has just delivered that address, and the discussion around AI regulation, while in its infancy, is quick to gain prominence. The Clinton administration points to the central role of technological advancement in shaping the future of the US. It advocates for 3 things. Firstly, the ethical use of AI, greater research funding, and finally, the potential impact of AI on jobs and the economy. Now, the administration under the leadership of none other than Vice President Al Gore promotes the concept of a national information infrastructure. This includes discussions about the role of AI in future technologies and communications. These changes in 1998 mark a pivotal moment in the recognition of AI's capabilities and its potential impact on society, and very much lays the foundations for what we'll come on to explore next. So on we go, straight into the noughties. Picture this, it's 2001. President George W. Bush is in office. AI research, development, and governance are not the focus. So we move on. Fast forward a decade later, it's now 2016, and Barack Obama is the 44th President of the United States of America. Several initiatives are published, including the National Robotics Initiative and the Smart America Challenge, aimed to accelerate AI productivity and innovation. And some of you may recall in 2016, the White House releases the report titled The Future of Artificial Intelligence. This report calls for a risk-based approach to the regulation of AI. Does that sound familiar? We see this, of course, in the EU AI Act. To quote the report, in general, the approach to regulation of AI-enabled products to protect public safety should be informed by an assessment of risk that the addition of AI may reduce, alongside the aspects of risk that it may increase. So let's remind ourselves that this was the state of play in the US as of October of 2017, or 16 rather. For context, at that time, in this jurisdiction, the aftershocks of the Brexit vote were very much being felt. And more shockingly, the Great British Bake Off had yet migrated from BBC to Channel 4. Who knew? And yet, by the end of President Obama's term, no such regulatory framework was enacted. And so we arrive at what is now termed Trump 1.0, the original. It's January 2017. President Trump is inaugurated as the 45th President of the United States. What is to come is, in my view, arguably the most active presidential term when it comes to AI policy development to date. It's the 10th of May 2018. The Trump administration picks up the mantle from President Obama and convenes a summit on AI. Again, sound familiar? This summit is attended by over 100 senior government officials of his choosing, technical experts from academia, and leaders from industries that use AI, industry leaders. They discuss ways to adapt regulations to advance AI in the United States. The summary that is later published as a key takeaway states this: overly burdensome regulations do not stop innovation, they just move it overseas. It's the 11th of February, 2019. President Trump signs Executive Order 13859, titled Maintaining American Leadership in Artificial Intelligence. Its purpose is to establish federal principles and strategies to strengthen the nation's capabilities and promote scientific discovery, economic competitiveness, and national security. There are only a few weeks to go until the world is changed by COVID-19. It's now January of 2020, and the National AI Initiative Act is proposed. This act establishes a coordinated federal strategy for AI research and policy development across various sectors. Further, the White House proposes AI regulatory principles for the use of AI in the private sector, a principles-based approach rather than a rules-based legislative one. These principles are designed to achieve three goals. Firstly, to ensure public engagement. Second, to limit regulatory outreach. And third, to promote trustworthy technology. It's December 2020. The world is gripped by rapid vaccine development and lockdowns, as we very well remember. We are now in the dying days of the first Trump administration. It's at this time that Executive Order 13960 is issued on promoting the use of trustworthy AI in federal government. This sets guidelines for the use of AI in government agencies, emphasizing the need for public trust and civil liberties protection. On the 12th of January 2021, the National AI Initiative Office is launched. A week later, Donald Trump's first term as president ends. And this is where the Biden administration picks up the baton. President Biden begins with a focus on creating a risk governance framework for the regulation of AI, with a particular focus on ethical deployment and public trust. Let's remember, it's 5 years at this point after the first risk rules-based approach to the regulation of AI, as proposed by the Obama administration. And here we are again in 2021. This is in stark contrast to President Trump's earlier light touch, economy-driven principles-based approach. The Biden administration's strategy for the governance of AI begins with the blueprint of an AI Bill of Rights, released in October of 2022. This framework highlights 5 key principles, including privacy considerations and the right to human oversight. By October of 2023, President Biden signs Executive Order 14110, titled The Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy Development and Use of AI. This marks a critical step in defining AI regulation and accountability across multiple sectors and regulators. In a departure from former President Trump's approach, it uses the language of rigorous regulation and minimum standards. Specifically, the order requires developers of AI systems that pose risk to US national security, the economy, public health, or safety to share the results of safety tests with the US government before they are released to the public. This is in line with the Defense Production Act. With days to go, President Biden issues Executive Order 14141 on advancing United States leadership in AI infrastructure. It's the 14th of January 2025, mere days ago. The order directs federal government agencies to solicit proposals for the development of frontier AI data centers on federal land. And so we find ourselves nearly at the present day. It's hard to believe that only 1 week ago, President Trump was inaugurated for a second term. From an AI policy perspective, it certainly seems like Groundhog Day, to use the Americanism. The inauguration was attended by several prominent tech experts, as we know. CEOs such as Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sam Altman. Their presence was an overt statement of intent that the Trump administration seeks to collaborate very closely with the tech industry. But remember, we've seen this before. During President Trump's first term at the summit in 2018, haven't we? That same day, his first in office, President Trump issued an executive order titled Initial Rescissions of Harmful Executive Orders and Actions, a rather long-winded title. And this revoked Executive Order 14110, the single most significant piece of AI regulation at the US federal level. And as a reminder, this was the order that Biden signed in October of 23, advancing a regulatory framework for the AI, or advocating it certainly. So this revocation signals a clear shift towards a more deregulatory approach to AI under the new administration. In terms of day 2 of President Trump's latest term, we heard the announcement of the Stargate AI initiative, calling it the largest AI infrastructure project in history. And we all know what was said in terms of up to $500 billion worth of private investment from the relevant stakeholders. It's unsurprising then that President Trump has maintained Biden's Executive Order 14141, agreeing that the development of federal land for data centers is a necessity, a rare meeting of minds. By day 4, President Trump issued an executive order titled Removing Barriers to American Leadership in AI, what's referred to as the AI Order. And the stated purpose is this: AI systems that are free from ideological bias or engineered social agendas ought to be maintained. They act as barriers to American AI innovation. Again, Groundhog Day. The AI order is certainly reminiscent of Trump's previous Executive Order 13859, issued as long ago as 2019. So today, we've seen the market challenges. For those of you who've glanced at your phone or your laptops, DeepSeek has launched its DeepSeek R1 model, an open source reasoning LLM. This is powered by DeepSeek V3, launched last year. And today, it's the most downloaded free app on Apple's App Store. This has raised doubt in terms of the mass adoption of US competitiveness. Could it be that, in fact, trade restrictions on chips in the Chinese market has actually backfired? That, in fact, this policy has caused Chinese enterprise to invest heavily in cost-efficient research and development, trumping, excuse the pun, the US market. So taken in together, what do we know? President Trump's revocation of Biden's AI order, coupled with his AI order, indicates that the US has changed course. It has certainly cemented its place as a global AI leader, with the caveat, of course, that market conditions now, as of today, are challenging. So, to conclude, the fabric of history of US AI regulation is undulating and has been braided, in some cases, cross-stitched into the modern day. Clinton's State of the Union address may have been 30 years ago, but its sentiment still resonates today. In the decades since, we have seen much rhetoric about the need for AI investment and consultation, going to risks and opportunities. But we have seen little commitment to legislating for real change. The AI order empowers named presidential advisors to further undo aspects of Biden's AI order within the next 180 days. Therefore, we will know more by the summer, but I very much doubt before then. It remains to be seen whether promises of strategic change for the regulation of AI in the US will be actioned substantively, or whether history will repeat itself, with the slate being wiped clean and marked upon it afresh with each new administration. And so I leave you with these words from President Clinton's 1997 address. We face no imminent threat, but we do have an enemy. The enemy of our time is inaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Really enjoyed that storytelling and proof that the technicalities of executive orders doesn't have to be dry. Very pleased to welcome back Dr. Paul Donga and a panel of Fatima Abukar, Principal Advisor Responsible AI and Data at the FCA, and John Bowman, who's an AI Ethics Market Strategy Lead at IBM, to the table. Unfortunately, Emily Campbell-Ratcliffe has sort of fallen to sudden illness and is unable to join us. I know Emily personally, and I know she's very sad to not be able to be here. Please do note that this discussion is going to be held under Chatham House rules. So please do respect that and don't attribute anything that's discussed to any particular speakers if you are communicating about this panel elsewhere. Without further ado, over to you, Paul.
Great, thank you. And however, although Emily can't join us, I'm very happy to say that we have an alternative person that's been voluntold to join the panel. So we're quarreled. Okay. So the practical implementations of ethics in corporate policies. What does ethical AI actually mean? And so we have here someone from, as I said, Barry from NatWest Bank. We have Fatima from the FCA, and we have John from IBM. But I will allow them to introduce themselves. And let's start at the far end. So, John, if I may, just 1 minute on that.
Good afternoon, John Bowman. I work in the Office of Privacy and Responsible Tech at IBM. IBM, as you may know, is one of the world's oldest technology companies. founded in 1911, and the International Business Machines brand came about 101 years ago, so back in 1924. So my role basically is to sort of advocate for IBM's approach to AI governance and AI ethics, and so I not only engage internally within our organisation, but also externally with our clients and our partners as well. I was previously, more than 10 years ago, a civil servant. I did 25 years at the Ministry of Justice, and in the last few years of that, I was head of EU and international data protection policy, and I was actually the UK's lead negotiator on the GDPR. But that was a long time ago now.
Great, thank you, John.
Hello, everyone. I'm Fatima Abukar. I'm the Principal Advisor for Responsible AI and Data at the Financial Conduct Authority. And what I basically do is looking at AI governance for the FCA, ensuring that we implement kind of data and AI responsibly in line with our data strategy, and kind of disseminating knowledge on data and AI. Before I joined the FCA, I worked at the Bank of England and the PRA for almost 10 years, doing various roles in policy. But my most recent role was looking at how firms implemented operational resilience and third-party risk management policies.
Great, thank you, Fatima. Barry?
Barry Smith. My little company is called Smith & Guinan. I'm an independent consultant, working mainly in financial services. I have a habit of crossing from one side of the fence to the other. Years ago, I worked for the predecessor organisation of the FCA, the Financial Services Authority, but then also for many banks and other financial services institutions. And then more recently, I was an interim head of data science at NatWest. And then later on, I came back more recently to work now with Paul on responsible AI. So I turned from gamekeeper to poacher. And that's where I am now, working with Paul, which is how he could dragoon me onto this panel at the last minute.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Barry. Okay, so as the title of the talk suggests, practical implementations of ethics in corporate policies. So we'll be exploring a range of questions, including what is the government doing to support businesses in responsible AI, challenges in particular that financial institutions face in setting up ethical AI, and obviously the benefits of AI governance rather than responsible AI, that there is a difference. We will touch on some of the jurisdictional challenges that have been mentioned, I think, in 2 panel sessions already. And then we'll actually dive into the return on investment of AI governance and AI ethics, something which I know we should talk about and in order to ensure that we have all stakeholders bought into it. And we will also finally touch on how we go about upskilling staff in organisations. So those are some of the topics we'll explore. And if I may, I'll start with you, Fatima. And the question we have here is, what are the biggest challenges financial institutions face in implementing ethical AI?
Thank you so much. That is a very interesting question. And before I go into the challenges, I think it's important to recognise that there are benefits to using AI. Of course, as outlined in our data strategy, there is, data plays a foundational role in the way that we kind of make decisions. And so AI can bring many benefits. And the FCA realises this through many initiatives, such as through its tech sprints that it does with industry, and through its engagement through, for example, its GFIN network. But there are challenges associated with AI as well, and one of the challenges is the kind of technical infrastructures that AI sit on. And it's something that is really important to consider from a third-party risk management perspective, for example. And one of the kind of critical areas that the FCA looks at is managing critical third parties, and that's kind of looked at through its recent policy. And now the FCA worked very closely with HMT, who is responsible for the designation of critical third parties, but also the PRA that looks at prudential risks. And so managing critical third parties is quite important because, as the discussions show today, there is a role in which technology organisations have in kind of enabling the uses of AI, and potentially AI products could be a critical third party, but technology products in general can also be a critical third party that AI might use, like cloud products. So I'd say kind of infrastructures is a very, very important kind of area to consider.
And I guess data governance is also really important, and internal compliance. So managing the data that you use, ensuring that historical biases are mitigated if there are any historical biases, and really ensuring that the quality of the data is of high quality. So I would say those are the kind of two ones I would want to touch on, but of course there are many benefits to using data to enable AI products.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Fatima. Yeah, I think just to build on your comments, the third-party risk assessment approach is, third parties should be held to the same standard as our own model developers in any organisation, and it's a critical thing to get right, to work with sourcing and procurement teams to make sure that they understand that. So thank you for that. Barry, turning to you. This is a question for Emily, so good luck. Okay. What is the UK government doing, Barry, to support businesses to navigate ethical and responsible AI?
Well, so one of the bad things about being late in the afternoon one of these days is that everyone wants you to get on quickly so that we can all clear out and network and have a few drinks. That's the bad bit. But the good bit is when you get asked questions, mostly you've already heard the answers earlier in the day. So I'm going to take advantage of that. So Fatima mentioned the tech sprints and regulatory sandboxes and things of that nature, allowing people to do experiments, for example, on data set bias and fairness, which they might struggle to do by themselves. So that's certainly one area where government, or at least the regulatory agencies, are helping. There have been, of course, many discussion papers that are also helpful in that regard, and particularly DP 622, was it? Something like that. And the two white papers from 23 and 24, which articulated a principles-based approach, meaning we all know, and this is true across all sectors, and for the sectoral and cross-sectoral regulators, what principles we ought to be evaluated against. So that's, I think, itself very helpful. But then the final piece, I think the speaker from the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum this morning pointed out that the participant regulators in that forum are taking questions on topics like this, which will receive a combined regulatory response from the DRCF participants, which I think is extremely valuable. Of course, the downside of that is it's only running until February. So we have to get our questions in early, or at least start lobbying for them to provide a similar service in the longer term.
Great, thank you, Barry, very much appreciated. Turning to John now. So, John, my question for you is: what are the benefits of implementing AI governance and ethics in an organisation?
Okay, well, Paul, that's a really interesting question, and some stakeholders within organisations might question what those benefits actually are when it might involve a change program, culture change, and all sorts of other implementations such as tooling, policy rewrites, and so on. But from our own research, IBM has its own research arm called the Institute for Business Value. We have surveyed more than 600 CXOs over the last couple of years in a variety of surveys, and actually those stakeholders that have implemented AI governance have basically observed a number of benefits, and I think these include improved trust and transparency with customers and stakeholders. So of those CXOs who were surveyed, 83% of those stakeholders agreed with that particular statement. Enhanced brand reputation and reduced risk of reputational damage. I mean, within our own sort of defined risk framework, we do have sort of three categories of risk: reputational risk, regulatory risk, and operational risk. And I think reputational damage, particularly in certain sectors where you're dealing with predominantly, consumer-based customer cohorts, then that could be very significant. So 79% of stakeholders and respondents agree with that statement. But also other elements as well: better decision making and reduced risk and reduced bias in AI systems. So fundamentally, that's an outcome which a lot of organisations consider sort of matches their own sort of stances on corporate responsibility as well. So being able to implement an AI governance system which sort of manages those particular risks is valuable as well. So 76% we saw in that particular survey. Then, of course, as I mentioned, the 3 risk categories, we have regulatory risk, of course, so the reduced risk of fines and penalties. And, of course, regulations are emerging right across the world. The predominant one is undoubtedly the EU AI Act, but we've heard today from our own UK regulators and our regulator coordinator from Kate Jones earlier, as well as from John Edwards, actually this is an area which is of great interest to the regulators, even if there isn't on the books an AI Act equivalent in the UK at this present time. And clearly the government is kind of pushing for responsible AI as a way of sort of driving business growth within this country. And then lastly, the other benefit is improved collaboration and innovation across teams and departments. I think if different business units and different operations are operating on the same rule book, they have a same understanding of how they operate and what those principles are. I think within our own organisation, we have what we call our ethics by design approach, and basically we have a common rule book for the whole enterprise, and that spans 170 countries and 250,000 employees. Then it makes it much easier to collaborate and everyone understanding what their commitments and obligations are as well. So I think ultimately, if someone, if the naysayers and the bean counters say, like, you can't do this, there's lots of good reasons why you should do it.
Great, thank you, John. And you managed to say all of that without talking about what'sthenext.gov, which I thought was very impressive. So I'll say it for you.
Okay, great.
I think IBM do a lot of good work in this, and I know Francesca Rossi does really good work, Christina Montgomery, and IBM, I think, have always been on the front foot. So if you haven't seen it, I'll give it a plug. What'sthenext.gov is a platform worth looking at for AI governance. Great. Moving on back to you, Fatima, if I may. So your next question is, how can firms, and I've always wanted to ask the FCA this, so how can firms meet regulatory expectations on explainability, fairness and human oversight?
Wow, that's a very loaded question. No, I can definitely give you some insight in terms of how we can tackle this, right? So the FCA is a pro-innovation, technology agnostic regulator. And what that means is its current regulatory framework is sufficient for overseeing AI risks at the moment. And kind of the FCA's response to the government's kind of approach to growth reaffirms this. And the reason being is there are several kind of aspects of our regulatory framework that we can draw on. Right at the top of our regulatory framework is our principles of business, and those kind of provide high-level principles in terms of how firms can mitigate some of the risks that they may face. And that could be AI, that could be cloud, it could be technology, aging technology, for example. But more specifically, we have the consumer duty policy, and that places expectations on firms to put consumer needs first and enable fair outcomes. And now you can take some of that really kind of high-level kind of policy expectation and apply it to the development, the construction of AI within institutions. And then you have responsibility. So where does responsibility lie? Well, the FCA worked really hard to ensure that senior managers were held to account for the decisions that they made in their organisation. So we have the senior management and certification regime. And essentially that places an obligation on senior managers within an organisation to mitigate risks. And AI risks may kind of be overseen within the technology risk space. Now, the FCA does a lot of innovative work in terms of understanding where there are gaps in its kind of policies or whether it could provide further guidance, right? And so the FCA is very much innovative in its approach and very collaborative. And that's why it's currently running an AI sprint with industry. And this is actually starting this week. So the FCA went out to industry and sort of said, look, we want to sort of formulate a bunch of case studies to understand how AI can be used in financial services and what are some of the challenges. And that enables those who are experts in their fields in financial services to come up with some novel questions and answers to this. So collaboration is very, very key to this, just to sort of help us understand, what more we can do. So just to summarise, we have a regulatory framework that can oversee technology risks more broadly, and AI falls within that. But we also kind of do work with industry to collaborate to understand what more we can do, and the kind of technology AI sprint that we're doing this week is a good example of that.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Fatima. It was a very comprehensive answer, but you didn't answer the bit about how we meet your expectations on fairness. Still looking for that fairness definition.
Consumer duty.
I'm just
How do you define fairness?
Well, that was the essence of the question, and it's a contested concept, and there is no universally accepted definition. It's fraught with all sorts of minefields. So I understand that one wouldn't want to define it. Moving back to Barry, if I may, is Emily's next question. Given that many UK companies do business internationally, how do you expect they will navigate a different regime in the UK from other jurisdictions, and what can governments do to make that easier?
Yeah, so I think as Shamik said this morning, he's usually on the money, and he was this morning very much, that there is huge convergence at the level of principles, and that's good news. So if you look at the principles behind the EU AI Act, which actually appeared in a paper which was published in 2018, I think, called the High Level Expert Group. Trustworthy.
April 2019.
Yeah.
Someone made me read it. I had to read it for the job, actually.
Yeah. Anyway,
sorry.
No, that's right. It was the Singapore framework came out 2018, and the EU High Level Group in 2019. So these principles are very, very common across the world. In fact, funnily enough, I think the UK is the slenderest set of principles. The 5 principles of the UK don't really cover all the ground, especially they miss ESG. The government has talked about ESG, but the 5 principles are all about deployers and providers of AI in terms of how the AI works for users and other people affected by AI. So in a way, the UK is a little bit out of true. There's a little bit of similarity, but broadly speaking, at the level of principles, the convergence is not so bad, and you can build an RAI framework within a firm on those principles without worrying too much about differences. Then I think we've undersold the international standards organisations. So the ISO, but also OECD, has done much more than simply give us a definition of what is an AI system, which of course, as we know, the EU has borrowed. It's done much more than that, and in their framework for classification, they define several dimensions that you can look at AI along, whether it's statistical or symbolic, for example. And what we mean by terms like autonomy and adaptiveness and so on. You've got a lot of precise definition actually there that's extremely useful in getting down from principles to the next level. If we then move into the area of regulations and laws, I think, again, Shamik was on the money. The idea that we'll have convergence at the level of actual laws and regulations is for the birds. It's not going to happen. That may be a surprise because it's a different scenario from GDPR, but I think that was also discussed earlier today. I don't think it's as easy to transplant AI law into many different jurisdictions and for there to be a convergence based on that. So that is a difficulty. And for firms like Paul's own firm, NatWest, where you have a footprint in multiple jurisdictions, it becomes very difficult. Especially because the EU framework is highly, as I think probably everybody knows by now, it's highly extraterritorial, meaning that if you produce output that is used or is intended to be used in the EU, even if your AI system is located somewhere else, in the UK, for example, and not even using a cloud that is present, that is storing data in the EU, even so, you can be caught by the Act, and caught in many different ways. It doesn't mean that you have to have a subsidiary or even a branch in the EU. You can have a customer in the EU. I think the term in the Act is located in the EU. And they don't define what that means. They don't say whether it means you've gone and lived there for a year or whether you've gone, for a weekend in Calais. They don't say. I think one of the clarifications we can hope for, which Kai was hinting at earlier today, is I think we can look for clarification on what that phrase located in the EU means, and I think it's very important in terms of actually figuring out how we're exposed as a multinational organisation, to come back to your question. We need to know, as I think people have been saying today, what is an AI system? That's one difficult thing. But then what is it for an AI system, once you know it's an AI system, to be caught by an act like the EU Act, even if you don't intend it to be? Even if you deploy an app that has AI behind it and somebody takes their phone and goes to Calais, are you then in scope of the Act? One would think not. There was a similar case in GDPR where they said incidental presence in the EU doesn't make you a data subject under EU GDPR. That was, I think, 2 or 3 years after GDPR came into force. It took them that long to clarify that point. So I think it gets very difficult for organisations like NatWest, any organisation that is present in multiple jurisdictions, to deal with the nitty-gritty and then to meet the detailed compliance obligations, registration in databases, conformity assessments, appointing authorised representatives. And what makes it even worse is the whole value chain thing. Under the EU AI Act, you can be a provider, deployer, importer, distributor, or any combination of these. You can be one or more of those roles, and any legal entity can play a different set of those roles. So if you have a subsidiary in the EU, as NatWest does, your main bank, your PLC, can be playing these roles with respect to one AI system, but your EU subsidiary can be playing different roles. This makes it extremely complicated to work out what your compliance obligations are. So I can't really answer your question except to say it's damned hard.
It's hard, yes. I kind of apologise for the question because it is really difficult, and we are going through exactly this, and Barry is helping us navigate through the organisation. But confusing for experts like Barry, who has detailed knowledge of the Act. Imagine how confusing it is to the rest of our colleagues that don't spend all their time studying it. So I'm glad to see that there will be an uplift or a revision or another iteration of the Act. So I think there could be some ways it could be improved, or at least clarified. Okay, thank you, Barry. I'm going to turn to John for the next question. I hinted at this at the beginning of the session. John, could you talk about how we measure return on investment for AI governance?
Yes, so I think you can deploy various metrics in this particular area, and I just want to touch again on the Institute for Business Value Research, which again surveyed the CXOs, and the research showed that organisations that invest in AI governance and ethics initiatives can expect a reasonably significant ROI. So on average, organisations that implement an AI governance and ethics framework can see a return of about 142%. So according to the figures, US dollars, 142 for every dollar invested. So, and that's driven by a range of factors. So that includes, reduced costs associated with reputational damage and regulatory fines, administrative sanctions, improved efficiency and productivity through better decision-making processes. So, certainly for a large organisation like ourselves, being able to sort of implement, a global standard across the organisation at scale makes it much easier than having sort of very localised implementations, which are, much more inefficient and so on. And then increased revenue through enhanced trust and loyalty. But I think I can sort of touch on some other areas as well in terms of, what are the kind of performance indicators that you can take into account in terms of the sort of value. So you can think about, for example, decision-making improvement, the ability to make decisions, assess the quality of decisions and consider what those outcomes are, problem-solving enhancement, so comparing the complexity and quantity of problems solved before and after AI augmentation, productivity increases, and so on, task efficiency. But then we can look at things like error reduction as well. So that's a really key element. Like the more that you can reduce errors within the deployment of AI systems and improve the quality of those systems through implementing that governance framework, then obviously there's going to be, you know, much more of a return on that particular investment as well. So there's two ways which other elements as well are cost savings, customer satisfaction, and so on. But there's a couple of ways that you can actually sort of look at this. You can think about you can think of it as a reactive approach or reactive sort of benefits, as it were, so loss aversion in particular, or you can move to proactive ones, so value generation. So what do you think of in terms of loss aversion, so the reactive sort of category? You know, avoiding regulatory fines, implementing technical compliance mechanisms, and enabling business for required compliance. So that's the kind of reactive value that you can get as well. But also, you know, for firms operating in a competitive environment, you know, can you keep pace with competitors? Can you protect the brand reputation? Avoid threats to the business model. So again, AI governance is really important because there may well be sort of, you know, invasive threats upon the business models and the systems that you are, or intrusive as well, that you're deploying. And also, you want to be able to sort of, you know, your customers and your business partners, you want to give them confidence that you're actually doing the right thing as well. And even from a business point of view, you know, we're a B2B company, so if we get RFPs, now we're seeing much more the idea that we have to demonstrate compliance with these regulations. We need to provide evidence that we're doing this properly. So even operating in a competitive environment where we're you know, potentially bidding against other similar firms, you know, having that sort of governance structure in place is really important. But then you can look at it from the other side, that as opposed to the reactive, we have the proactive you know, benefits, so the value generation around things like, you know, the capabilities that you develop within your organization, being able to sort of be ready for new technical developments as they come along. So we don't know what's going to come along, what the next big thing is. You know, we've had Gen AI, we've had agentic AI and so on. Does your sort of governance infrastructure actually, is it flexible enough to sort of anticipate these new developments? But also, you know, in terms of your position in the market, seizing the market opportunities and being able to manage risk over a long period of time. I think those are all different types of benefits which you can sort of measure and you know, claim, I suppose, really. And that's important if you need to justify this to senior leadership, as well as the markets and the investors.
Indeed.
And you can look at other things as well, like talent retention, you know, meeting ESG commitments, and there's so many sort of aspects to this. It's almost endless in some ways.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, John. And you won't be surprised to know that I favour the proactive stance.
Yeah.
You know, I agree wholeheartedly with you. I think there's clear benefits. So it's almost, this is an essential part of how you should do AI system development. Yeah. It's not the add-on that validates everything's all right at the end. And we do a lot of work on ensuring that this is really tightly embedded within our development organisation. So very, very much proactive. So thank you for listening all of those. It's really, really useful, John. Just turning over to you, Fatima. My next question for you is, how can organisations upskill to prepare the workforce and culture for the rise of AI?
This is a really interesting question, and it's something I personally am quite passionate about, is AI and data literacy, and it's ensuring that people understand the benefits and the challenges associated with AI and using data-driven products. And so there are two potential approaches that you can have within organisations. You can have the top-down approach, where organisations typically have programs such as the FCA. The FCA has an academy where staff can actually try and understand different concepts within the technology realm through short videos, through short courses, and digital apprenticeship programs, academic programs. But you can also have the bottom-up approach, where staff feel empowered to want to learn and they want to go out and upskill themselves. That takes fostering a culture of learning It's something I've personally been able to benefit from my previous role at the Bank of England and my current role at the FCA. So when I was at the Bank of England, I sourced out opportunities to try and develop my skill sets in AI ethics. And that's what led me to do my master's in AI ethics and actually become the first cohort to do this brand new degree, which is super exciting. And I took away a lot of learnings. But I didn't stop there. And I think learning is a continuous journey. You can never be absolute in a topic. And it's continuously finding the time, but also gaining the support from your leadership, from your management, to take some time out of your diary and actually learn and really go back to basics sometimes and continuously learn, update yourself. So I think a combination of the kind of top-down, having resources provided for you, but also being proactive and enabling a culture of proactiveness can be really powerful in enabling data and AI literacy within organizations.
Yeah, great. That's really comprehensive answer, Emily. Sorry, Fatima. And I must admit, most of the colleagues I talk to that do my kind of work tell me great stories about how there is extensive learning, development, comms within their organisations. It's almost kind of driving a kind of cultural shift. I think you mentioned the word culture. So it's not just about how to use the new tools. It's how to live with them and how to work with them, rather than them taking over your jobs. It's how do you use them to partner with you. As a co-pilot, as an assistant, call it what you will, because I think there's no doubt in most people's minds that these things are going to be integrated. So I think this kind of continuous learning, you can call it upskilling, or whatever you may wish, but I think this is essential, and it's really positive to see it there. Okay, great. My final question is for John. Again, John, how can AI governance and ethics initiatives be prioritised? So it kind of links back to your earlier question about our ROI.
Yeah.
So,
so I think, well, I suppose it depends on, each organisation is going to be on a different part of the journey. They might be starting from scratch, or they might be well developed. They might have, for example, the way IBM did it was that they already had a privacy framework which had sort of emerged, post GDPR in particular, but was effectively adopted as a global standard across the organisation. IBM was fairly, advanced in thinking in terms that, we're a technology company. We came up with one of the first AI languages logo back in 1960s, and there was a reference to the Garry Kasparov. I don't know if it's from Rachel earlier, but really in 1997, Verve, I remember that. So we've been involved in technology, and actually we came up with our principles of trust and transparency back in 2017, and effectively that's been managed by an AI ethics board since 2019, co-chaired by a couple of names you mentioned earlier, Paul, Christina Montgomery and Francesca Rossi. And I think we were able to build out the AI governance structure out of the existing sort of foundations that we already had, and that's sort of been developed and matured over a number of years. So I think really the first thing to think about is, does your company or organisation have a clear AI strategy and a governance framework to start off with? So you do have to think of it at the strategic level. You think, what are your values? What does the company want to, what does it exist for? Does it serve its customers? Does it serve society? Some fairly sort of fundamental questions. And generally, most organisations will have some sort of statement of corporate values or some sort of mission statement which can be referred back to. I think it's important that everyone's aligned on that, and the leadership in particular, tone from the top is really important. But then you can think about it more from the technical point of view as well. So Fatima mentioned earlier about data quality. So where is the data? Where did it come from? What is it? Is it fit for purpose? Is it legal to use? Does it necessarily infringe on any ethical principles that you've already established, and that kind of thing. So, as part of that, you can start thinking of data quality, and then you think about things like, what are the more specific elements of this around things like bias detecting and algorithmic auditing, for example. So from that point onwards, you can start thinking about building transparency and explainability into the systems, because I think trust is the key word here, and if everything's operating within a black box, then you're going to lose trust. People don't understand how these systems work, whether they're your business partners or members of the public, for example, you know, particularly in the financial services sector, where obviously there's a huge consumer market there as well. So to what extent can you be transparent, explainable in your systems, and to what extent are those systems auditable as well? And, you know, I think we all know that if a regulator comes knocking on the door, they want to know the documentation about the systems. And if for some reason you happen to be on the receiving end of legal action, then it's possibly certain that the courts may order disclosure of the essential documentation which underlines those systems. So all the systems that we've used are very well documented. They are available. We make that information available to them. And certainly we're absolutely clear on the provenance of our data as well. And then I think there's the other sort of cultural elements as well, which Fatima's already talked about. So training and education programs, for example. We have mandatory training now on data ethics. We also have a advocacy network as well, which covers all the sort of business units right across the whole enterprise. We have a responsible AI Centre of Excellence as well, which produces a lot of interesting information, webinars and so on, and we have a sort of network with all sorts of things like Slack channels attached to that as well. And then I think the last thing is metrics and benchmarking as well, so we can continue to monitor the effectiveness of the AI approach, basically. But you know, I think there's quite a lot that, you know, proactively organisations can do. I think, you know, educating and engaging the C-suite is absolutely essential. If your C-suite do not understand how AI is deployed within the organisation, then there could be a bit of a problem. Develop those use cases, you know, bring these AI systems to life. What do they actually do? How do they benefit? And then think again about some of the topics I sort of mentioned earlier around, you know, can you actually justify, well, hopefully you should be able to justify, but can you demonstrate in clear language what the return on investment is as well? So I think these are all really important elements. You know, for those working in the commercial sectors, does this actually turn into a competitive advantage for you? So I think, you know, you want to start that strategy from your ethical principles and reflect the culture of the organization, but, you know, maybe a beneficial byproduct of that at least, or maybe it might be central to strategy. It depends. You know, does it give you that edge over your competitors? Because I think in some ways, if you can demonstrate that you're ethical and trustworthy in this area, then there's lots of good reasons to do it, you know, from a competition point of view, apart from the fact that it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely. Compelling arguments, I must say. I love that sort of top-down, bottom-up, cultural as well, and demonstrate, you know, return on investment as well at the same time. Very compelling. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're bang on time, so we have 10 minutes for questions and answers. So if you have a question, please do raise your hand. I don't know if we have a mic. We might not.
I can
just shout.
Sorry, just the live stream. Thank you. Really interesting panel. One thing I think was briefly touched on was ESG, and kind of I wonder what the panel's view is. Kind of you have ESG, particularly in the EU with the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive, kind of massive amount of data and reporting required. How does that tie in with kind of the ethical or responsible AI frameworks? I mean, obviously directly on the environment is of course one big aspect, but just more generally kind of the ethical use of technology.
Yeah, so it's a good question. I don't know who would like to take that.
Don't mind.
Thank you.
So, you know, IBM is committed to ESG. We publish an annual report called the IBM Impact Report, and actually we think of you know, our corporate responsibility across several dimensions. So you know, the report is available to read, and you know, we publish data around things like environment and energy use, and you know, the sort of footprint that using technology you know, creates, and so on. And you know, I think even in the products that we develop, so we do have our own sort of foundation model stack, and it's interesting, an earlier speaker did refer to things like small foundation models, which actually are more environmentally efficient than you know, general purpose models. So, you know, we're very much focused on models which are specific to the use case and very much enterprise focused. So not only does the cost of compute go down because you're using much less tokens than you would with a general purpose model, but also the environmental impact, you know, correspondingly does as well. But actually, more generally, when we're talking about impact, we're talking about things like human rights as well. So if you read our impact report, we cover human rights, we do cover tech ethics, and we cover security as well. So we actually think of it as much more as a holistic element, you know, approach, I suppose. And the other thing to bear in mind is, you know, in terms of things like corporate social responsibility, we have actually made our AI risk atlas available generally. So you can look up IBM AI Risk Atlas. The IBM research developed, I think, 70 different definitions with a fair amount of detail, and we felt that went some way towards, you know, meeting our own, you know, maybe our own self-imposed corporate social responsibility obligations. So I think we want to report on this. We want to try and do the best thing. We consider ourselves to be an ethical company, and our brand reputation to some extent relies upon that as well. So I think ESG is definitely an important element. I didn't mention Watsonx Gov earlier, but we do have another product called Envisy, which does actually help with reporting these kind of things as well. But I'm not here to sell that. And it's Chatham House rule anyway, so you can't write it down. So there you go.
I think on that question, I think the S in the ESG is probably the least well discussed and thought about. Certainly, in terms of AI deployments that impact individuals or even groups of people in certain ways that produce differences in harms or even differences in access to advantages, that's true a little bit. But what I think is missing from the S part of the conversation is the more holistic impact of the use of AI across society. I'll give you an example of that, and that is, what when a great deal of publicly available data is in fact generated by AI? So when the internet becomes full of Gen AI generated content, both text, images, and so on, increasingly it will be difficult to train models, large or small models, without ingesting, intentionally or otherwise, generated data. And I think there is a significant, if you like, holistic risk of what you might call catastrophic deterioration in the performance of generative AI models. And I don't think this is talked about enough. And it's more about not what happens about my AI deployment, it's about us as a society making use of AI. Of course, another, well, perhaps better known impact there is the impact on jobs and so on, and the impact on job satisfaction and so on.
It's a good question. It's a really, really big topic, to go into, and I think you're right. You know, from what I see, it's not talked about enough from a corporate perspective. You know, for whatever reason, but living with AI in society and societal impact, you know, things like automation bias and so on, and all the horror stories that we hear at the moment. Yeah, I agree. It's shocking, and I think, you know, it remains to be seen whether data is the thing that still drives capability, because as of Friday, it might be something else. Think DeepSeek. Thank you, guys. Any other questions? Carol? Oh, sorry.
I've got two questions, but I'll ask the second one first. On the back of what you all just said, which was very interesting, if the internet or the OpenAI system keeps getting bigger and bigger with more images and, you know, text, whatever it is, should there not be some sort of societal record retention and data retention management? Because a lot of it will become out of date and should be archived potentially. And that's kind of an old school solution, but I don't know if that would help or whether that's just me trying to apply existing knowledge to something that just wouldn't work. That's my first question. And the second one was about metrics. Who cares about the metrics? A question for IBM. Who in your organisation would actually look at them, and if there's slippage over time, does that necessitate resource reallocation to fix certain things, or are some good enough? They're light green, they're not dark green, but they're green enough for the organisation and where you want to be.
I think, Carol, thank you. We're going to take one question from Carol. I'm sorry, Carol. Choose which of the ones you want to answer, because the lady here at the front.
Just pick one.
Oh, just pick one. Okay. It sounded like one, at least one of them for you, John, and the other one for anyone else.
Metrics. You know, we are a publicly listed company, so you know we obviously don't want to do anything to damage our reputation. So that's really important. We do report to the US stock market on a quarterly basis, but you know there are shareholders, of course. But you know, I think the approach that we take, we have an AI ethics board which actually has teeth. So they are able to sort of make decisions on use cases, which you know, rather than being an advisory panel, they can actually say, we can't go ahead with this use case, or you can do that use case as long as we've got guardrails and reviews in place and so on. And actually, there has been, if there's sort of any issues with any particular, you know, deployments of AI, then it can go up to the Policy Advisory Committee, which are basically all direct reports into the CEO. So that's at a very senior level within an organisation of 250,000 people. I mean, in terms of reporting, yeah, there's definitely reporting. It's all reported in our impact report, which I commend you to read, and there's lots of different figures on that. And I think us as an organisation, in terms of our public reputation, and also, you know, what we report to the markets, of course, as well, is really important. And we try to be as transparent about what we're achieving and what our shortcomings are and what we intend to do in terms of improvement. And I think, as Barry mentioned, you know, the kind of holistic approach, we are reporting across different supply chains, whether it's you know, the actual, you know, the AI supply chain itself, or whether it's on environmental impact, or whether it's on human rights, or you know, DEI, you know, which again is a sort of topical issue at the moment, and that kind of thing. And you know, we're happy to present that in our ESG reporting. So, you know, do people take notice? Definitely. The CEO writes the forward to the impact report, so I'm sure if there was anything in there which he was unhappy about, he wouldn't put his name to it. So hopefully that answers the question a bit.
Great, thank you, John. I think we have time for one more question.
So my question is about what, Fatima, you mentioned, that bottom-up approach and continuous learning and culture of learning. You were lucky with Bank of England, you mentioned, and FCA. What would be, anyone can answer this one, your suggestion if maybe that's not the case and that's not the culture where you are, and you're still curious and you want to progress and learn? I mean, it's not AI specific, but what would be your approach?
Sure, I can definitely provide a personal opinion on this one. So it is a really good question, because you do need a very good, healthy culture to be able to sort of learn, right? And I think there are two parts to this. So I think there's the proactive learning that you can do in your own time, which is obviously quite taxing on your own time, but can be very beneficial. So a lot of the studies I did, actually, I spent a lot of my personal time doing it, as well as getting the support that I needed from the organisation. I also think there's a kind of importance of trying to influence leadership on why learning is important and what benefits that can bring to an organisation. And you can do this through various different ways, through kind of people. You can influence through people who can then influence senior leadership if you don't have that direct access. I think the kind of you can bring an economics end to this and sort of highlight the importance of learning and the impact that can have on revenue for organisations. And I'm sure I read a couple of statistics, and I can't remember the exact figures, so don't quote me, but organisations that foster learning, collaboration, and education tend to do quite well because people are refreshing their knowledge. So I would, just to summarise, say kind of bring some of the data forward, but influence. The power of influence is really important. And I think if you can't influence yourself, try and influence through someone else and really explain the benefits. And one of the benefits is like reducing groupthink, right? And groupthink can introduce risk into organizations. So you can do it through that angle as well and highlight where it's not gone right in the past through various different sectors. So that's my personal opinion on this particular point.
Thank you, Fatima. Well, we are out of time, so I'd like to thank my panellists, John, Fatima, and Barry. And thank you very much for answering all those questions.
Thank you to Paul and to our panel. It's been a long day, but one full of insights. I'm just going to quickly sum up what stood out to me. I was very struck by Sarah's comment that it's going to be a tumultuous time, and I think that applies more broadly than just contractual liability. Even without geopolitical uncertainties, we're still dealing with a relatively new set of technologies hitting the mainstream of adoption and integration, and regulatory and assurance communities that are only just reaching early maturity in their ability to respond to them, perhaps comparable to the early days of cybersecurity. We've heard about how the institutions that we do have are responding, but also of unresolved issues and gaps. The social, economic and geopolitical trade-offs between different interests, gaps in regulatory coverage, and the multidisciplinarity needed to address them, and how important a connected global response is going to be. There are very live and growing debates about what incentives are going to decide those trade-offs and what incentives there are going to be to drive good outcomes and well-managed, fairly apportioned risk across different parts of the value chain. I started working in AI policy around 6 years ago as the then Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation was being set up. And while AI had already been with us for some time then, it felt like we were in the beginning of something big. And to borrow a phrase, it now feels that we've perhaps passed the end of the beginning and are at the beginning of the middle of using this technology and understanding its impacts. It's going to keep on coming. Our speakers today have variously called 2025 as the year of agents and super apps, and pointing to the great appetite from the UK government for widespread integration. And we're currently in something of an interregnum between the EU AI Act being implemented, the UK publishing its AI bill consultation and its wider approach, and the new US administration setting out its priorities. And while at ADA we think we're going to need to bolster and clarify the law and institutions around AI, I was struck by Carol's comment that organisations are going to have to self-regulate. Technology use tends to come with risks and costs. We've heard a lot of that today, and they will be borne by somebody. Where we don't lean on the tools that are there to manage them, they'll pass down the value chain, affecting users or deployers of the tech, or ultimately the general public, both individually, but also in the public mood towards AI. So the question I'm left with is, what are our anchors in these tumultuous times? And I think one answer to that we've heard today is that in many places and contexts, the tools and frameworks to manage risks have already been developed or are being built despite that absence of horizontal AI regulation that can help businesses operationalise the lessons we've learned about how to use AI well, but have yet to mandate in law. Be they the trusted framework James is using at the Bank of England, the work Shamik is doing in Singapore, the approaches Paul is using at NatWest, or the toolsets Alexander described for the workplace. They're there to be discovered, learned from, piloted and adopted while we wait for the political questions to be settled. I hope you found today as fascinating as I have. Just to wrap things up, I'm going to briefly abuse my chair's privilege and say that if you're particularly interested in the potential impacts of agents or how helpful our existing models of civil liability are for AI and agentic systems, we at Ada Lovelace are going to be publishing 2 chunky explainers from March onwards, so keep an eye out for them or come to chat to me if you'd like to hear more. You will get access to an on-demand version and some other follow-up from City and Financial Global later this week. One final plea to quickly fill out your feedback forms and hand them in to the conference team. For those that would like to continue the conversation, you have use of the networking area. And I'll close by giving one final thank you to today's sponsors, AO&O Shearman, Freshfields and Lewis Silkin, and the other supporters, to our speakers today, and to you, the delegates, both in the room and online. Thank you.